The world is fraught with peril. You must cultivate your strength. This was the sage counsel from a man of extraordinary prowess to his daughter. On her 5th birthday, Leng Siyu received a unique gift sandbag which marked the beginning of her transformation into a formidable individual. An inspiring tale of youth set in a school backdrop, where the female protagonist is strong and the male counterpart even stronger, with the completed work orange hiding as a reassurance. Rest assured that this narrative will not be abandoned, so feel free to follow along. This story is exclusively published on Chidian Literature. Any unauthorized reproduction on non-Yuan Group affiliated websites constitutes infringement. Chapter 1. A Stunning Embrace. The sky over Zishu City in September was clear and lofty, evoking a sense of tranquility. On the vibrant red plastic track of Tianxiang High School, the class banners fluttered amidst a throng of eager spectators. Enclosed within the crowd were 2 teams of youthful boys and girls clad in white short-sleeve shirts and sky-blue athletic pants, gripping a long rope as they prepared for the ending contest. The second-year Class 1 and Class 2 have fought their way through to the finals, contending for the championship in today's final event, the tug-of-war. Who shall emerge as the victor today? Let's await the spectacle. The announcer's fervent voice was nearly hoarse, the volume far surpassing the city's noise threshold. On the west side, a rallying cry echoed. Class 2 will prevail. Class 2 is the strongest. Class 2 will prevail. Class 2 is the strongest. On the east side, the response was equally fervent. Class 1 will triumph. Class 1 shall reign. Class 1 will triumph. Class 1 shall reign. The west side continued to rally. Class 2, all members brandishing their swords, while the east side countered resolutely. Class 1, exuding boundless dominance. The surrounding girls fervently chanted, "Go, Xiao Pengfei! Xiao Pengfei shall prevail! Go, Xiao Pengfei! Xiao Pengfei shall prevail!" "Senior, who is Xiao Pengfei?" inquired the beautiful freshman, Sui Jun, of the senior girl, He Tingting, the handsomest boy in the class to the west. The one at the front? Indeed, Xiao Pengfei, the boy leading the long line on the west side, was 17 years old, and he managed to imbue his athletic attire with the elegance of a limited edition bespoke ents. Blee, his tall frame, though not frail, was complemented by finely chiseled features that radiated both charm and a hint of stubbornness. His eyes sparkled with a piercing light, as if seeking to unravel the mysteries of the world. Is it merely because he is good-looking? Sui Jiyuan probed further. He Tingting shot her a disapproving glance. "Do you think your senior is so superficial?" Sui Jiyuan instinctively nodded, then laughed as she dodged He Tingting's playful swipe. In comparison to Xiao Pengfei, the physical education teacher, Wang Dalong, was not as striking, yet his voice possessed a distinctive timbre, robust and deliberately elongated at teach end, reminiscent of someone who might suddenly exclaim Samaida. Wang Dalong stood gravely in the midst of the line, his gaze fixed on the midline inspection. Once he confirmed everything was in order, he raised the starting pistol skyward and pulled the trigger. With a resounding bang, the line surged into action from both sides. "Go, Xiao Pengfei! Xiao Pengfei shall prevail! Go, Xiao Pengfei! Xiao Pengfei shall prevail!" Sui Jun joined the chorus of girls around her, shouting with fervor. After all, in this era, appearances hold undeniable sway. Regrettably, contrary to expectations, the formation of the class to which Xiao Pengfei belonged collapsed swiftly, veering rapidly towards the eastern side. At the forefront, Xiao Pengfei found himself unable to relinquish the rope amidst this rapid defeat, rendering him incapable of maintaining his balance. His uncontrollable body was propelled forward, taking several hurried steps before he suddenly tumbled towards the opposite side. The girl leading the eastern charge released her grip on the rope, stepping forth to embrace Xiao Pengfei, effortlessly drawing him into her arms, reminiscent of a scene from Gone Wai. The Wind. However, it seemed as if the roles of the male and female protagonists had been reversed. This bold act instantly captivated the entire audience, prompting a flurry of mobile phones to spring into action, rapidly capturing this remarkable moment. "Wow, how exhilarating! Brilliant! Utterly dashing! This pose is extraordinary, truly a classic of the century. The girl is so impressive my heart can hardly take it. Stay calm. Keep your composure." At the Tianxiang High School sports event, a girl boldly embraced a boy in such a manner before the watchful eyes of many. This event added a vibrant stroke to the annals of gossip at Tianxiang High School. Who is that girl? Her agility is remarkable, and she possesses considerable strength. Xiao Pengfei does not appear to be a lightweight, Sui Jiyuan inquired. Is she the type with brawn but little brains? Brawn? With those slender arms and legs, could she truly be considered brawny? Leng Siyu, 17 years old, with short hair grazing her ears, of average height and slender build, possessed a standard oval face that exuded a profound classical charm, making her unforgettable at first glance. Though she was undeniably beautiful, her large eyes, which ought to have sparkled with vivacity, instead appeared as cold and piercing as a frigid abyss, keeping others at a distance. The cool drizzle fell, Leng Siyu straightened Summer Pengfei, and under the collective gaze of the onlookers, she elegantly tidied her hair before making a graceful exit, leaving no trace of her presence. You wouldn't have knocked me down even if you hadn't helped, came Summer Pengfei's voice from behind her. However, cough cough, I still appreciate it, he added, his tone shifting. After 2 days of intense competition, it is the second year, Class 1, that has triumphed and claimed the championship. Through this contest, the students have demonstrated their skills and spirit. The voice from the speaker gradually faded, as no one remained to heed his ramblings. Leng Siyu hurried to the main teaching building to grab her backpack before swiftly making her way toward the affiliated kindergarten of Tianxiang Middle School. Young teacher Zhao Hongxia was at the kindergarten entrance, accompanied by a little boy and a little girl. The girl, named Leng Yuanyuan, was about to turn 5 and was in the middle class. With 2 playful pigtails and bright, sparkling eyes that seemed to reflect wisdom beyond her years, her cherubic round face evoked an irresistible urge to pinch her cheeks. She wore a white collared shirt paired with a red skirt adorned with white stripes, complemented by knee-high white socks and a pair of flat red leather sandals. The little boy beside her, Summer Chong, was in the same class, also 5 years old. With fair skin, he donned a beige t-shirt and light blue denim shorts, his beige Adidas sneakers completing his charming ensemble. His delicate appearance and lively eyes marked him as a spirited little sprite. Sister, you're so late today. The little girl pouted, her big eyes expressing her profound discontent. Very well, Leng Siyu extended her hand towards Xia Chong. Listen to Yuanyuan, let's go. Xia Chong wrinkled her nose, reluctant to reach out. Brother said one shouldn't casually touch a girl's hand. Without a moment's hesitation, Leng Siyu seized one of Xia Chong's small paws and marched forward. What does a little brat like you know about such trivial matters? Have you even hit puberty yet? Xia Chong felt utterly humiliated, immediately resisting with fervor. Her small face flushed crimson. You barbarian, I can walk by myself. This declaration proved remarkably effective, rendering Xia Chong compliant. With one hand carrying the child, Leng Siyu moved at an astonishing pace, as if her feet were equipped with wheels. Both children simultaneously cried out, slow down, I'm still a BA. Bye. Growing impatient, Leng Siyu decisively bent down, scooped up each child in one arm, and took off running along the sidewalk, stirring up a whirlwind and creating a distinctive scent. That girl seems suspicious. Could she be involved in child trafficking? Inquired one passerby. Don't call the police, she's a friend, came a reply from Xia Pengfei, who was swiftly catching up. Girls should be more gentle. After enduring for quite some time, Xia Chong finally mustered the courage to voice her thoughts, casting a glance at Leng Siyu and then at Leng Yuanyuan. Noticing the latter's unfriendly gaze, she quickly deflected. It's what my brother said. No need. They'll take him upstairs. The previously closed entrance door swung open again as Xia Pengfei stepped inside, his sharp eyes sweeping over Leng Siyu's sweaty forehead and shed cheeks, casually remarking, Leng Siyu, your legs are quite impressive. Chapter 2. If you misbehave, you shall be punished. My sister's hands are not to be trifled with. Little Yuanyuan's large, watery eyes gazed at Xia Pengfei, who was taken aback by her sudden remark. Cold Siyu, with an expression of displeasure, swiftly opened the door to the first floor, dragging little Yuanyuan inside like a chick, and promptly closed the door behind them. Just before the door shut, the brothers, Xia Pengfei and his sibling, instinctively leaned forward to catch a glimpse of the home of these 2 frosty maidens. Unfortunately, Cold Siyu was too quick in her actions, leaving them with only a fleeting view of a blue doormat and a portion of a beige shoe cabinet. The brothers stood at the entrance for a brief moment, and then Xia Pengfei took hold of Chong, leading him towards the staircase. Brother, is it because we haven't paid the elevator fee that we have to climb the stairs every day? Chong tilted his head and, imitating little Yuanyuan's tone, questioned. What is the point of you dragging me up these stairs? Xia Pengfei ruffled Chong's little head and continued to pull him up step by step. What do you need an elevator for? With a frail body like yours, if you don't exercise, you'll end up useless. Exercise? Like sister you, perhaps? Chong looked up at Xia Pengfei. Puzzled, Xia Pengfei inquired, what do you mean? Chong's short legs followed Xia Pengfei's stride as he continued. I heard Yuanyuan say she uses sandbags as toys, practicing punches and kicks hundreds of times every day. Brother, take my advice and don't provoke her. If you get beaten up, don't say I didn't warn you. Using sandbags as toys? Xia Pengfei, lost in thought, recalled an intimate encounter on the playground. Eventually muttering, interesting. His expression shifted, yet he concluded, however formidable, she is still a girl, and it is our duty as boys to protect them. Upon hearing this, Chong pondered, realizing why his mother forbade him from bullying Yuanyuan. After all, it was right to treat her well. Furthermore, he genuinely enjoyed listening to Yuanyuan. She possessed quite a bit of insight. Xia Pengfei tousled Chong's small head once more, teasing, Look at you, taking all your cues from girls. That can't be entirely right, can it? At the very least, you should have some opinions of your own. Chong Chong, scratching his head where Xia Pengfei had ruffled his hair, found himself in a dilemma. What should he heed, and what should he disregard? How much should he listen to? Xia Pengfei hesitated, falling silent for a moment before unlocking the door with a combination of passcode and fingerprint. He gazed down at the little one, remarking, "This is a profound subject, worthy of a lifetime of contemplation." Pfft, what a convoluted pretense. Chong Chong scoffed, dismissing the thought as he slipped through the door. As the little master, Leng Yuan, entered the living room, she immediately seized the television remote from the dark red wooden coffee table, kicked off her slippers, and plopped onto the beige fabric sofa. Curling into the cushions, she pulled a large panda plush toy into her embrace, using it as a chin rest. However, just as she clicked the television on, it was swiftly snatched from her grasp by Leng Siyu, who emphatically switched it off, declaring, "Recite 2 poems before you can watch." Cold Silk Rain picked up the pinyin version of 300 ancient poems from a small wooden table beside the sofa, snatched the plush toy from Cold Round's hands, and thrust the book into her grasp. "Sister, it's equally harsh at home and outside. Are you truly my elder sister? Can't you allow me to experience a bit of familial warmth?" Despite her words, Cold Round pouted, her chubby little hands flipping through the pages of the pinyin version of 300 ancient poems. She extracted a handcrafted leaf bookmark and languidly began to recite. "On the 9th day of the 9th month, longing for my hometown by Tsincan, eager to ascend the heights, yet none bring wine to share. From afar, I pity the chrysanthemums of my hometown, surely blooming by the battlefield." Cold Silk Rain moved to the corner where the standing water dispenser was located, preparing 2 cups of warm water, one placed before Round and the other sipped by herself. She then approached the floor-to-ceiling window, drawing back the beige curtains. The sunset-esque golden glow illuminated the Phoenix community, a sight that greeted her eyes. Instantly, Round sat up straight, impatiently reciting. "On the southern village of the capital by Chuihu, last year, on this day, at this gate, the face of a person was mirrored in the peach blossoms. I know not where that face has gone, yet the peach blossoms still smile in the spring breeze. Sister, is it too early for me to learn this poem at my age? Less chatter, hurry up and memorize it." "I'm going to cook," Cold Silk Rain replied, tying on an apron and heading to the kitchen to start preparing the meal. The young woman's name was Lon. At the age of 20, she possessed not only a splendid figure, but also a charming face. A rural girl who had failed her college entrance examination and moved to the city for work. She was introduced to the Xia family to care for the lives of the 2 brothers, Xia Pengfei. "All right, Sister Lon," Xia Pengfei said, having changed his shoes and going into the bathroom for a quick shower. Before long, Xia Pengfei re-entered the living room wrapped in a white bathrobe. He reclined on the sofa, casting a sidelong glance at Xia Chong, who was engrossed in reading Zishu Children's Illustrated magazine beside him. "Chong, the remote," he called out. "I've been exhausted from the sports meet these past 2 days." With a swift motion, he expertly caught the remote, pointed it in another direction, and requested, "Pour me a cup of tea, Tiguanyan, extra strong." Chong was left speechless, contemplating whether he should consider running away from home. "Let me handle it." "You're too young to risk getting burned. Is dinner ready? Should we eat first?" Lon approached, delicately taking the cup from Chong's hands. A faint, elusive fragrance wafted through the air. "Sister Lon is so caring, while my brother is the worst, tormenting me daily," Chong pouted, leaning against his fairy-like sister. Suddenly, Xia Pengfei recalled something and hastily set down the remote, exclaiming, "Time to eat. After dinner, I must head to the school's table tennis activity center. My classmates are waiting for me to play." Chong's face brightened with a smile. "Can I come too?" Xia Pengfei grimaced, replying, "Please don't bother me on weekends. I need my own space. Go find your little friends." Left with no choice, Chong sighed. "Then I'll go find Yuan to play games." With an indifferent expression, Xia Pengfei retorted, "As long as you're not bothering me, you can play with whomever you wish." Frustrated, Chong exclaimed, "Are you even my brother? Would it kill you to spend a little time with me?" Yujia takes Yuan everywhere. Ignoring Chong, Xia Pengfei strode into the dining room, picked up his chopsticks, and began to devour his meal. In less than 5 minutes, Xia Pengfei set down his chopsticks, hurriedly slipped into his bedroom to remove his bathrobe, and donned a sleek black athletic ensemble before striding out the door. He quickly approached the entrance of the unit. Just as he was about to open the door, it swung open on its own. A middle-aged woman clad in a white dress adorned with pink floral patterns entered. Upon catching sight of Xiao Pengfei, she let out a cold huff and averted her gaze. Xiao Pengfei respectfully greeted her. "Hello, Aunt Lin." Lin Wanru, though nearing her 40s, still exuded an undeniable charm. Her delicate features and slender visage bore a faint resemblance to the traits of the sisters, Leng Siyu and Leng Sisan. Ignoring him entirely, Lin Wanru treated Xiao Pengfei as if he were invisible, her expression frosty as she bypassed him and opened the door to Unit 0101. Xiao Pengfei paused for a moment, shaking his head as he departed. If anyone were to claim that this mother and daughter were not biologically related, he would vehemently refuse to believe it. "Hurry along, dear. Your mother has urgent matters to attend to. Aren't you a bit old for this? You'll be 5 in just a few days." Lin Wanru, completely lacking in empathy, shoved little Yuan aside and hurried into the master bedroom. When she re-emerged, Yuan clung to her arm, beginning to complain. "Mom, my sister is being mean to me. She must be scolding you for not listening," Lin Wanru replied. "Is it because you chose to watch television instead of studying?" Noticing the silence from Yuan, Lin Wanru's expression hardened. "From now on, you are to recite 2 ancient poems daily and learn English as well, with your sister as your tutor. Siyu, I must leave now." Cold Siyu emerged from the kitchen, holding a bowl, her clear eyes filled with reluctance. "But Mom, you're leaving again. The food is ready. Can't you eat a bit before you go?" As the conversation unfolded, Lin Wanru was already putting on her shoes. After a long absence of 10 days or more, the sight of her 5-year-old daughter should have prompted affectionate embraces and playful lifts. Instead, she allowed her sister to hit her at will, an act more befitting a wicked stepmother. This thought left Leng Yuan feeling desolate and exasperated. At that moment, the formidable matriarch called out from the living room. "Yuan, Mother is leaving. You must remember not to play with anyone from the Xia family. You must listen to your sister, do you understand?" Frustrated, Leng Yuan stamped her foot and shouted, "I can't hear you. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. I want to play with Chong." Upon hearing this, Lin Wanru raised her voice considerably, threatening, "Do you want me to give you a good beating?" In defiance, Leng Yuan retorted, Go ahead. Just kill me if you want." Without removing her shoes, Lin Wanru turned and walked towards the door of Leng Yuan's room. In a panic, Leng Yuan rushed to brace the door with her small round behind, but as she heard the sound of the door closing, she quickly discarded a picture frame and grabbed a small round stool. She scampered to the balcony window, climbed onto the stool, and gazed longingly at Lin Wanru's slender figure as it appeared and then faded away in the courtyard until the unbidden tears streamed down her cheeks, blurring her once clear vision. Chapter 3. I won't pick it up even if you kill me. Warm, delicate arms encircled Leng Yuan from behind. Leng Siyu lowered her gaze and gently advised, "Mother has no choice. She must go out to earn money so that we can afford to attend school and have food and clothing." "Earn money? Isn't that something that should be done by father?" With tears glistening in her starry eyes, the little girl gazed up at Leng Siyu and asked, "Where has Daddy gone? I haven't seen him for such a long time, not even a phone call." "The times have changed. Women can now bear greater responsibilities. Daddy, his work is special, requiring him to go abroad to catch bad people. Furthermore, his job necessitates confidentiality. Even family cannot contact him at will." Leng Siyu picked up the little girl and walked towards the dining room. "Let's have dinner first, and after that, I will teach you how to play table tennis." "Table tennis?" The girl pondered, measuring her own height. "Will it be too difficult for me? With practice, you may grow taller. In just a few days, it will be your 5th birthday, and your sister will present you with a wonderful birthday gift." "That sounds delightful. Last year, Daddy gifted me a big white rabbit toy that I adored. I cuddle it every night while I sleep. I know you love it. It took less than a day for it to even have a name. My little bunny is the cutest." The dining room of room 0101 is adjacent to the living room, situated directly to the north. Though the decor is simple and ordinary, it exudes a fresh and tidy ambience. In the center stands a brown long table accompanied by 6 matching chairs. Along the northern and eastern walls are placed a gray-white cupboard for drinkware, a china cabinet, and a refrigerator in succession. On the table, 2 bowls of white rice, a plate of stir-fried bitter melon with pork, and a bowl of steaming tomato and egg soup are presented. At least 3 dishes and a soup at the Bug family. She remarked with a glance at the table. "You're still young. Where did you learn to compare? You must correct this attitude immediately. If you continue to think this way, I shall not spare you." Cold Siyu playfully tugged at the skyward little braid atop Yuan's head, declaring, "When will I finally put an end to this braid of yours? You cannot touch my hairstyle. It was designed by Daddy." The sisters settled at the dining table. Cold Siyu served Yuan several pieces of meat, saying, "Eat more, it will help you grow taller." While chewing her food, little Yuan inquired, "Why doesn't Mommy allow us to play with the Xia family? Chong and brother Peng Fei are not bad people." Cold Yuan's melancholic gaze met her sister's bright eyes, and she lamented, "I only have Chong as a friend. If I don't play with him, I will have to play with the air." Cold Siyu added a few slices of bitter melon to her bowl and replied, "Then you should try to make a few other friends. That one tea work." Yuan sighed, pushing the meat shreds around in her bowl. "The girls are envious of my beauty, the boys are jealous of my intelligence, and only Chong is foolishly free of any complicated thoughts." Cold Siyu nearly spat out a mouthful of rice, exclaiming, "You, a little child, are trying to play adult games?" The doorbell rang. "Who is it?" Cold Yuan called out. "It's me, the handsome, clever, and adorable Chong." Xia Chong announced, leaning against the door, promoting himself. Cold Siyu shook her head in disbelief, reflecting on how children of the information age all seem to have inflated self-esteem. Without hesitation, Cold Yuan set down her chopsticks and stood up. "Hey, are you ignoring Mommy's words?" Cold Siyu asked. "Mother said I am no longer a child. As an adult, I can make my own decisions." Cold Yuan chirped cheerfully, skipping to the door to fetch a pair of women's slippers from the shoe rack, which she handed to the arriving Xia Chong. "Your father's slippers are too large. You can make do with my mother's. You can watch television first, after dinner. I'll take you out to play ping pong." "Are there really no shoes that fit children?" Xia Chong questioned. "And why are you the one taking me out, instead of the other way around?" Her brows furrowed in defiance. "Playing ping pong was my idea, so of course I will take you," Cold Yuan asserted firmly. Xia Chong countered, insisting that it is traditionally the older who leads the younger. "I am a month older than you. It should be me taking you." Cold Yuan glared back, declaring, "The mature should guide the immature. My intellect far surpasses yours, so I should lead you." Yuan, are you going to eat or not?" came the voice of Cold Siyu from the dining room. "If you don't eat, you can't snack later when you get hungry." "I will take you. I will take you." Cold Siyu shouted, "All of you, be quiet. I will take you." Suddenly, the world fell silent. Yuan obediently returned to the table to continue her meal, occasionally glancing at Cold Siyu with her big eyes. Xia Chong found the remote on the sofa and switched the television to Channel Zishu, where the recently popular ancient fantasy drama Orange Shadow was airing. The eastern wind gently sweeps over the fence, casually scattering the fragrance of the southern garden. The bloom of flowers rises and falls, yet life remains the most unpredictable. The vicissitudes of life are indeed most unpredictable. A poignant and soothing theme song from the television wafts into the dining room. "What are you watching?" inquires Leng Siyu. "The Orange Shadow," replies the little one. "My brother has read that novel. He says it is quite captivating. How peculiar it is that in this era, there are still boys who enjoy reading novels. Aren't they all engrossed in games?" Noticing that Yuan has finished her meal, Leng Siyu swiftly tidies up the dishes and casually tosses a cloth in front of little Yuan, instructing her to wipe the table. The little one expresses her profound discontent with an exceedingly mournful gaze. Before she could fully process the previous information, Leng Siyu unleashes another wave of stern directives. "In the future, you must learn to comb your hair, mop the floor, cook, and do the laundry." As Leng Siyu enters the kitchen to place the dishes in the sink, she plugs the drain. No one is born with the innate ability to perform tasks. If one fails, one can gradually learn and improve. Little Yuan, with her chubby hands, sketches irregular shapes on the table with the cloth. "Wasn't it you and your mother who used to handle the chores together?" Leng Siyu remarks, turning on the faucet and pouring a bit of Moshing brand dish soap. "The past is the past, and the present is the present." Little Yuan continues her aimless doodling. "What is different now?" Leng Siyu efficiently washes the dishes. "At this juncture, I believe you have reached an age where you can shoulder household responsibilities. You just acknowledge that you have grown up." Upon hearing this, Leng Yuan felt a spark ignite within her, surging to great heights. With a swift motion, she hurled the rag onto the floor and placed her hands defiantly on her hips, declaring her newfound autonomy. She would not partake in household chores. Leng Siyu, meanwhile, diligently wiped the dishes with a cloth, understanding that some responsibilities must be shouldered individually. Shared household duties are a fundamental obligation for every family member. In the dining room, Leng Yuan questioned, "Why does Chong have someone to do the chores at home, while brother Peng Fei and Chong must do everything themselves?" "You were not born into Chong's family. Being born into the Leng family means you must contribute to the household. Their father asserted, I was born to be spoiled by you all. I refuse to do it. Refusing to do chores does not contradict being pampered, Leng Siyu remarked, emerging from the kitchen with a stack of dishes. Spotting the rag on the floor, she furrowed her brows and fixed her gaze on Yuan, commanding, pick it up. In response, Leng Yuan met her fiery gaze with a defiant look of her own, exclaiming, I want to pick it up, not even if it kills me. Want to? Fine, I'll pick it up. Leng Yuan quickly retrieved the rag and began wiping the table meticulously, cheerfully stating, hee, it's just wiping the table. It's no challenge at all. Just look at how clean I've made it. As Leng Siyu set down the dishes, she observed Yuan's industrious hands and gently advised, Yuan, refrain from constantly comparing us to Chong's family. Regardless of how wonderful it may seem, it is still someone else's home. We are members of the Leng family, and there is no need to envy others. In a hushed tone, Leng Yuan murmured, what is so great about the Leng family anyway? Cold Siyu approached Cold Yuan, lowering her head with a solemn expression and inquiring, Father is safeguarding countless families, and Mother is protecting our home. As the daughter of such parents, do you feel constrained? Yuan paused her actions, deep in thought, and remained silent. Returning to meticulously wipe the table she had already polished several times. It is indeed very clean, Cold Siyu softly praised, her delicate hand gently stroking Yuan's little head. Chapter 4. The Violent Girl at 8 o'clock in the evening. The eastern section of the gymnasium at Tianxiang Middle School was as bright as day, bustling with activity as Cold Siyu led two small figures into the table tennis center, all clad in their school uniforms. The 10 table tennis tables, arranged from north to south, were animated with movement, the sounds of shoes scraping against the floor echoing incessantly. Arriving late, they found no available spots. Summer Chong quickly spotted his brother at the northernmost table. My brother is over there. His table only has 2 people. We can go there, he eagerly introduced, stating that his brother was playing with his close friend, Lu Sudong. At the first table, amidst the duel of 2 male high school students showcasing their skills, there was also a unique spectator. Cold Siyu suddenly changed her mind and said, Chong, you and Yuan go ahead. Let your brother teach you both how to play. Cold Yuan asked, what about you? Cold Siyu tossed back, I have many matters to attend to. Don't worry about me, and turned to leave. Brother, I'm coming. Summer Chong shouted from a distance. Xia Pengfei, with a swift motion of his right hand, executed a backhand smash. The ball hurtled through the air at an astonishing speed and with an exquisitely sharp angle, landing to the left of Lu Sudong, who failed to intercept it, allowing the ball to soar out of bounds. The eager husky yearned to retrieve the ball, yet was restrained by a sturdy leash, left only to bark at the elusive sphere. Xia Pengfei, noticing Xia Chong's rising ire, turned to see Leng Yuan trailing behind, and promptly donned a captivating smile. His voice infused with the sweetness of pure honey, greeting her, little Yuan, good evening. Brother Pengfei, my sister brought me and Chong here, Leng Yuan replied, tilting her face upward to look at him. Where is your sister? Upon hearing this, Xia Pengfei immediately scanned the surroundings. Following the direction of Leng Yuan's finger towards the gate, he searched the hazy lights and sparse crowd outside the playground for the silhouette of Leng Siyu. But to no avail. At this pace, has your sister vanished into thin air? Leng Yuan sighed in resignation. That's just how she is, so busy. It's as if she were the prime minister. Yuja asked you to teach me and Yuan how to play, Xia Chong interjected. Learning table tennis is beneficial. It enhances flexibility and quick reflexes. You two should take it seriously. Xia Pengfei transformed from his usual impatient self into a dedicated and caring coach. All right. If you need anything, just give me a call. Casting a glance at Lu Sudong, he then focused on Leng Yuan, saying, come here, little Yuan. I'll teach you how to hold the paddle. Chong, you should pay attention too. Leng Yuan, watching the husky, remarked to Xia Chong, that big dog looks fierce, but he is actually quite silly and endearing. Regrettably, our family does not permit the keeping of dogs, as my mother and sister find it too burdensome. Upon hearing this, Chong patted his chest and declared, leave this matter to me. If you love dogs, I shall bring over my golden retriever baby tomorrow to keep you company. Xia Pengfei, lowering his gaze with a gentle demeanor, added, you can also assist us in training it. Next time we play ball, it can fetch the balls for us. Wow, really? You're all so kind to me. Leng Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she exclaimed, Chong, from now on, I shall look out for you. At that moment, a fair-skinned, beautiful girl with long legs noticed that Xiao Pingfei's partner had stepped away. Seizing the opportunity, she hurriedly approached and sweetly asked Xiao Pingfei, "May I join you for a game?" Xiao Pingfei cast a sidelong glance at her and replied, "I have no time. I am teaching the little ones how to play." Undeterred, the tall beauty remained by the sidelines, silently observing as Xiao Pingfei instructed Yuan Yuan and Chong Chong in the art of basketball. "It's easier for beginners to grip the racket like this. Come, little Yuan Yuan, give it a try." Xiao Pingfei patiently demonstrated the proper grip before placing the racket in Leng Yuan Yuan's hands. Meanwhile, the girl took out her phone and captured a close-up shot of Xiao Pingfei and Yuan Yuan, which she edited and titled Second-Year Humanities Scholar Transforms into Caring Coach, subsequently sharing it in the Xiaotiao news group at Tianxiang High School, sparking a flurry of discussions. The gossiping warriors inquired, "Who is that lovely young girl?" Tang Mingwang remarked, "She resembles Leng Siyu's sister." Snow White questioned, "Who is Leng Siyu?" The cooked duck retorted, "You may not know the mayor or the principal, but you must know Leng Siyu." Snow White replied, "But she's a new student." Emperor Tangming proclaimed, "This afternoon, at the tug-of-war competition, I shall boldly embrace the top scholar's fierce girl." The gossip saint warriors remarked, "They appear quite well matched." Emperor Tangming retorted, "Matched? Nonsense. Although Leng Siyu possesses an attractive visage, her strength is overwhelming, and her gaze is too fierce. It is unlikely any boy would be fond of her." The cooked duck interjected, "Your Majesty, your assertion is overly absolute. For every product, there exists a corresponding market. Several boys in our class have penned love letters to her." Snow White chimed in, "Such audacity. Isn't it expressly forbidden for boys and girls to engage in romantic relationships at school?" The playful Jade Rabbit countered, "Can regulations truly confine human nature?" Emperor Tangming continued, "I have heard from the neighboring Diba High School that their rules are even stricter. They prohibit male and female students from dining at the same table or sharing an umbrella." He added, "You merely complain in the group chat. If you possess any courage, confront Shen Jitian directly." Around Xiao Pingfei, a throng of girls had gathered, showering attention upon Yuan Yuan and Chong Chong. Some were retrieving balls for the two little ones, while others offered lollipops to Yuan Yuan, handed purified water to Chong Chong, fanned Yuan Yuan, and even asked Chong Chong for Xiao Pingfei's phone number. "Brother Pingfei, I'm too short to reach the ball." "Then you must eat more meat and exercise more. You'll grow taller in no time." "Brother Pingfei, the ball misbehaves and keeps running away." "Then you must strike it firmly. With enough persistence, it will behave." "Brother Pingfei, why are you so gentle with me?" "Because little Yuan Yuan is simply adorable." Long Yuan Yuan seemed to have an endless stream of questions, while Xiao Pingfei was tasked not only with coaching but also with addressing inquiries. Beside them, Chong Chong quickly concurred, having exhausted his energy half an hour prior. Noticing Xiao Pingfei's intention to leave, a fair-skinned, beautiful girl with long legs hurriedly approached him. "Xiao Pingfei, do you have any plans for tomorrow? May I invite you to watch a movie? I am Jiang Meidan, a student from Class 1, Grade 2. I am unavailable." Xiao Pingfei replied as he handed 2 paddles to Chong Chong and a ping-pong ball to Yuan Yuan. He then embraced both Yuan Yuan and Chong Chong, swiftly exiting the activity center. It was not until they reached the entrance of the residential building that Xiao Pingfei set the 2 children down. Once inside, as Yuan Yuan opened her front door, they were greeted by a fierce female voice accompanied by the dull thuds of a sandbag being kicked. "My sister is practicing her martial arts again," Leng Yuan Yuan remarked, pulling Xiao Pingfei into the house. "Brother Pingfei, thank you for teaching me to play today. Come in and have a seat. I'll make you some tea." "What about me?" Chong Chong inquired, standing outside the door. "Hurry up and come in. Stop pretending to be a guest." Leng Yuan Yuan shot him a glance. "Brother Pingfei, you are wearing my father's shoes," she noted, exhibiting her role as a young hostess with great flair. Xiao Pingfei changed into slippers and followed the sound, pushing open a partially ajar door on the north side. His retina instantly registered the image of a fierce young girl. With the left foot elevated, press down on the left shoulder, pivot, and execute a low sweep with the right foot. Elevate the right foot, press down on the right shoulder, pivot, and execute a low sweep with the left foot. Elevate the left foot, press down on the left shoulder, pivot, and perform a middle sweep with the right foot. Elevate the right foot, press down on the right shoulder, pivot, and perform a middle sweep with the left foot. "Brother Pingfei, would you like to come and practice?" The melodious voice of Xiaoyu startled Leng Siyu, who was engrossed in her training. Suddenly turning around, she was met with the sight of Xiao Pingfei, her expression darkening as she bellowed, Who permitted you to enter? Leave. Chapter 5. This world is quite dangerous. She had merely invited 2 charming neighbors over, yet she had not anticipated such a fierce reaction from her sister. Get out. Enraged, Leng Siyu marched toward Xiao Pengfei, pushing and shoving him out of the room and subsequently slamming the door behind him. The commotion startled the adorable Xia Chongchong, who abandoned his television in haste, promptly dropping the remote control and sprinting out the door. Oh my, the beautiful girl is a man-eater. This is terrifying. Leng Siyu flung both Xia Pengfei's and Xia Chongchong's shoes outside, followed by a resounding slam of the door, her movements fluid as the rushing waters of a river, yet fierce as a finely honed blade. She paused for a few seconds at the door before turning to admonish the tearful Leng Yuan nearby. If you allow the Xia family to enter again, be wary, for I shall inform mother, and you shall face the consequences. With her lips pursed and her eyes wide, Leng Yuan's round face flushed crimson as she protested. You let him teach me how to play ball, and then you turn your back on me. How wicked. Just as Leng Siyu was about to deliver another reprimand, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Cold Silk Rain cast a glance at the mirror by the door, her expression composed as she opened it. Despite being unceremoniously thrust outside, Xia Pengfei maintained an upright posture and a serene demeanor. The handsome gentleman, carrying 2 pairs of slippers, stepped forward, his steady gaze fixed on the ice-sculpted beauty, Cold Silk Rain. Dear classmate, he remarked, your demeanor seems somewhat unapproachable. Is it too much to ask for a bit of warmth? Xia Chongchong lifted her head and addressed Xia Pengfei. Sister Rain is indeed beautiful, but her mindset appears somewhat off. We are not villains. Why such a strong reaction to our presence in her home? Xia Pengfei turned, taking Chongchong's hand as they ascended the stairs. Do not speak so recklessly. At worst, her personality is merely peculiar. She is fundamentally a good person. Xia Chongchong pondered aloud. Brother, I cannot comprehend why our parents incessantly urge us to treat the Cold family well. They are not our relatives. Xia Pengfei countered. Do you not wish to treat Yuan kindly? Chongchong replied, of course. Yuan is my dear friend. She is both beautiful and adorable, always helping me. I would gladly offer my heart to her. Xia Pengfei nodded in agreement. Precisely. Chongchong continued, yet, Sister Rain is so fierce and cold. The moment she glares at me, I feel a chill down my spine, my heart races, and my legs tremble. It truly frightens me. Xia Pengfei smiled gently. Chongchong, one must look beyond appearances. Though she may seem intimidating, her heart is tender. She has even saved our mother. Xia Chongchong's eyes widened in surprise. Really? When did that happen? As Xia Pengfei opened the door, he recounted. During the summer vacation 2 years ago, our mother suddenly collapsed on the street. And it was coincidentally Cold Silk Rain who encountered her. She carried our mother to the hospital in one breath and even managed to contact me afterward. Xia Chongchong sighed. But I still fear her. You will get accustomed to it. The 2 brothers entered their home, each retreating to take a shower and change into their pajamas. Then sprawled on the sofa, engrossed in their mobile phones. Lu Sudong sent a WeChat message, inviting Xia Pengfei to sing karaoke the following afternoon, boasting that he had invited several beautiful classmates to join. Xia Chongchong, playing a block game nearby, nonsensically remarked, Brother, it seems that Sister Yu has a particular hostility towards you. Xia Pengfei opened a chess website, Zishu Happy Chess, logged in, selected an opponent of equal rank, and nonchalantly stated, the striking and formidable stranger entering her home should trigger a protective instinct. Xia Chongchong countered, but I have also intruded before. And she didn't seem to mind much. While making his moves, Xia Pengfei replied, you are too young to pose any threat. Xia Chongchong clapped her hands in realization, exclaiming, I understand now. It must be because you look frightening, while I appear adorable. How dare you? Xia Pengfei raised his right hand, yet it gently descended upon the chessboard displayed on his phone screen. In the gym, Cold Silk Rain continued to sweat profusely, her expression stern, executing her movements with remarkable fluidity. Middle lane, top lane, bottom lane, in a continuous cycle. Sister, why do you enjoy tormenting the sandbag so much? Oh, how painful, exhausting, and dreary it is. Xiao Yuan stood at the doorway for quite some time before she could no longer hold back her curiosity. On the occasion of her 5th birthday, her valiant father, Leng Siyu, cradled little Siyu and strode towards the inner room. Siyu, today, your father has procured a most splendid birthday gift for you, with eyes sparkling like stars. Little Siyu inquired with glee, what is it? You shall find out soon enough. Unbeknownst to her, a supporting frame had appeared above in the inner room, upon which hung a half-meter-tall red cylindrical object. Siyu wriggled free from her father's embrace and darted towards this colossal item, her excitement palpable as she asked, "What is this? Is it filled with delicious treats?" "This is a sandbag, a gift from your father. From now on, you must strike it with your tiny fists and kick it with your little feet every day. But it hasn't done anything to me, so why must I hit it? The world is a perilous place. You must strengthen yourself." Thus, the sandbag became an indispensable companion for Leng Siyu, and before long, 12 years had slipped by. Throughout those years, the sandbags had been replaced several times, transitioning from a child-sized version to an adult one, and countless protective gear had been worn out. Yet, the intimate encounters between Siyu and the sandbag had never ceased. After a refreshing shower, Leng Siyu donned a charming little nightgown adorned with a panda motif, picked up a copy of Enlightenment English 1, and approached the sofa, declaring to Long Yuan, "From this day forth, you shall begin your studies in English." Leng Yuan flopped onto the sofa, her little feet alternating in a fervent assault on the cushions, lamenting, "Oh, how arduous is my fate. At such a tender age, I am burdened with memorizing Tang poetry, managing household chores, and learning English. I feel utterly exhausted. Oh, how pitiful I am." Cold Siyu turned sideways and plopped onto the sofa, lifting the round and cold Yuan onto her lap. Before we even delve into English, we are met with an unanticipated lesson in political philosophy. Do you lament the hardships and fatigue? Do you lack arms or legs? Are you deprived of food and warmth? Or perhaps homeless and unloved? You are 1,000 times more fortunate than many, you know? Yuan remained unconvinced, deeming these conditions quite ordinary. Cold Siyu, with utmost seriousness, proclaimed, "How many individuals are born into darkness, unable to hear the calls of their loved ones? How many lose all their family in a single night? You possess robust health, are not in want of sustenance, and are surrounded by affection, yet you bemoan the mere acquisition of knowledge?" Yuan refrained from retorting this time, but she still pouted in discontent. "Very well, I concede to your argument. I shall study. What reward shall you bestow upon me for learning English?" Cold Siyu, devoid of expression, promptly turned the pages of her book and resolutely declined, stating that there would be no rewards. Learning should stem from an intrinsic desire, not solely from external motivation. Yuan, undeterred, gently tapped Siyu's arm and pleaded, "How about you accompany me to sleep tonight? I fear the dark." Cold Siyu remained unyielding, firmly stating, "Do not even entertain the thought. I may accompany you temporarily, but not for eternity. You must ultimately confront the darkness alone." Chapter 6. The frizzled cougar sister possesses a heart of stone, even more ruthless than the most formidable of foes. Cold Siyu affectionately patted Yuan's head, asserting that her strictness is a manifestation of her profound love for you. "Without further ado, let us commence. A. Is it so difficult for you to be gentle with me? B. Your pronunciation is commendable. However, a stricter approach would yield better results. B. How can you know if you haven't tried? C. I am already aware, no need to mention it. C. Though the sisters may bicker, their learning progress accelerates significantly. In no time, Leng Siyu thoroughly imparted the entirety of Initiation English 1 into the round and receptive mind of Xiao Yuanyuan, emotionally resistant to learning. Xiao Yuanyuan often found herself unable to resist the efficacy of her intellect. She would grasp concepts readily with just a hint. The smile that blossomed, albeit fleeting, was captured perfectly by her bright, feline eyes. Could it be that her sister could actually smile? Leng Yuanyuan was uncertain if she had ever witnessed such an eco-friendly and grounded version of her sister before. In room 0301, two male figures sprawled languidly across the living room sofa. Xiang Chongchong and Xia Pengfei, initially engrossed in their gaming, had unexpectedly succumbed to slumber upon the couch. Xia Pengfei, reluctant to rise, lazily adjusted his position with half-closed eyes, yawning and declaring, "Do not mind me, I shall sleep right here." Before he could finish, his eyes shut completely, and his head tilted as he drifted back into a deep slumber. Lan sighed and fetched a comforter from the bedroom, gently covering Xiao Pengfei before softly dimming the lights and departing. At the break of dawn, before the sun had risen, the gym in room 0101 was already bustling with activity. Leng Siyu, fully equipped, unleashed her fury upon the sandbag, akin to a warrior battling adversaries on the battlefield. This intense session of combat persisted for nearly an hour before it concluded. Cold Siyu briefly rinsed herself before returning to the kitchen to prepare a meal. She finally chopped ginger, scallions, and cabbage, then stir-fried them in fragrant oil. Next, she diced cilantro and carrots, mixing them with a pinch of salt, dark soy sauce, Sichuan pepper powder, and chili powder to create a savory filling. She wrapped the meat mixture in prepared dumpling skins and placed the products into a steamer, igniting the heat to commence the cooking process. After adjusting the flame, Leng Siyu took up her cleaning tools and tidied the house. Upon entering the living room and drawing back the curtains, she noticed the sky brightening and estimated that the soup dumplings would soon be ready. She then proceeded to the adjacent room to rouse Yuan from her slumber. Yuan, it's time to wake up for breakfast. Your favorite soup dumplings are ready. Leng Siyu called out in a loud voice, yet Yuan remained oblivious, not even fluttering her eyelashes. It seems that indulging in sleep is a privilege of all children, especially during their growth spurts. Therefore, she felt no guilt in her slumber. Known for her exceptional dexterity, Leng Siyu abruptly flung back the covers and unceremoniously snatched away the small white plush toy from Yuan's grasp, lifting her into her arms and carrying her outside. Yet, Yuan's eyelids stubbornly held their ground. Leng Siyu settled Yuan into a dining chair and turned back to the kitchen. Yuan remained unperturbed, leaning against the chair's back. Continuing her delightful dream, Leng Siyu brought the soup dumplings to the table and picked one up with chopsticks. Taking a bite, the broth burst forth, releasing a rich and aromatic fragrance that filled the air. Yuan's nose twitched, and suddenly, her eyes flew open. Once her gaze focused, she beheld the steaming soup dumplings alongside her sister's enigmatic smile. Yuan quickly grasped her chopsticks, only to be stopped by Leng Siyu's outstretched hand. First wash your mouth and paws. Yuan had long grown accustomed to her sister's etiquette lessons, realizing that words were futile. She promptly leaped off her chair and dashed to the kitchen, exclaiming, "Leave me some. Be careful not to drop anything." The only response to Leng Siyu was the hurried sound of rinsing. The early autumn sun gradually ascended on the eastern horizon, brightening the sky, while the scenery of the community became distinctly clearer. However, the living room of apartment 0301 in Building A remained shrouded in darkness. Lon flicked on the ceiling night light, its soft yellow glow illuminating the ruggedly handsome figure of a young man sprawled on the sofa. The blanket that had once covered Xiao Pengfei had somehow slipped to the floor, and his pajamas had been pulled up, revealing a glimpse of his abdominal muscles and the alluring line of his physique. Lon merely stole a fleeting glance at the captivating sight before hastily averting her gaze. "Pengfei, wake up for breakfast." Lan's voice was gentle yet not overly sweet. I'm not eating," Xiao Pengfei replied without opening his eyes. "I want to sleep in this weekend." Lon sighed softly, bending down to retrieve the blanket from the floor and draping it over Xiao Pengfei once more. After turning off the night light, she made her way to the adjacent room. Chong, too, lay soundly asleep, curled up with his blanket kicked aside. "Little Chong, it's time for breakfast." Lan's voice was tender enough to melt hearts. A sudden broadcast of the evening news abruptly interrupted Xiao Pengfei's slumber. Groggily, he reached for his phone without glancing at the caller ID, pressing the answer button with a disoriented murmur to call back in 2 hours before hanging up and tossing the device aside. The phone clattered to the floor, yet Xiao Pengfei paid it no mind, rolling over to continue his leisurely repose. Eventually, he descended from the couch and boldly yanked the covers off his younger brother. Chong, exclaiming in a gruff voice, Chong, get up and tidy yourself. If we dawdle, I shall spank you." "No spanking. I'll get up," Chong retorted, enduring the relentless pressure from his elder brother. Reluctantly, he rubbed his sleepy eyes and rose from bed. Before long, the two brothers were presentable and ready to head out. As Xiao Pengfei carried the small Chong across the crosswalk, they attracted the attention of numerous young women. Passing by a clothing store, they witnessed a female attendant forcibly ejecting a tall, burly man. "How dare you strike a woman? What kind of man resorts to such cowardice?" The attendant scolded fiercely, resembling an enraged mountain lion. The brothers stood in astonishment, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. The attendant was none other than their fierce neighbor, Leng Siyu. Peering through the glass display, Leng Yuan spotted the brothers and immediately rushed outside. She rolled up her sleeves and pant legs, revealing her pale arms and calves, marred by an array of bruises and scars, an alarming sight indeed. Chapter 7. A kick in an instant. How terrifying. The small creature's wide eyes revealed that its timid heart had been struck with terror. That villain. Little Round pointed angrily in the direction the brute had departed. "Sister, next time, let's give him a good thrashing. What a beast." Cold Silk Rain's face turned even paler with indignation as she fiercely remarked to brother Xiao Pengfei beside her, "Look at how despicably you men behave." Summer Insect quickly hid behind Little Round, clearly conveying a message of detachment with his eyes. Xiao Pengfei innocently retorted, This seems to have nothing to do with us, does it? There are indeed many men who cherish women. Your perspective is overly simplistic and logically flawed, not to mention emotionally extreme. Little Round defended Brother Xiao Pengfei, saying, Brother Pengfei and Insect are good men. Xiao Pengfei then inquired of Hao Xiaoli. Do you still wish to continue living with him? She lamented, I have long wanted to part ways with him. However, he threatened me, saying, if I divorce him, he would kill me. Xiao Pengfei scoffed, Pa? Men who strike women are usually cowards. He lacks the courage. Hao Xiaoli appeared lost, asking, what should I do then? Xiao Pengfei replied, what else is there to do? Leave him. Kick him out without hesitation. Yes, kick him out. Little Round stamped her small foot, her tiny fists clenched in a fury. Brother, they say encourage reconciliation, not separation. How can you propose to break them apart? Summer Insect disagreed. That scoundrel should have been kicked to the curb long ago. Insect, remember, our fists are meant to protect women, not to bully them. Xiao Pengfei's words resonated deeply with both Leng Siyu and Xiao Yuan, causing a slight thaw in the coldness that lingered in Siyu's eyes. Little Chong nodded earnestly, declaring, all right. I will protect Yuan. I will not harm her. Xiao Pengfei affectionately ruffled Little Chong's hair and mused, why is it that whenever we mention Yuan, you seem to mature so swiftly? The adult woman, Hao Xiaoli, who had endured domestic violence, turned her attention to the minor, Leng Siyu, and posed a question. Must I truly separate from him? You must, came the resolute reply. Otherwise, he will torment you for a lifetime. It is possible that your very life is at stake in his hands. In response, Leng Siyu offered her guidance. You might first consider reporting to the local authorities, seeking assistance from the neighborhood committee and the Women's Federation, and subsequently file for divorce on the grounds of domestic violence. Xiao Pengfei inquired of Hao Xiaoli. If you wish for a swift legal process, you will need substantial evidence. Besides the bruises on your body, do you possess any other proof, such as video footage of the assaults? No, Hao Xiaoli lamented, her face etched with despair. Who has the presence of mind to record while being beaten? Isn't obtaining video footage rather straightforward? That brute struck you just now. There are surveillance cameras in the store, Leng Siyu interjected. Encouraged by this revelation, Hao Xiaoli's resolve began to solidify. I want a divorce. I can no longer endure this inhumane existence, she exclaimed. Yet, as she spoke, a shadow of doubt crossed her features. But she hesitated, suddenly recalling something that dimmed the light in her eyes. Are there other difficulties you face? Leng Siyu inquired. With a sorrowful expression, Hao Xiaoli confessed, I am a full-time housewife. If I leave him, I am uncertain if I can support myself observing Hao Xiaoli's turmoil. Xiao Pengfei pondered for a moment before offering, I can provide you with a job. Hao Xiaoli was taken aback by the words. And even the Leng sisters regarded Xiao Pengfei with skepticism. It is well known that in such a vast nation, we are never short of human resources. Each year, countless bright, energetic, and capable university graduates struggle to find employment, making it all the more challenging for Hao Xiaoli, a housewife long disconnected from societal advancements, to secure a job in a short span of time. Xiao Pengfei casually remarked, since Auntie is a full-time homemaker, it would be no trouble for her to look after the golden retriever and handle household chores. Just bring your ID card, and you can sign the contract and start working today. Hao Xiaoli was overjoyed. Really? My ID is right in my bag. Xiao Chong inquired. But don't we have Sister Lan? Xiao Pengfei replied, she can't manage everything alone. Moreover, she is still young and shouldn't waste her youth taking care of us. Without hesitation, Xiao Pengfei dialed Lan's number. Sister Lan, could you please come to Ladies' Boutique on Wulong Road right now? After hanging up, he said to Hao Xiaoli. Let's wait here for a bit. Hao Xiaoli felt rejuvenated, exhaling deeply, tears of gratitude welling in her eyes as she addressed Pengfei and the sisters. You are all such kind-hearted individuals. I can finally escape the sea of suffering. Leng Siyu did not question the reasons nor offered any rebuttals. She simply requested her wages up to the present date from the boss. After copying the video of the earlier incident onto her USB drive attached to her keychain, she changed her clothes and led Yuan out of the shop. My sister has been fired. As soon as Xiaoyu stepped out of the store, she addressed Xiang Pengfei, stating that this was not the first occurrence. The video from earlier is included. You should find it useful. Leng Siyu handed the U to Hao Xiaoli, mentioning that she resided just below his apartment. Xiang Pengfei gazed deeply into Leng Siyu's eyes and sincerely offered his assistance, saying, if needed, I can also help. No need. Leng Siyu interjected before he could finish, swiftly picking up Xiao Yuan and nodding at Hao Xiaoli as she strode off. leaving behind a resolute and spirited silhouette for the three behind her. Xiao Yuan waved incessantly at the three from Leng Siyu's shoulder. What a wonderful girl. If only I possessed half of her abilities, I wouldn't find myself in this predicament. How Xiaoli watched as the pair vanished around the corner. Since the issuance of the villa prohibition, proposals for standalone villas have gradually been abolished. However, as the saying goes, where there are policies, there are countermeasures. The unrelenting pursuit of profit compels developers to ingeniously cater to the affluent society's high-end residential experience demands. Thus, designs such as duplexes, semi-detached villas, and terraced houses emerged. The Feihu district, located on the northern outskirts of Zishu City along Elite Road, comprises a luxurious residential area formed by several three-story duplex villas. Xiang Pengfei's mother, Tan Ruomei, resides in one of these villas. Tan Ruomei's villa is adjoined to Lu Yun's villa, both of which share a similar exterior and interior layout. Three sides are illuminated by sunlight. The main entrance faces south, and there is a courtyard enclosed by walls. Featuring a charming swing set made of wood and iron, exquisite flower beds, and a small swimming pool. Surrounding the villa lies an expansive expanse of verdant lawns. And merely 2 kilometers away stands a standard golf course. Xia Pengfei retorted with a hint of sarcasm. You are hardly a paragon yourself. It is as if no one is aware of your constant escapades. If you possess the capability, why not remain at home, diligently study, and be a well-behaved child? As they conversed, the golden retriever from the western yard and the husky from the eastern yard commenced a harmonious duet of barks, blending high and low notes across the wall. Lu Sudong reminded Xiao Pengfei, Pengfei, we are heading to Orient Pearl for karaoke this afternoon, and there will be several lovely ladies present. Xiao Pengfei merely replied with a casual all right, before entering and leaving behind the little one to open the gate. The little one darted through the gate, only to be immediately pounced upon by a purebred golden retriever with large ears and dark brown eyes. The little one was unable to withstand the force and was knocked to the ground. Chapter 8. A fatal blunder with a tofu block. The golden retriever remained engulfed in exuberant excitement, fervently licking the little one's face, complemented by a rapid wagging of its tail and jubilant barks. The little one embraced the puppy joyfully, exclaiming, Baby, from now on, we shall never be apart. Are you happy? Just as the little one was caught up in sentimentality, the emotionally blunt handsome Xiao Pengfei swiftly pulled the golden retriever away, lifting the little one as if it were a toy and carried it into the living room. The golden retriever, wagging its tail, followed suit into the living room. Xiao Gao, be sure to review Manager Wen's monthly promotional plan promptly. First, assess its feasibility, and once you have completed the review, provide me with your suggestions for modifications before sending it back. You will preside over the manager's meeting this afternoon. I have matters to attend to in Japan. Contact me by phone if anything arises. In the heart of the living room, the lady of the house, Tan Ruomei, stood engaged in a phone conversation. With her fair complexion, lively eyes, and clad in a sleek black blazer paired with a pristine white blouse and a black pencil skirt, she emanated the astute aura characteristic of a shrewd businesswoman. The hall was adorned with minimalist yet elegant decor, beautifully encapsulating the essence of understated luxury. With a primary color palette of white and natural wood tones. Mama, hug. The child, Chong Chong, seized the moment as Tan Ruomei concluded her call and eagerly approached her for affection. As Xiao Pengfei scrolled through news on his phone, he inquired, Mom, is there something happening at home? Ms. Tan, is dinner ready? A woman in her 30s respectfully asked Tan Ruomei. It will be served in 10 minutes, she replied. All right, Aunt Song, please bring me a bottle of purified water. Xiao Pengfei lifted his gaze from the sofa to the housekeeper before returning to his device. Understood. Tan Ruomei settled onto the sofa, sipped her tea, and cast a cold glance at Xiao Pengfei, who remained engrossed in his phone. Let me ask you, how did you fare in the entrance exam? Without lifting his head or changing his gaze, Xiao Pengfei replied nonchalantly, total score 599, first in the grade. Tan Ruomei scoffed. At your second-rate school, even being first in the grade 1T grant you admission to B University or Q University. With such scores, you won't even qualify for C University. The admission line for C University's liberal arts has been over 600 in this province for years. Xiao Pengfei raised an eyebrow, his attention unwavering from his phone. It's quite remarkable that someone with an MBA from a world-class university would still concern herself with a mere C University back home. Tan Ruomei retorted sharply. Do you think you would perish if you put down your phone? As I converse with you, Xiao Pengfei cast aside his phone, accepting the pristine water bottle handed to him by the nanny, Song Ping. He uncapped the bottle and took several hearty gulps before nonchalantly addressing Tan Rome. Despite having experienced the breezes of Europe and the rains of America, your thoughts remain so antiquated, conservative, and rigid. Even while engaging with my phone, it does not diminish your esteemed position in my heart. What score did you achieve in history? Tan Ruome's eyes gleamed like swords, poised to pierce through Xia Pengfei's facade with countless queries. Xia Pengfei took another sip of water, his gaze drifting towards Chong Chong, who was joyfully playing with the baby, and murmured, "The college entrance examination considers the total score. Why do you fixate solely on the history subject?" "What score?" Tan Ruome's voice escalated by 30 decibels, startling both Chong Chong and the golden retriever, who looked at her in bewilderment. The young nanny, Wang Zhenmei, swiftly ushered Chong Chong and the retriever towards the dining hall. 39, Xia Pengfei mumbled, his head bowed. "What? Repeat that." Tan Ruome assumed she had misheard. 39. Xia Pengfei raised his voice. Tan Ruome, caught between anger and amusement, burst out laughing. 39. You managed to achieve such a score? You might as well crush yourself with a block of tofu. Xia Pengfei rose, declaring, I am famished. I must satiate my hunger first. For only with a full stomach will I have the strength to absorb your teachings. He strode towards the dining hall. The dining hall was spacious, featuring a grand round table at its center, surrounded by genuine leather chairs. In the corners stood a high-end refrigerator and a cabinet for utensils and dinnerware. The harmonious blend of black, white, and gray in the decor not only avoided frivolity and flamboyance, but also exuded an air of maturity and sophistication. The nannies have gradually prepared the food. Tan Rome is still on the phone in the living room. The two brothers, Xia Pengfei, have already seated themselves at the dining table. Even the golden retriever has jumped onto a chair beside Chong Chong. Brother, you treat the baby just like sister you treats you. Chong Chong remarked. Who is sister you? Is it Siyu? You must not bully Siyu and Yuan. Tan Ruome interjected. It's a miracle if I am not bullied by her. Xia Pengfei replied, placing a piece of abalone roll into his mouth. Those two sisters are no pushovers. Mom, does our family owe the Leng family a great deal of money? Xia Chongchong tilted her head towards Tan Ruome, her crisp and tender voice resonating even in the spacious living room. Why would you say that? Taste this, and tell me how it differs from the last time, Tan Ruome said, placing a piece of crystal abalone roll on Chongchong's plate. As Chongchong chewed her food, she continued, if we weren't in debt to the Long family, why do you and Dad always remind me and my brother to be good to them? Tan Ruome paused for a moment, then smiled and replied, our two families are destined to be connected. Your father and Yuan's father are teammates. You and Yuan are classmates, and your brother and Siyu are alumni. Your eyes tell me that you're lying, Xia Chongchong pouted. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? I'm already 5. Mom, I want to transfer to another class, Xia Pengfei suddenly said, glancing at Tan Ruome, who was eating vegetables. Tan Ruome wiped the corner of her mouth with a napkin and replied, do you think the school is run by your father? You can't just transfer because you want to. However, I would still like to hear your reasons. Xia Pengfei spoke slowly. Our school is insufficiently staffed with history teachers. Our class's history instructor specializes in computer automation. In this recent examination, only a handful of students passed, with no one scoring above 70 or 80. In contrast, Class 1 is taught by a master's graduate in history from C University. Tan Ruome replied, when issues arise, one should introspect and seek the root cause within oneself. Blaming external circumstances is unwise. The same teacher instructs both classes. Why is it that others can pass while you only manage to score 39? This raises questions about the adage traveling 1,000 miles cannot compare to the guidance of a master, or the saying, a favorable wind propels me to great heights, or to excel in one's craft. One must first sharpen one's tools. For me, Teacher Nian embodies the master, the favorable wind, and the fine instrument. If you were to transfer me to another class, perhaps my history score would soar, enabling me to attend C University. While defending himself, Xia Pengfei's gaze was undoubtedly sharp, his CPU operating at high speed, and his tone was resolutely fervent. But you were the top student in your grade. Would Class 2 be willing to let you go? Tan Ruome found herself in a quandary. In the realm of commerce, she could command influence, yet within the hallowed halls of academia, her reach was considerably limited. Isn't this simple? Chimed in a small voice from the side. Don't forget, the principal is the brother of Aunt Shin next door. You and Aunt Shin were classmates. If you speak kindly of him and suggest that transferring classes is not just for your own future, but also for the growth of the school, it could work. Chapter 9. Come back here. The aunt Shun, referred to by the little bug, is named Shin Xia, the wife of Lu Yun, the owner of the adjacent house, and the mother of Lu Sudong, a close friend of Xiao Pengfei. Shin Sta's brother, Shin Jitian, is the current principal of Tianqiang Middle School. Ah, our little bug is indeed clever, having thought of that. Tan Ruame placed a quail egg on the plate for the little bug, encouraging her to eat more quail eggs to enhance her intelligence. Xia Chongchong pointed at Xiao Pengfei and asked Tan Ruame if eating quail eggs would help him get into C University. With his capabilities? I find that unlikely. Even if a professor from B University were to teach him, I fear his history grades would still falter. Tan Ruame has always been relentless in her critiques of Xiao Pengfei. At that moment, Xiao Pengfei had activated a powerful filter in his ears. Choosing to ignore the remarks of Tan Ruame and Xia Chongchong, neither refuting nor agreeing, simply bowing his head in silence as he served himself food. Mom, I want to take the baby to Phoenix District to keep me company. My brother is mostly busy, and Sister Lon has work to do. I feel so lonely, so bored, so pitiful, so helpless. Little Bug lamented to Tan Ruame. As the saying goes, the youngest son is the apple of his mother's eye. Tan Ruame has always been accommodating to Xia Chongchong's requests, and upon hearing that her youngest son lacked companionship, her heart ached. She immediately decided, if you like the baby, then take her along. I'll hire a nanny to assist you with shopping and cooking, and Lon Lon can accompany you. When your brother is unavailable, Lon Lon can also pick you up. The brother already has a nanny. You just need to transfer more money to his card, Xia Chongchong revealed candidly. Upon hearing the mention of additional funds, Tan Ruame's ire was instantly ignited. She slammed her chopsticks down and coldly interrogated Xiao Pengfei. You reckless boy. Your wastefulness rivals the speed of a high-speed train. The money I provided you could have easily sufficed to hire several housekeeping agencies. How many nannies can one possibly require? Xiao Pengfei remained silent, unhurriedly serving himself a bowl of soup, savoring it slowly before wiping his mouth and responding with measured calmness. Your temperament is simply too hasty. Have I ever requested money from you? Miss Tan, do mind your image. Xiao Pengfei's voice echoed from outside. Brother is the worst. He always finds me a burden. Never willing to accompany me, lacking patience, and constantly threatening to hit me. Upon hearing this, Tan Ruame not only refrained from chastising Xiao Pengfei but instead defended him. Your brother truly cares for you. He merely requires his own space. You will understand this when you grow older. Really? Little Chong Chong's eyes brimmed with tears as he tilted his head in contemplation, his long eyelashes glistening with droplets, his brows furrowed. I must have misjudged my brother. Observing her younger son's adorable demeanor, Tan Ruame restrained herself from scooping him up for a hug and showering him with affection, reminding herself that she needed to maintain a serious tone. Chong Chong, boys are different from girls. Their expressions of love tend to be more coarse, lacking the subtlety you might expect. He may threaten you, but has he ever laid a hand on you? Consider that if his palm were to strike down upon you, your small frame would hardly withstand it. Tan Ruame gently picked up a tissue to wipe away the tears of the little one, then smiled as she playfully pinched his cheek. It is undeniable that no one knows a child better than their mother. Tan Ruame's analysis of Xia Pengfei's personality was exceedingly astute. Upon hearing that his brother cared for him, the little one's mood transformed beautifully. His eyes still glistening with remnants of tears, yet his face blossomed into two adorable dimples. How peculiar it is that while disparaging his brother in front of him, he secretly praises him behind his back. Xia Chongchong began to discern a hint of Tan Ruame's cleverness. As she lifted her chopsticks to place a piece of cold beef salad onto Chongchong's plate, she remarked, Your brother, despite his usual calm demeanor, is actually brimming with confidence deep down. If he doesn't boast about himself, he could still soar to great heights. Should he receive any compliments in person, he might just escape the very bounds of our solar system. I want to diminish his spirited nature. He has endured his share of hardships. Mother is incredibly astute and impressive. Xia Chongchong gave a thumbs up to Tan Ruame, his eyes filled with admiration, and he couldn't help but exclaim. The schemes of adults are truly profound. The Silk and Bamboo Square is situated in the northern suburbs of Zishu City. Although it is a newly established landmark, it has rapidly become the most vibrant music and culture plaza in the city in recent years. Various types and tiers of comprehensive concert halls, music bars, and karaoke rooms have sprung up like mushrooms after a rain, with the Pearl of the Orient being the most sought-after karaoke venue. Even on weekdays, it is often fully booked, and without prior reservations. It is ill-advised to chance a visit on weekends. Lu Sudong had already secured a luxurious private room at the Pearl of the Orient 3 days prior, located at Shuyafang. As Xia Pengfei pushed open the door to the lavish room, most of the invited guests had already taken their places. Lu Sudong was seated on the sofa, engaged in a hushed conversation with a tall, slender young man. Upon noticing Xia Pengfei's arrival, he immediately waved and called out, "Pengfei, come over and have a drink." Xia Pengfei could see the gesture, but could not make out the words amidst the din. The space within the room was expansive, featuring 3 black leather sofas arranged in a crescent shape. In front of these sofas stood a white wooden coffee table with a faux jade surface. The private room was adorned with ultra-slim large screens on all 4 walls, allowing karaoke enthusiasts to view the lyrics from any angle. At that moment, the deafening music and the fervent shouts of handsome men and beautiful women reverberated, nearly overwhelming one's senses, while the vibrant, pulsating lights above the dance floor created a dizzying spectacle. Xia Pengfei seemed to catch a whiff of the intoxicating scent of youthful abandon. Furrowing his brow, he made his way to the speakers to lower the volume before finally settling onto the sofa. Lu Sudong thoughtfully picked up an unopened beverage from the coffee table and handed it to Xia Pengfei, leaning in to introduce the young man beside him. "Pengfei, this is Zhou Yang from our class. You can simply call him Bamboo Pole." "Hello, Xia Pengfei," Zhou Yang greeted with a broad smile. Xia Pengfei merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement. 2 individuals were singing. The male, Wang Xiaobao, our class's sports committee member and the son of teacher Wang Dalong, was introduced by Lu Sudong, who wore a curious expression. The girl beside him mentioned that he knew her. Xia Pengfei twisted open a bottle cap and clinked his cup with Lu Sudong's, expressionless as he replied, "I do not know her." Lu Sudong took a sip of his drink and continued with the introductions, saying she is also a student from our class, named Jiang Meidan. The enchanting lady in the pink dress on the dance floor was a senior from the 3rd year, class 29, named Heatingting. Her dance partner was our class monitor, Xiao Tianhao. The girl in the pale purple dress was a freshman from class 5, Sui Jiyuan, whose partner was the first in science from the 2nd year, Jin Fifan, a student of class 11. Xia Pengfei fixed his gaze on a young man in gold-rimmed glasses, with fair skin and graceful dancing. He remarked, "It seems that if one is not an academic elite, they hardly catch your eye." Lu Sudong sighed. Chapter 10. A performance that captivated all, of course. If you choose to study science, then the top position is not his to claim. Your abilities in language, mathematics, foreign languages, physics, and biology are evidently strong. So why opt for the humanities? Zhou Yang flattered Xia Pengfei. Xia Pengfei's gaze swept across the venue, simply wishing to study the humanities. "Sudong, did you not invite Yi Zhiqiu? I just called her. She mentioned she was on her way." "What? Do you have feelings for her?" Lu Sudong asked with a sly smile. "I merely wish to hear her sing." Xia Pengfei's eyes flickered with an obscure emotion. "This is quite intriguing." Initially, she was reluctant to attend, claiming it was too noisy. However, upon learning of your presence, she consented. Lu Sudong probed further. "Could it be that there exists an undisclosed secret between you two?" Xia Pengfei shook his head, dismissing Lu Sudong's inquiry, and withdrew into his phone to peruse financial news. "Xia Pengfei, would you grace us with a song?" He Tingting offered the wireless microphone, yet Xia Pengfei neither accepted the microphone nor lifted an eyebrow. He chose silence. "Hello, senior. I am Sui Jiyuan." She introduced herself, stepping forward. Xia Pengfei acknowledged her with a slight nod. "Has your little follower not arrived?" Jiang Meidan attempted to strike up a conversation. "He is quite adorable. This venue is unsuitable for him." Xia Pengfei continued to scroll through his phone. At that moment, the door to the private room swung open, revealing an enchanting beauty who glided in, instantly silencing the crowd. All eyes, save for Xia Pengfei's, were fixated upon her. The stunning woman had cascading black hair, a statuesque figure, and skin so tender it seemed perpetually dewy. She donned a black satin mid-length dress with a V-neck and an A-line skirt, her proportions impeccably balanced, delicate when needed, yet voluptuous when appropriate. What was even more remarkable was the palpable aura of artistry that surrounded her. Yu Zhiqiu, the daughter of Professor Yi Qiming, a distinguished vocal music educator, was recognized throughout the school as the belle of the campus. He Dingting leaned close to Sui Jiayuan to whisper, "The beautiful Yi has arrived fashionably late. Shall we impose a singing penalty upon her?" Lu Sudong chuckled as he approached her, followed by Wang Xiaobao, Xiao Haoyan, and Jin Fifan, all drawn to her like moths to a flame. Flirting amidst flirtation, the passing of beverages intertwined with the passing of beverages, the microphone exchanged with the microphone. Apologies for my tardiness, I had some matters to attend to at home. Yujichio smiled gently, and several young men found themselves ensnared by the mesmerizing allure of her celestial smile. The host's decree was a penalty. Thus one could only acquiesce to the wishes of the host. Yujichio, with hands as delicate as lotus roots, accepted the wireless microphone handed to her by Jean Fifen. Her gaze drifting towards the lone figure on the sofa, Xia Pingfei, who remained unperturbed, engrossed in browsing information. It was not until Yujichio's ethereal voice resonated throughout the venue that Xia Pingfei lifted his head, his dark eyes fixated upon the enchanting beauty performing passionately on stage. Yujichio sang a recently popular song. The eastern wind gently caresses the garden wall, scattering fragrance through the southern garden path. The affairs of flowers may rise and fall, yet the ebbs and flows of life are most unpredictable. The affairs of flowers may rise and fall, yet the ebbs and flows of life are most unpredictable. The ebbs and flows of life are most unpredictable. Her performance captivated the entire audience, and as her voice and the accompaniment faded into silence, the atmosphere became frozen in time, enveloped in profound stillness. No one dared to move, to speak, or even to breathe, fearing that any slight disturbance would shatter the lingering echoes in the air. Xia Pingfei led the applause, and soon the room erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. Here are the beverages you requested. Leng Siyu, whose entrance into the private room was unnoticed, placed down over 20 bottles without breaking a sweat. And here are 2 more. Little Yuan, and held tightly onto a bottle. Leng Siyu, little Yuan, how did you end up here? Upon encountering the Leng sisters, Xia Pingfei was taken aback. And without regard for the presence of others, he urgently implored Leng Siyu, you must swiftly take Yuan away from here. This is neither a den of dragons nor a lair of tigers. If you can come, what right have I not to be here? Are you attempting to adopt the double standards of the M country? With a hint of annoyance, Leng Siyu retorted, you are being unreasonable. Undeterred by the skeptical glances from others, Xia Pingfei boldly approached, grasping both Leng Siyu and Leng Yuan as he led them out of the private room. Leng Siyu forcefully shook off Xia Pingfei's hand, her expression dark enough to wring water from it. What kind of scene is this? Are we so familiar with each other? Xia Pingfei covered little Yuan's ears with his hands and exclaimed sharply to Leng Siyu, you are being absolutely ridiculous. How could you seek employment in such a place? In response, Leng Siyu shot back, is this a case of professional discrimination? What is wrong with this place? I neither steal nor cheat, nor do I sell my dignity. I earn my living honestly through hard work. Xia Pingfei gazed at Leng Siyu, a tinge of helplessness in his eyes. How desperate for money are you? If you are in need, I can lend you some. With disdain, Leng Siyu replied, what are you to me that I should accept your money? Is having wealth so remarkable? Listen well, Xia, the circumstances of the Leng family, whether we are warm or cold, full or hungry, are of no concern to the Xia family. You may squander your money as you please, but please, as a privileged second generation, refrain from flaunting your wealth before me. Do not meddle in my life. Indeed, you possess great integrity. Yet, even if you disregard your own welfare, should you not consider little Yuan? She is still so young. Bringing her to such a noisy and chaotic place, how could that possibly benefit her physical and mental development? Xia Pingfei fixed his gaze upon Leng Siyu's large, expressive eyes and questioned her. It's none of your concern whether it's good or bad. Leng Siyu brushed aside Xia Pingfei's hand, which had covered her younger sister's round ears, and took her bewildered and innocent sister, Leng Yuan, downstairs. Xia Pingfei stood in the corridor, watching the Leng sisters vanish at the staircase, remaining silent for quite some time before he finally pushed open the grand door leading to the waterside. As Leng Siyu guided Leng Yuan down the stairs, the latter inquired, Siyu, did it seem like Brother Pingfei was very angry? What did he say to you? He believes that having wealth allows one to play the role of a savior for others. A savior? Does he wish to assist us? No one can help us but ourselves. Leng Yuan paused, her big, watery eyes blinking earnestly as she replied, Sister, he only meant well. Even if you declined his offer, you shouldn't have done so harshly. Leng Siyu pulled her sister along as they continued their descent. To you, anyone who offers candy is kind-hearted. Isn't offering candy a good deed? Candy can sometimes transform into a package of explosives, shattering you to pieces. If I were on the brink of starvation, receiving a piece of candy might feel like a lifeline. Leng Siyu rummaged through her pocket, producing a stack of money and waving it in front of little Yuan's eyes. Money? Yuan's eyes widened, revealing 2 adorable dimples on her cheeks. With you here, dear sister, I won't starve. Leng Siyu playfully tugged at her sister's pigtail. her tone blending tenderness with a touch of resolve. Unexpectedly, as Leng Siyu descended the stairs, she immediately sought out Zhang Yashan, the manager responsible for human resources at the Eastern Pearl. With a mere apology, she declared, "I can no longer continue this job. Please find someone else," before cradling the round-faced Yuan and exiting the grand doors of the Eastern Pearl. "Sister, why resign when you were doing so well?" Yuan queried. "It's too noisy. I want to protect your little ears. You still need them to listen to me." "I understand. It must be Brother Fei who urged you to quit. What does my job have to do with him? How rude. Such beauty wasted. Your future is concerning." Chapter 11. In broad daylight. "You dare to snatch someone away." Yu Zhiqiu's complex gaze consistently lingered on Xia Pengfei, pausing briefly before hastily diverting. She pressed the song number on the jukebox, stirring a minor commotion within the enclosed private room. It turned out that this time, Yu Zhiqiu intended to perform a challenging and renowned aria from the opera Tonight No One Sleeps. As the prelude began, Yu Zhiqiu, standing gracefully yet composed in the dance floor, exuded an aura of elegance that rendered her an exceedingly radiant presence, seemingly illuminating the hearts of every young man present. Once her voice soared, it remained impressively professional and captivating, subtly conveying a certain yearning from Yu Zhiqiu. However, before she could finish the song, Xia Pengfei abruptly stood and strode toward the exit, dismissing with a curt, "Sudong, I have matters to attend to," leaving behind Yu Zhiqiu's forlorn gaze as he exited the private room with purposeful strides. Xia Pengfei wandered through both the upper and lower floors, ultimately arriving at the bar on the first floor to inquire with the attendant whether the young woman with the child was still present. It appeared she had already departed. A rare smile graced Xia Pengfei's handsome face as he stepped out of the Pearl of the Orient, standing on the sunlit street while observing the ebb and flow of passers-by. The tension that had previously gripped his heart seemed to ease momentarily. At that moment, Xia Pengfei suddenly noticed an elderly gentleman attempting to cross the pedestrian crossing during a red light. A fire truck, racing towards its destination, was barreling down the street, and it became evident that it could not stop in time. The elderly man, seemingly hard of hearing, remained oblivious to the piercing wails of the sirens and the blaring horns. In broad daylight, how could one be so reckless? A man of advanced years was walking the street, yet he was almost swept away by the youthful rush. The old man's anger flared, and he was about to confront Xia Pengfei when he caught sight of the roaring fire truck, causing his heart to race and his legs to weaken. His face paling in fright, gasping for breath, he repeatedly expressed his gratitude to Xia Pengfei, exclaiming, "Young man, I owe you my life. If it weren't for you today, this old body of mine would have been crushed beneath the wheels." The young man's act of bravery was acknowledged by a commander who had disembarked from a command vehicle parked by the roadside, saluting Xia Pengfei. "Oh, it was nothing," Xia Pengfei responded modestly, his moral stature elevating to that of a paragon of virtue. "Your sacrifices are far greater. You tirelessly risk your lives to safeguard our safety. The elderly entrusted me with the task of providing comfort. You should hurry and attend to your duties." "Thank you." The commander grasped Xia Pengfei's hand and swiftly turned to leave. "A wealthy heir? What of it? Even as a child of privilege, I pride myself on being a conscientious individual." Standing by the roadside with his phone in hand, Xia Pengfei suddenly caught sight of an armored special police vehicle racing past. As he discerned the vehicle's license plate, he instinctively pursued its direction for a few steps, only to be enveloped by a cloud of thick smoke emitted from the vehicle. Standing alone by the roadside, the warm autumn sun illuminated his handsome visage, yet it could not reveal the sudden pangs of melancholy stirring within him. In room 0301, Building A of Phoenix District, Xia Chongchong embraced her golden retriever puppy while perched on a high stool, leaning over the balcony to gaze down below. It is hard to predict. Yuan mentioned that Rain's job is merely a personal interest, a way to earn a little extra pocket money, and when her mood dips, she tends to finish work early. With such splendid weather, how could her spirits be low? Woof woof woof. Yuan, come play on the third floor. I brought the puppy. Upon seeing Yuan, Xia Chongchong's excitement surged, and she waved her small hand, calling out joyfully. The puppy, in perfect sync, barked enthusiastically towards the ground below. Yuan, come up. Woof woof woof. Yuan, come up. Woof woof woof. Under the bright sunshine, two dashing vocalists leaned over the third-floor balcony, passionately welcoming Yuan's return with a spirited duet. The scene, though somewhat peculiar, radiated warmth, harmony, and an undeniable sense of infectious joy. Little Yuan's heart felt as if it had been gently pressed by a warm iron. And such a grand welcoming ceremony was an experience she had never encountered before. Ecstatically, she waved her little hand towards the balcony, exclaiming how handsome the little bug was and how adorable Big Baby appeared. However, Cold Siyu remained unfazed, firmly prying Yuan's fingers apart and asserting the unwavering principle of study before entertainment for the past decade. Those who easily succumb to external temptations will not achieve much in the future. Why must I strive for greatness? I am content being an ordinary person. Even ordinary people have the right to exist, Yuan retorted. Cold Siyu immediately doused her with a bucket of ice water, stating, when you harbor such thoughts, even being ordinary becomes unattainable. You'll turn into a complete waste of potential. Aware that her chubby arms could not outmatch her sister's slender legs, Yuan turned to the little bug upstairs, saying, Bug, wait for me. I will join you once I finish studying. Can I come down to see you study? The little bug inquired. Temptation can act as both a hindrance and a source of motivation. Under the dual allure of baby and bug, Yuan swiftly completed her English study tasks and recited her ancient poetry. Before long, she tossed aside her bothersome books and domineering sister, bouncing upstairs with her two pigtails swaying, humming the tune of Two Tigers. Chapter 12. Not an argument. As soon as Yuan left, an overwhelming fatigue washed over Cold Siyu. Boxing, cooking, cleaning, and navigating the concrete jungle while carrying her younger sister from dawn until dusk, even the most robust reserves of energy could not withstand such relentless exhaustion. The gentle rain fell as Leng Siyu reached for a picture frame on the bedside table. Her delicate fingers caressed the handsome, stern visage of her father in the family portrait, and a layer of mist gradually enveloped her bright, expressive eyes. Despite her prolonged restraint, she could no longer contain the surge of emotions and succumbed to quiet sobs. Following Leng Siyu's guidance, little Siyu engaged in her training with great enthusiasm. Initially, she was quite spirited, but it wasn't long before she grew weary, frustrated, and fatigued. Dad, the sandbag is not fun at all. I don't want to play anymore, Siyu exclaimed, throwing down her boxing gloves and bandages with a forceful toss. Leng Siyu picked up the discarded gloves and bandages, patiently encouraging Siyu, to accomplish anything, one must possess perseverance. Mastery requires not just a day or two of practice, but rather consistent effort day after day. Come, let us train a little longer, be good and listen. Unable to withstand Leng Siyu's coaxing and gentle persuasion, Siyu reluctantly donned her gear and resumed training. However, after a short while, her hands became swollen and red. Dad, my hands hurt so much. I don't want to practice anymore. Besides, there aren't that many bad people in the world, she protested once more, casting aside the bandages and protective gear. Very well. We shall practice again tomorrow, Leng Siyu said softly. The following day, when he instructed Siyu to practice her punches and kicks, he discovered that her protective gear was missing. Where have you hidden them? He inquired. I didn't take them. Siyu vehemently denied any wrongdoing, her eyes sparkling with mischief. You may choose not to practice boxing, but you must not lie, Leng Siyu replied sternly. After discarding the trash, the uncle took it away. Little Siyu exclaimed, Dad, I protest. You cannot compel me to practice martial arts simply because you are my father. This is not something I should bear at my age. Very well, since you are unwilling to practice, I shall leave the sandbag here for now. You may train whenever you wish. Cold Siyu gazed at Siyu's stubborn eyes, resignedly abandoning his plans to teach his daughter martial arts. Unexpectedly, a month later, a turn of events unfolded. Cold Siyu set down the spray bottle and lifted little Siyu into his arms, affectionately inquiring, Who has been bullying our little Siyu? It was Wang Xiaobao. He snatched my picture book and pencil case. Little Siyu cried out in distress. Do not cry, dear Siyu, Cold Siyu soothed, wiping her tears. Yet, the more he attempted to comfort her, the more she wept. Do not allow outsiders to witness your tears. They will not resolve any of your problems. If you feel the need to cry, seek a secluded place to weep freely, then don your armor and become invulnerable like a superhero. Is it permissible to cry in front of Dad? Before your father, you may cry at will. What about in front of Mom? At present, you may weep, but as you grow older, you must protect your mother. At that time, do not let her see your tears. Dad, Wang Xiaobao is so strong. I hit him with my little fists, but I could not prevail. When faced with troubles you cannot resolve alone, it is acceptable to seek assistance. However, remember that external help is temporary. True strength must come from within. Only by becoming strong can you effectively protect yourself and your family. Father, could you please purchase some protective gear for me? I wish to diligently practice martial arts now. Am I no longer afraid of hardship, fatigue, or pain? I still harbor some fears, yet I am far more frightened of encountering a formidable adversary one day. Thus, the transformation of the sandbag into an essential part of my daily training has persisted until now. Lying on her bed, Leng Siyu soon ceased her sobbing, wiped away the traces of tears with several tissues, and, having composed herself, turned her gaze once more to the framed picture of Leng Siyu. With unwavering conviction, she declared, "Father, rest assured, I will protect Mother and Yuan Yuan." Meanwhile, in room 0301, a different scene unfolded. The delightful trio of Chong Chong, Yuan Yuan, and Baby coexisted harmoniously. The atmosphere filled with joy. "Baby, roll over," Chong Chong called out to the golden retriever on the floor. The golden retriever obediently rolled over, barking in response. "Go fetch the remote control," Chong Chong shouted once more. The golden retriever eagerly wagged its tail and retrieved the remote from the TV cabinet, bringing it back to the sofa, barking happily. "Wow, Baby is so adorable and clever." Yuan Yuan on the sofa giggled uncontrollably. "Chong Chong, perhaps it's best not to let Baby play with the remote. It might chew it up." "My remote was ruined by my golden retriever. How Xiao Li, newly appointed," gently advised Chong Chong. "All right, and how?" Suddenly, the golden retriever began wagging its tail vigorously and dashed out of the living room, barking towards the front door. Leng Yuan Yuan leaned close to Chong Chong's ear and whispered, "Brother Pengfei had a quarrel with my sister today." Xia Pengfei entered the living room, where the golden retriever enthusiastically sought his attention. He gently brushed the dog aside and turned to Hao Xiaoli, saying, "Aunt Hao, could you please take the golden retriever for a wash?" Hao Xiaoli nodded in agreement and led the dog away. Xiao Pengfei settled beside Xiao Yuanyuan, lowering his gaze towards her and remarked, "I seem to sense that Xiao Yuanyuan is speaking ill of me." With a playful smile, Xiao Yuanyuan replied, "Brother Pengfei is a good person. How could I possibly say anything bad about you? I was praising you. My sister and I are not quarreling. We are merely engaging in a friendly exchange of ideas." As Pengfei accepted the teacup handed to him by Lan Lan, he spoke with a casual tone. "Oh? Do you possess the gift of keen hearing? But there is no wind here." Xiao Yuanyuan looked at him in disbelief. "I have the ability to read minds," Xiao Pengfei teased, taking a sip of tea. "You are trying to trick me again," exclaimed Xiao Yuanyuan, standing on the sofa to pinch Xiao Pengfei's nose. "You cannot fool me. Do you think I am naive? Brother Pengfei, are you no longer considering me a friend?" she inquired. "If I did not regard you as a friend, would I practice ball with you?" He responded, "Father always says that one must not lie to friends and family. Is that so?" Xiao Pengfei set down his teacup and asked Xiao Yuanyuan softly, "Then could you tell me when your mother began working?" Xiao Pengfei fell silent for a moment, seemingly grasping something unspoken. He stepped toward the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the sky, which had become a canvas of fading twilight, the daylight dimming considerably. Chapter 13. Her life requires motion. On a brisk Monday morning, Leng Siyu roused Xiao Yuanyuan, placing a comb and hair ties into her hands while she deftly styled her own hair. This time, Xiao Yuanyuan did not resist. She obediently stood before the vanity, fidgeting with her disheveled locks. After much effort, her small fingers managed to fashion 2 pigtails, though they were of uneven height and size. They were not particularly unattractive. Certainly an improvement from her initial attempts at hairstyling. "This will have to do. Time is of the essence," Leng Siyu urged. Xiao Yuanyuan gazed at her uneven middle part and peculiar hairstyle in the mirror, tears welling in her eyes. "Sister, do you really expect me to meet Chong Chong looking like this? It's utterly dreadful." "Fear not. Your beauty is assured," came the reassuring reply. Yet, her appearance had been marred by this hairstyle. After breakfast, as the sisters descended the stairs, they spotted Xia Pengfei leisurely pulling Xia Chong Chong along in front of them. Under normal circumstances, Xiao Yuanyuan would have called out to him from a distance. However, today she whispered to Leng Siyu, "Sister, let us walk slowly." Leng Siyu, sensing her sister's timid intentions, did not slow her pace. Instead, she bent down, scooped Xiao Yuanyuan into her arms, and dashed ahead like a gust of wind, swiftly disappearing from Xiao Pengfei's view. "Why is Sister Yuanyuan running so fast?" asked Xiao Chong Chong. "Her life requires motion." As the gentle rain accompanied Leng Siyu to the kindergarten, she spotted, from a distance, a plump girl resembling a spinning top, waving at the base of the teaching building. This girl, Wakadu, was Siyu's close friend. Upon reaching her, Wakadu entwined her chubby hands around Siyu's arm, her eyes squinting into mere slits, as she conspiratorially whispered, Siyu. I have some explosive news for you. However, Leng Siyu exhibited little interest in gossip, merely responding with a nonchalant "oh." On the way here, I overheard teacher Nian mention that our class is about to welcome a heavyweight new student. Wakadu continued. Is he a boxing candidate or a sumo wrestler? With such a limited imagination, how did you manage to score 115 in Chinese? Come on, who is this handsome newcomer? How do you know he is handsome? Well, if he weren't, you wouldn't be so enthusiastic. Shouldn't you be napping at this hour? It's Xia Pengfei. Are you excited, surprised, or utterly flabbergasted? Leng Siyu paused momentarily, remaining silent as she turned to ascend the stairs. What is with your reaction? He asked the extraordinary Xia Pengfei. Extraordinary? What is so special about him? Doesn't he even have an extra eye? Upon entering classroom 201, Leng Siyu was greeted by a scene of chaos. As if a riot were imminent. The girls, in particular, appeared to be in a fervor. He possesses the three highs: exceptional looks, intelligence, and wealth. How does he manage to be the cherry on top? I've heard that his father is a mysterious hero, capable of single-handedly defeating 20 of Wang Dalong. His mother holds a master's degree in business administration from a prestigious foreign university. In recent years, she has made a fortune through industrial investments and has successfully ventured into the service industry, establishing large shopping centers in multiple cities. In our city of Zixi, there are two Fengyuan shopping centers that belong to her family. Jiang Meidan passionately extolled the virtues of Xia Pengfei in front of her desk, mate Yu Zhiqiu, not only praising Xia but also singing accolades for his parents. Yu Zhiqiu remained silent in her seat, as serene and unobtrusive as an elegant sketch. She was aware of everything, every nuance that Jiang Meidan expressed, and even possessed knowledge of certain unspoken truths. Siyu, shall we switch seats? Yu Zhiqiu unexpectedly suggested to Leng Siyu, with whom she rarely interacted. I don't mind, as long as you are happy, replied Leng Siyu. A person of action who promptly gathered her books and moved to sit beside Jiang Meidan in the front row, continuing her work with focused diligence. Jiang Meidan's wounded gaze turned towards Yu Zhiqiu. Zhiqiu, do you find me too talkative? Why change seats when we were seated comfortably together? I have more books than both of you combined. The space for two is limited, while that for one is more spacious. Oh, I see, Jiang Meidan said, her expression one of sudden realization. At that moment, a petite girl at the door, on phone, called out, "They're coming. Teacher Nian is in front." And the handsome guy follows. The previously boisterous classroom fell into an enchanting silence, with all students, except for the focused Leng Siyu, turning their attention toward the entrance. The first to enter the classroom was Nian Wentian, the history teacher and homeroom instructor of the second-year class. In his early 40s, Nian wore a deep gray suit, impeccably tied tie, and exuded an air of confidence and composure in his every gesture. His silver titanium frame glasses added to his scholarly demeanor, clearly marking him as an intellectual. Shortly thereafter, the casually poised and affable Xia Pengfei, donned in school uniform and carrying his backpack, stepped onto the podium. The combination of these two dashing gentlemen, one mature and the other youthful, dramatically enhanced the classroom's ambience, akin to replacing an 8-watt bulb with a 100-watt LED. Xiang's spotlight-like gaze swiftly scanned the room, ultimately resting on the lone student who had not raised her head, Leng Siyu. This is our new classmate, Xia Pengfei, Nian Wentian announced, who achieved the highest score in the recent entrance examination for the second-year liberal arts class. I hope you all will welcome him warmly. Nian's eyes sparkled with interest as he turned to Jiang Meidan. I trust you will not only accept his foundational knowledge, but also embrace his higher constructs. At this moment, sports student Wang Xiaobao inquired, Teacher, what do you mean by economic foundation and superstructure? Unfazed, Nian shifted his attention back to Xia Pengfei, expressing his hope that he would soon integrate into this new collective. Xiang nodded gently, responding, I will. Teacher Nian, let's have Xiang share a few words with us. Xia Pengfei's mischievous friend, Lu Sudong, wore a smile at the corners of his eyes as he teasingly glanced at his close companion. Indeed, Jiang Meidan concurred. Very well. Classmate Xia, please proceed. Teacher Nian subtly gestured for Xia Pengfei to take the floor. All the students, save for Leng Siyu, looked up at Xia Pengfei with reverence akin to that reserved for a deity, hoping he would deliver a rousing, incisive, an eloquent speech that would awaken their dulled senses with the power of profound insights and stirring rhetoric. Chapter 14. I wish to share a desk with Leng Siyu. I have come to seek wisdom from Teacher Nian and my classmates. My performance in history is lacking, and I hope that Teacher Nian and my peers will assist me in achieving a remarkable improvement in my grades as I aspire to alter my personal historical trajectory. Thank you. Surprisingly, Xia Pingfei's address was refreshingly modest, straightforward, and succinct, lacking in titles, exhilarating phrases, ornate embellishments, or passionate conclusions. Yet, his words were undeniably sincere, pragmatic, and to the point. It turned out that serenity could wield such a profound impact. Leng Siyu involuntarily lifted her gaze, and her watery eyes met Xia Pingfei's unyielding stare. Nian Wenyan initiated a round of applause, and Leng Siyu along with the other classmates joined in. The applause abruptly ceased at Nian Wentian's gesture. Yi Zhiqiu, you shall sit alone. Xia Pingfei, you will share a desk with Yi Zhiqiu. A hint of a smile graced Yi Zhiqiu's lips. Unexpectedly, Xia Pingfei calmly declared, Teacher Nian, I wish to share a desk with Leng Siyu. In a single sentence. The classroom transformed into a scene of cataclysmic disaster, inciting mudslides, a 12th-level typhoon, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, and nuclear explosions. Ah! Does the scholarly student harbor feelings for the ice-sculpted beauty? A bold confession indeed. The aftermath of their intimate encounter on the field. Cold Siyu and Yi Zhiqiu's expressions shifted dramatically. Silence. Nian Wentian gestured to quell the chaos. Teacher Nian, I refuse to sit next to him. Cold Siyu declared, showing no mercy. Historians prioritize facts and motives, and Nian Wentian was no exception. Adjusting his spectacles, he cast a scrutinizing glance at Xia Pingfei and Cold Siyu, calmly uttering 3 words, provide your reasoning. Xia Pingfei fixed his gaze on the ice-sculpted beauty and spoke with composure. Cold Siyu boasts the highest history score in the entire grade. Sitting with her would facilitate my inquiries. I'm sorry, but I lack the time and patience to teach a student like you. Cold Siyu retorted coldly. Cold Siyu, what is your true reason? Nian Wentian inquired. Cold Siyu stowed away her political assignment book and retrieved her entrance examination history paper. Her expression icy as she stated, the true reason is that I lack both time and patience. Ultimately, Yi Zhiqiu could no longer contain herself. She took a deep breath, striving to address Xia Pingfei in a more subdued tone. Classmate Xia, although my history grades may not match Siyu's, they are still respectable, and I believe I can assist you. Nian Wentian turned to Xia Pingfei and said, since Cold Siyu is unwilling, you should sit with classmate Yi Zhiqiu for now. After all, whether or not to assist, and in what manner, remains the prerogative of classmate Leng. It would be inappropriate to impose upon them. Xia Pingfei cast a glance at Leng Siyu, who was engrossed in her examination paper, and chose not to say anything further. He picked up his backpack and made his way towards Yi Zhiqiu, who shifted her tall figure inward while also rearranging the books on her desk. We shall commence our lesson now. Just as Xia Pingfei settled into his seat, fixating on the icy silhouette of Leng Siyu ahead, Nian Wentian began the class. Today, we shall review the history examination from the entrance assessment. Let us first provide a brief analysis of the examination results. The highest score in the history grade was 86, achieved by our very own Leng Siyu, while the lowest was a mere 16. No need for conjecture. It must undoubtedly be Wang Xiaobao, a student noted for consistently landing at the bottom of the rankings. A voice from the class quipped, his performance is remarkably stable. Zheng Jiwei, do not mock others when you yourself have scored below 200 across 6 subjects in every examination. Your consistency is equally noteworthy, came the retort, prompting laughter to ripple through the classroom. The difficulty level of the history test was notably high, with the average score for the grade standing at only 46. 2. While our class boasted an average of 55. 8. Out of the 8 students who scored above 80 in the entire grade, 5 hailed from our class. Among those who demonstrated significant improvement in history were Lu Sudong, Yi Zhiqiu, Zhou Yang, Xiao Tianhao, Chen Mingli, and Xu Daiyun. In the classroom of the middle class at the affiliated kindergarten of Tianxiang High School, as the children enjoyed their free playtime, Zhao Hongxiao picked up her phone to engage in a lengthy conversation with her boyfriend. A group of children encircled Lang Yuan, admiring her unique hairstyle. A young girl once proudly tugged at a small braid of Yuan's hair and exclaimed, Yuan, your hairstyle is utterly hideous today. Another girl, Ma Lishu, chimed in. Indeed, it's atrocious. If you can't style your hair, you might as well shave it all off. It would be far simpler, even if it's ugly. At least it's my own creation. Your hair is styled by your mother's, so what right do you have to mock me? Cold Yuan retorted with conviction. If you believe you possess the skill, then go ahead and style mine. Cold Yuan, a girl of action, dashed in front of Ma Lishu and decisively snatched away the rubber band that bound Ma Lishu and the other girl's hair, demanding, show me your styling skills right now. The two young girls' bravado instantly diminished, leaving them subdued and silent. Having long engaged in a battle of wits with her sister, Cold Yuan's combative spirit and eloquence decidedly overpowered the duo. Seeing her companion subdued, Cold Yuan triumphantly declared, "Those who lack the ability have no right to ridicule others." Just as she reveled in her victory, another boy entered the fray. He was plump and round, his arms resembling those of a chubby piglet. Little Chong realized it was time for him to step forward. He promptly took a step ahead, positioning himself in front of Yuan and addressed the boy. "Chao Batian, what of her ugly hairstyle? Mocking someone else's appearance makes your heart even uglier. My brother says there is nothing more repugnant in this world than an ugly soul. Ah, Xia Chong. It seems a few days without a beating have made you forget who I am. You dare to mock me? Just wait until I teach you a lesson." Chao Batian charged forward and embraced the little bug, effortlessly pinning it to the floor and decisively mounting it. Xiaoyu, attempting to assist, found her strength insufficient to execute Plan A, leading to its swift failure. She promptly initiated Plan B, tugging at both of Chao Batian's ears with her tiny paws in an attempt to stretch him. The sudden pain caused Chao Batian to release the bug, and he stood up to deliver a punch to Xiaoyu. Caught off balance, she fell to the ground, her head striking the floor with a thud, instantly swelling at the back. Cold Yuan touched her sore spot, the pain nearly bringing her to tears, yet she clenched her teeth to hold back her sobs. The little bug hurried over to help Xiaoyu up and guided her to Zhao Hongxia. "Teacher Zhao, please call my sister. Yuan is hurt and needs to go to the hospital." Chapter 15. Teacher, do not panic. Zhao Hongxia was taken aback. A child had been injured right under her watch, and as her guardian, she could not evade responsibility. Her hand trembled uncontrollably as she reached for her phone. Why Yuan? Anyone else's injury would be preferable to Yuan's. After all, Yuan's sister was a notorious figure in the area, feared even by the local ruffians who would avoid her at all costs. Noticing Zhao Hongxia's trembling hand, Yuan tugged at her skirt, looking up to reassure her. "Teacher, do not panic. It's just a minor incident. Please find some ice to apply, and a bit of ointment will suffice. That's what my sister did when I had a bump on my head last time." In this fierce struggle, the nation of Z faced a devastating defeat, and the reason was clear. It was simply a matter of being left behind. What, then, is the source of our backwardness? Classmate Zhou Yang. In the second year, during the evaluation of the examination paper led by Yan Wentian, Zhou Yang rose to respond. It is the backwardness in military armament. Perhaps, the naval vessels of country Z have limited range, lack precision, and insufficient firepower. Warfare mainly relies on weaponry. Yan Wentian inquired, "Are there any alternative perspectives?" Lu Sudong stood up and remarked, "Primarily, it is a matter of outdated ideology. Ideology directs action, and an antiquated mindset inevitably leads to inadequate preparedness, ineffective military mobilization, and obsolete strategic and tactical thinking." Yan Wentian then turned to Leng Siyu, who was engrossed in her mathematics homework. "Classmate Leng Siyu, what is your opinion?" Leng Siyu casually rose and replied, "Well, both military armament and ideology are superficial concerns. At a deeper level, it is the obsolescence of production methods and economic stagnation. The economy is an invisible hand that orchestrates military capabilities, influencing the frameworks of decision-makers and the general populace. Essentially, this war represents the defeat of agrarian civilization by industrial civilization." Leng Siyu's words startled Xia Pengfei. It was unexpected that this seemingly fierce girl possessed such insight. Truly, a formidable general has no weak soldiers, and it appears that my presence in this class is indeed fortuitous. Yan Wentian nodded approvingly. "Well said. The economy is a decisive force. To illustrate, there was a time when women ruled the world, but they were subsequently usurped by men. Why? Because of the advent of the agrarian age. If we dissect the character man, it reveals field and strength, which signifies something profound. It is evident that men serve as the primary force in agricultural production, with the nation's economy and familial wealth predominantly driven by their efforts. Thus, the agrarian era inevitably transitions into a patriarchal epoch. "Teacher Nian, please hold on," said Xia Pengfei as he prepared to leave the classroom. He approached Nian Wentian with his history examination paper and inquired, "Teacher, could you kindly review this for me? Where should I focus my efforts for improvement?" Nian Wentian picked up Xia Pengfei's paper with a smile. He then turned his gaze towards Leng Siyu and said, "Siyu, may I borrow your exam paper for a moment?" Nian Wentian understood that if it were Xia Pengfei requesting to use Leng Siyu's paper, she would likely refuse outright. However, when it came from the teacher. She found it difficult to object. With utmost respect, Leng Siyu handed her paper to Nian Wentian, casting a discerning glance at Xia Pengfei's work, which unexpectedly dazzled her. The quality of his handwriting was astonishingly exquisite, his semi-cursive script suitable for a calligraphy manual. Pengfei, take a moment to compare your answers with Siyu's, particularly focusing on the discrepancies in the format, content, and thought processes of the subjective questions. I must hurry to the third class now, but I will find ample time for a detailed discussion with you soon. Understood, Teacher Nian. At that moment, the political representative, Li Xiaoli, raised her voice, announcing, "Time to collect the political assignments." The language representative, Xu Daiyun, chimed in, "Collecting the language papers now." Yuan Min, the English representative, was quick to add, "We are also collecting the English weekly report." Following suit, the geography representative, Kang Ziyuan, declared, "Now collecting the geography practice books." Lastly, the mathematics representative, Chun Mingli, nonchalantly called out, "Time to gather the math correction books." At that moment, the ice-sculpted beauty, Leng Siyu, set down her pen and rose leisurely, declaring that the history assignment was due imminently. Late submissions would not be accepted. Xia Pengfei, the newcomer, was exempt from this task. He sat in his seat, admiring Leng Siyu's paper. It was astonishing that her hands, accustomed to the rigorous training of striking sandbags, could pen such delicate and exquisite characters. How could someone so seemingly incomprehensible present a historical argument that was not only thoroughly substantiated, but also logically coherent and compelling? Leng Siyu's answers were exemplary, showcasing adherence to formal standards, richness of content, and meticulous reasoning. She embodied an array of contradictions, her physique and strength at odds, her beauty juxtaposed with her personality, and her methods clashing with her historical insights. "Pengfei, bring your paper over. I shall assist you in analysis," called Yujiqiu, her voice warm as the spring sun. Yet Xia Pengfei remained oblivious to her words. Yujiqiu halted after uttering a single syllable, for their political teacher, Chen Qian, had entered the classroom. Meanwhile, in the affiliated kindergarten, the bump on Xiao Yuanyuan's head had nearly vanished. Zhao Hongxia sighed in relief, finally deciding to summon Chao Batian for a reprimand. Xiao Yuanyuan took a small insect aside and solemnly instructed it not to mention today's events to her sister. The small insect, puzzled, inquired why she wouldn't want her sister to have her back. She must not know of this. Her temperament would lead her to pummel Xiao Tiantian into a pulp. Taking a life demands retribution. After all, she is my sister. If the police were to apprehend her, my parents would be heartbroken. Moreover, it is of utmost importance that every dish she prepares is one that I absolutely adore. It is quite surprising, Yuan, how fiercely your sister treats you. Yet you remain so protective of her. She certainly endures her own struggles, balancing her schoolwork, household chores, part-time job, and the responsibility of caring for the mischievous me. With a deep sigh, Xiao Yuan lamented, I could tell you, but you wouldn't understand. You, like a tender sapling sheltered from the elements, cannot fathom the pain of being battered by wind and rain." When school was dismissed, Xiao Yuan clutched Zhao Hongxia's sleeve, urgently reminding her to keep today's events a secret. Zhao Hongxia, more than willing, promptly agreed. Lan was already waiting at the entrance of the affiliated kindergarten. "Let us go, Yuan. There is still half an hour before high school lets out," said Chong. However, Xiao Yuan remained steadfast at the door, recalling her sister's advice to avoid causing trouble for others. "You all go ahead. She will come to pick me up." "Well, all right," Lan replied, exasperated and helpless. If they were to wait for high school to dismiss, there would be no need for her to come early to collect anyone. Chapter 16. Life is so fragile. At the very moment a large truck was about to run over the dog, both Xiao Yuan and Chong felt a hand cover their eyes. It was Xia Pengfei who had caught up to them. Unexpectedly, Leng Siyu pushed Xia Pengfei's hand away, forcing Leng Yuan to confront the horrifying sight of the dog being crushed, its brain splattered and entrails spilling out. Xia Pengfei shielded Chong's eyes and chastised Leng Siyu. "How can you be so cruel? She is just a child." Is the dog dead?" Xia Yuan gasped, her mouth agape and eyes wide with fear, her grip on Siyu's hand tightening as cold sweat began to form. The truck was terrifying. Cold silk rain bent down and embraced Little Round, fixing her gaze upon the child's large eyes, her expression stern as she said, "Round, remember, life is exceedingly fragile. A moment's carelessness may lead one to bid farewell to this vibrant world." "Sister, I am so scared." Little Round clutched Cold Silk Rain's neck tightly. The harrowing image of the dog indelibly etched in her mind, a fear that would likely haunt her for a lifetime. Cold Silk Rain whispered, "It is not just dogs. It is the same for humans. There are numerous elements in our world, such as water, fire, electricity, natural gas, vehicles, explosives, firearms, and even our own kind. Countless things pose a lethal threat to our existence. Thus, we must cherish and safeguard our lives. Do you understand?" Little Round widened her eyes, nodding in a semblance of comprehension. Summer Pengfei also released his hand from covering the little bug's eyes, lifting her into his arms. The little bug glanced at the dog and, frightened, clung to Summer Pengfei's neck. "Sister, is this death?" Little Round asked sorrowfully. "Do people die too? What happens when people die?" "Yes, people die. Death means never seeing again, never hearing the call of loved ones. Death transforms one into mere bones or even a wisp of ash. Upon returning to their dwelling, Little Round quietly seated herself on the sofa, picking up the remote control only to toss it aside. She called out to Cold Silk Rain, who was busy in the kitchen, "Sister, can electricity kill?" "Fear not. The remote control does not possess lethal electricity. Its current is not that high." Little Round picked up a cup, intending to drink water, but hesitated and set it down again. "Sister, do you mean water can also be deadly? How could something as gentle as water possibly take a life? The softest of elements can indeed possess remarkable strength. Water is formidable. However, rest assured, the water in our home poses no lethal threat, unless it is boiling, which can cause burns. But how does water cause death? Its insidious method is to obstruct vital organs, leading to suffocation, drowning in rivers or oceans. Indeed, thus, one must keep a safe distance from expansive bodies of water. Without an older sister, one should refrain from playing near the banks of the Zishu River." At that moment, little Yuan darted into the kitchen to caution Leng Siyu that natural gas could also be perilous, urging her to exercise caution. Meanwhile, in room 0301, Xia Pengfei and Xia Chongchong had already settled at the dining table. Xia Pengfei busily served himself dishes, while Xia Chongchong remained motionless, lacking any appetite. "Brother, is Sister Yu cruel to Yuan? Is Yuan in danger?" Concern clouded Yuan's thoughts for her companion. "Cruel? Who told you such a thing?" "You." Little Chongchong mimicked Xia Pengfei's tone. "How could you be so cruel? She is still just a child." How Xiaoli and Lan had just joined the table, quietly helping themselves to food. "If you wish to accompany me to school, then hurry and eat." Xia Pengfei chided Xia Chongchong. Yuan is not in danger. Siyu's kind of cruelty is perhaps a higher form of affection," Xia Pengfei remarked nonchalantly as he scooped soup into his bowl and began to sip it. "Oh, I understand now. Your love for me is merely superficial. If I were to rough you up until you were searching for your teeth, that would be a more refined expression of love. How rude. And you consider yourself a scholar? Your culture has been devoured by a child." The little bug resentfully murmured, forming the words silently. After lunch, Leng Siyu took Xiaoyu to kindergarten. Noticing that there was still some time before afternoon classes began, she decided to lend a hand at the nearby thriving Xingxing supermarket. A delivery truck halted at the entrance of the supermarket, and upon seeing Leng Siyu, manager Zhong Xiangdong beamed as if he had encountered a national treasure. "Siyu, come quickly, help unload the goods." Leng Siyu donned an apron over her school uniform, rolled up her sleeves, and got to work. The remuneration offered by Xingxing Supermarket was significantly higher than that of typical part-time jobs. The physical strength and speed she had cultivated over the past few days enabled Leng Siyu to perform her tasks with remarkable efficiency, accomplishing 3 times the work of an ordinary attendant, if not more. As class approached, Leng Siyu collected her wages, removed her apron, and dashed towards school. Just as the bell rang, she successfully reached the classroom door. The exertion caused her cheeks to flush, beads of sweat to form on her forehead, and her breathing to quicken. Still catching her breath, she confronted Xia Pengfei, who occupied her seat. "Xia Pengfei, why are you sitting in my spot?" Xia Pengfei replied calmly. "Leng, take a good look. Is this your seat or Jiang's?" Yi Zhiqiu, gazing at Xia Pengfei's back, spoke with a hint of sadness. "Siyu, Xiao wants to learn history from you. Why not accommodate him?" "I am under no obligation to assist him," Leng Siyu retorted. Rising from her seat to call out to Huakue, seated by the window in the 4th row, Duo, let us make a trade. I'll help you with geography, politics, and mathematics, and you help me with history. What do you say?" Xia Pengfei gazed deeply at Siyu, noting her scores in the recent entrance examination, 115 in Chinese. 142 in English, and 86 in history, excelling in these three subjects. However, her failures in geography, political science, and mathematics left her total at 515, barely qualifying for a second-tier university. If she could improve in geography, political science, and mathematics, gaining admission to a first-tier institution would be entirely feasible. To draw closer to Leng Siyu, Xia Pengfei had thoroughly prepared himself. Leng Siyu was moved by Xia Pengfei's analysis and the conditions he proposed, yet she hesitated. Mindful of her mother's repeated admonitions, "If you allow me to tutor you, I am absolutely confident I can elevate your scores in those three subjects," Xia Pengfei asserted, his eyes sparkling with an indescribable confidence and assertiveness. Chapter 17. I Trust You, Ghost. Siyu, what is it? Huaqua Duo inquired from the window. "It's nothing," Leng Siyu replied, settling back down, extracting her English practice book from the desk, then furrowing her brow as she shot a glare at Xia Pengfei. "You can only take up my time at school." "All right." With the Ice Princess's concession, Xia Pengfei quickly acquiesced. In the back row, Yi Zhiqiu longed to inform Xia Pengfei that her time was limitless for him, yet she remained silent, merely watching his retreating figure with a melancholic gaze. "Also, keep your distance." Leng Siyu pushed Xia Pengfei's book back towards him. "Should we draw a line?" Xia Pengfei inquired in a good-natured tone. "Put away that flippant attitude, or I swear I'll make you regret it," Leng Siyu exclaimed, her almond-shaped eyes wide with ferocity. Xia Pengfei shifted slightly inward, a symbolic gesture. "Make me regret it?" That sounds like something he would say to a little bug. This girl is truly a tyrant. Yi Zhiqiu felt an intense frustration. This tomboy, despite her myriad flaws, had the audacity to treat Xia Pengfei however she pleased, even going so far as to utter words that could leave someone searching for their teeth. Were it not for the fact that she was unable to overpower her, she would have relished the opportunity to deliver a couple of slaps to clear her head. Xia Pengfei, seizing the moment, extended 2 history papers across the center of the table. "Please, help me analyze these. Is there any hope for me?" Leng Siyu accepted Xia Pengfei's exam papers and meticulously reviewed all the errors in both the objective and subjective questions. After casting a glance at him, she commanded, "Come closer." As Xia Pengfei leaned in, he caught a whiff of a faint scent of sweat. He chuckled inwardly, finally grasping the reason behind the girl's insistence on keeping her distance. "Are you daydreaming? Focus. My time is limited," Leng Siyu snapped, having detected a dubious expression on Xia Pengfei's face. "I am all ears," he replied eagerly. "You have too many issues. First and foremost, your grasp of historical facts is weak. Take question 5 of this multiple-choice section, which pertains to ancient handicraft techniques. The question clearly states the Han Dynasty, yet you chose B. Blue and white porcelain, which did not mature until after the Yuan Dynasty. Thus, B should have been eliminated." Xia Pengfei listened attentively, pointing to option C. "What is the steel casting method? When did it emerge? Our teacher didn't seem to cover it." In the back row, Jiang Maiden also harbored doubts about this question and leaned in to hear Leng Siyu's explanation. Leng Siyu shot a glance at Xia Pengfei and coolly replied, "Not covered? I find that hard to believe. You must harbor some prejudice against your former history teacher, mentally rejecting her and refusing to cooperate, all the while claiming that she never taught you anything in class." "I am not as you portray me." Xia Pengfei felt a wave of embarrassment as the girl astutely pinpointed his dark past. "I can't believe this." Leng Siyu shot him another glare before calmly addressing him. The method of steel forging involves combining cast iron with wrought iron, a technique that first emerged during the Southern and Northern dynasties. This is a frequently tested knowledge point. As Leng Siyu elucidated the topic, her serene demeanor accentuated her purity and beauty, and her once fierce gaze now appeared remarkably clear and tranquil. "Goodness, I never paid much attention before. This girl possesses such striking looks," Xia Pengfei remarked discreetly. "I am well aware of my weak grasp on historical facts. I have hardly memorized any of it. The most exasperating part is remembering dates. And the ancient economic history is riddled with trivial details that make me drowsy the moment I open the book. This teacher has quite a temper, easily turning hostile." Xia Pengfei quickly resolved, "Whatever you say, I shall comply. I will strictly adhere to your requirements, all right? Take a moment to reflect. I need to complete my assignments. We can discuss this later when I am in a better mood," Leng Siyu replied, dismissing him as she opened her English workbook and began her exercises. She actually expects you to reflect? She truly sees herself as a teacher. During physical education class, Lu Sudong nearly burst into laughter upon hearing Xia Pengfei mention Leng Siyu. "You rascal, even your own mother cannot manage you. Don't let her get the upper hand. Just based on her? The one who will heal me is yet to be born. Xiao Pingfei cast a glance at Leng Siyu, who was shooting hoops on the court, and spoke dismissively. It is not merely a matter of not being born. She has not even conceived. So, do you intend to forego collaborating with her on history? Do you not wish to take the entrance exam for University C? Collaborate, you say? In history, I shall follow her lead, but as for other matters, I regret to inform you that I shall not indulge her whims. Teacher Wang Delong blew his whistle, and the male and female students of Class 1, Year 2, swiftly gathered around him to form ranks. Stand at attention, relax, align to the right. Forward, relax, stand at attention. Dressed in a certain brand of sportswear, Wang Dalong stood at the center of the court, his posture as rigid as an iron stake, exuding an energy reminiscent of a caffeine-fueled enthusiasm. His commands were clear and resonant, even without a microphone. First, a series of warm-up exercises, followed by training sessions. The boys practiced chin-ups, while the girls engaged in sit-ups. Hua Qidu firmly clasped her hands behind her head while seated on a yoga mat, and Leng Siyu pressed down on her feet, urging Hua Qidu, exert yourself. Being overweight is a significant obstacle. Hua Qidu, burdened by excess weight around her waist and abdomen, managed only a single sit-up before collapsing onto the mat to recuperate. Come on, Qidu, don't just occupy the restroom without making use of it. If you want tea practice, let me take your place. Gong Yingxue exclaimed, pulling Hua Qidu up. Gong Yingxue, the captain of the school's girls basketball team, spoke with an air of authority, exuding a demeanor reminiscent of an empress surveying her realm. Without a moment's hesitation, Leng Siyu turned and seized Gong Yingshue's clothing, raising her fist. You can talk all you want, but why resort to violence? Think you're tough? How about we settle this outside? Fearful, Wakwa tightly embraced Leng Siyu, pleading, Dear aunt, please do not lose your temper. Your fist could easily end a life. Meanwhile, Xiao Pingfei, who had just been about to perform pull-ups, abandoned his exercise and rushed over like lightning to separate the two young women. Siyu, calm down. Take a deep breath. Observing the escalating situation, Gong Yingxue quickly retreated to the side. Let us schedule a time for a duel. Leng Siyu declared fiercely, her watery eyes scanning the vicinity for the basketball captain, yet she could no longer find his figure. Xiao Pingfei cast a reproachful glance at Siyu. Are you not aware of the weight behind your own punches? How can you still be so impulsive at this age? Unfazed, Leng Siyu replied, if I were to strike, would I wait for you to arrive? What a joke. If I were to truly harm her, what would happen to my dear Xiaoyuan in detention? Chapter 18. How to become wealthy. I never suspected you could act. Xiao Pingfei remarked, exchanging glances with Leng Siyu before striding toward the pull-up bar. In a seldom visited corner, a figure quietly observed every movement of Xiao Pingfei. This person was Yi Zhiqiu. Witnessing the turmoil involving Leng Siyu, Xiao Pingfei instinctively dashed toward her, eliciting a complex mix of emotions within Yi Zhiqiu. She reassured herself that Xiao Pingfei was merely approaching Leng Siyu to discuss history, which somehow eased her heart. Jiang Meidan approached and linked arms with Yi Zhiqiu. Zhiqiu, come on, let us go watch the boys practice pull-ups. Yi Zhiqiu shook her head. I'm fine here. Why should I watch them? Suit yourself. I'm going over, Jiang Meidan replied. Jiang Meidan left Yi Zhiqiu and made her way to the horizontal bar. Wakido also pulled Leng Siyu along to the same spot, urging her to witness the handsome boys showcase their physical prowess. The girls abandoned their sit-ups, collectively shifting their strategy to the horizontal bar. After some contemplation, Yi Zhiqiu decided to follow suit. The boys formed a long queue, each taking their turn to train, with Xiao Pingfei finding himself at the end of the line after momentarily stepping away from the practice group. When it was Lu Sudong's turn, he confidently approached the bar and executed 12 pull-ups in succession. Wow, impressive. Lu is truly extraordinary. Jiang Meidan praised, always eager to commend handsome boys. Classmates, a round of applause is in order. The girls responded with enthusiastic applause, though it was brief. Next up was the portly Song Xinquan, whose hefty frame swung awkwardly beneath the bar, straining in vain to lift his chin over it. Dejected, he released his grip on the bar. Xiaobao, you're up. Wang Dalong, the manufacturer, looked at his creation with eager anticipation. Wang Xiaobao rose to the occasion, accomplishing an impressive 18 pull-ups, a remarkable feat among the boys. He descended with a sense of pride, yet the applause he had hoped for was absent. One by one, the boys took their turns, but none managed to surpass Wang Xiaobao's record of 18. Finally, it was Xiao Pingfei's moment to shine. Go, Xiao Pingfei. Victory is yours. He was accompanied by the encouragement of the girls as he approached the bar with a calm demeanor. With a powerful leap, he grasped the bar tightly. Leng Siyu watched intently, her gaze fixed on the figure suspended from the horizontal bar. Xia Pengfei's fingers were slender and delicate, seemingly well-suited for the piano, but utterly inappropriate for high-intensity sports. She surmised that this handsome academic prodigy possessed a stamina level below the average male. I bet he can't complete 5. Lu Sudong remarked to Zhou Yang beside him. The plight of a best friend living in distress was painful, a best friend living in ease was even more agonizing. But a best friend taking first place was the most excruciating of all. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The girls automatically counted for Xia Pengfei, who paused after completing the 5th. Look, insufficient physical capacity. He's about to run out of power. Lu Sudong said gleefully. I knew he couldn't do it. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 48, 49. Unexpectedly, after a brief pause, Xia Pengfei unleashed a torrent of energy akin to a colossal generator, effortlessly completing 49 perfect pull-ups before gracefully dismounting the bar. No way. Lu Sudong was utterly flabbergasted, his heart crumbling at the stark disparity. Why were they both human? Leng Siyu was equally astonished, suddenly recalling that Xia Pengfei possessed the blood of a remarkable talent with extraordinary combat prowess. His overly handsome exterior had led Leng Siyu to mistakenly regard him as a delicate, fragile youth. Xia Pengfei is so cool. Xia Pengfei is so handsome. How are you so incredible? Applause erupted, and cheers filled the air. The girls were nearly delirious with excitement, while the boys stood in stunned silence. Wang Xiaobao was the first to express his disbelief. Xia Pengfei, I never see you working out. How did you cultivate such unparalleled arm strength? Xia Pengfei raised an eyebrow, questioning whether he needed to notify anyone about his arm strength training. Wang Dalong loudly inquired if any girls wished to challenge themselves to a pull-up competition. Instinctively, all the boys and girls turned their gazes towards Leng Siyu, who, however, pulled Wakaduo away to hide, as she truly did not wish to take the spotlight. Xia Pengfei, undeterred by the crowd, stepped out, and Yi Zhiqiu, breaking her usual reserve, gracefully approached him, naturally handing him a bottle of drink while gently saying, Pengfei, quench your thirst. Xia Pengfei said little in response, accepting the drink and promptly unscrewing the cap to take a hearty sip. Both individuals, possessing extraordinary beauty and remarkable backgrounds, created a visually captivating scene under the sun, their presence undeniably enchanting. If only I were as beautiful as Yi Zhiqiu, one might muse. It was said that her father was a professor of vocal music and her mother a dancer. She had passed the grade 8 piano exam, along with achieving the same for singing and dancing. She possessed both a stunning figure and an elegant demeanor. If I were a boy, I would surely choose her as my bride. Like Xia Pengfei, Yi Zhiqiu was equally in the limelight, a focal point of public attention. Lu Sudong dashed in front of Xia Pengfei, delivering a playful punch to his chest. You sly fellow, just how many pull-ups can you really do? I bet you still have plenty of energy left. Xia Pengfei replied nonchalantly. It's better you remain unaware, lest your heart be further troubled. Huakuduo, with a piece of bread in one hand to replenish her energy, entwined her other hand around the delicate arm of the enchanting Leng Siyu, joining the fervent gossiping throng. Siyu, why is it that no handsome gentleman has taken a liking to me? Huakuduo pondered, grappling with her predicament. Transforming into a panda was no longer feasible. How might I ascend to the status of a wealthy lady? Leng Siyu replied, in dreams, the path is swift. Yet Huakuduo remained undeterred. My father sells vegetables, my mother sells fruits. They manage a modest livelihood that barely supports my education. Relying on my parents is futile. I must depend on myself. What do you suggest I do to enhance my capabilities? First, rise culturally, then achieve economic breakthroughs, Leng Siyu remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Huakuduo, sighing, why can't you aspire to lose weight? A sudden clarity dawned upon Huakuduo. Indeed, from this day forth, you shall motivate me to shed pounds. Leng Siyu placed the bread into Huakuduo's hand, advising her to resist temptation by discarding the bread into the trash bin. After physical education class, Huakuduo urged Leng Siyu to accompany her to the ground floor of the teaching building to observe the sophomore honor roll. I am determined to pursue the path of cultural ascent, striving to align myself with the strong. Curiosity piqued, she noted, how could Xia Pengfei, with a mere 39 in history, attain the top score in the humanities? The other subjects must be exceptionally strong. A glance will reveal all, she mused. Chapter 19. Speak freely. The prestigious Zhongdiba High School has nearly siphoned off all the promising talents from our Zishi city. And achieving a score of 599 in the humanities at our provincial Tianxiang High School is indeed a remarkable feat at the Wakido Academy. Gazing up at the remarkable scores of the prodigious student Xiao Pengfei, the atmosphere was filled with a myriad of emotions. Why is your name not on the honor roll? Siyu? Wakido inquired. With a score of 515 and ranking 136th in my grade, how could I possibly make it to the list? Replied Leng Siyu, as she reached out to catch a falling leaf from the wudong tree. That's still better than me. At least you can enter a second-tier university. I rank 489th. Which doesn't even qualify me for that. Yushichio, engaged in conversation with Xiao Pengfei, noticed Leng Siyu and Wakido studying the rankings before the honor roll and suggested, Pengfei, shall we take a look at the rankings? Xiao Pengfei responded dismissively, what is there to see? If you wish to go, be my guest. Class is starting soon. I shall not attend. Yushichio tentatively added, Leng Siyu is over there. Xiao Pengfei retorted coldly, what does it matter to me? Let us go to class. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Yushichio's eye. She had never realized that even a person's frigid words could bring such comfort. She was increasingly convinced that Xiao Pengfei's interest in Leng Siyu was solely and entirely driven by academic pursuits. Since the groundbreaking theoretical synthesis by a prominent scientist from a certain country, natural sciences have been propelled forward with unprecedented speed by successive generations of scientific luminaries. And mathematics is no exception. Through transformative developments from variable mathematics to modern mathematics, the most immediate impact on high school students has been the increasing difficulty of mathematical operations. For some girls with limited abstract thinking skills, mathematics presents an insurmountable peak. Among all subjects in the liberal arts class, mathematics is the most daunting for Leng Siyu. The issue does not stem from a deficiency in intelligence, but rather from a lack of interest in mathematics and insufficient rigorous training. In the second year of high school, our mathematics teacher, Zhou Xiaodong, who graduated from a prestigious university with a major in mathematics, possesses profound expertise. He can solve even the most challenging problems with remarkable accuracy within a minute. However, it is regrettable that his teaching practice is noticeably lacking. Although he has substantial knowledge, he struggles to convey it effectively, and his methods of classroom management tend to be overly simplistic and harsh. The following students exhibited careless handwriting and a high error rate in their assignments: Song Xinquan, Zhang Jiwei, Wakido, Yushichio, and Leng Siyu. The situation with Wang Xiaobao is even more concerning. He did not submit his homework at all. Should I discuss this matter with your father? The students whose names were mentioned were instructed to come to my office after school. Zhou Xiao began the class by announcing a blacklist. Leng Siyu, initially focused on completing her Chinese homework with her head down, suddenly raised her hand high and declared, Teacher, I have something to say? Why can't this wait until after school? Zhou Xiaodong replied sternly, Are you disregarding authority simply because you possess a bit of bravado? Do you believe I won't contact your parents to report your behavior at school? Leng Siyu stood up straight and responded, Teacher, my parents are often away from home. After school, I need to pick up my younger sister from kindergarten. If you wish to educate me, please choose another time. Excuse. This is undoubtedly an excuse you concocted. Zhou Xiaodong retorted, his expression darkening. You can verify this with Teacher Nian or with him. Leng Siyu pointed to her classmate, Xiao Pengfei. Zhou Xiaodong, when addressing the top students, displayed significantly more politeness. Xiao Pengfei stood up and remarked, Classmate Leng is indeed correct. Her younger sister and my younger brother are enrolled in the kindergarten's middle class at our school's affiliated institution, specifically in Teacher Zhao Hongxiao's class. I possess Teacher Zhao's contact number, which you may verify yourself. Classmate Leng has been caring for her sister on her own for an extended period, often bringing her along while she works. I, along with classmates Lu Sudong, Yushichio, Zhou Yang, Wang Xiaobao, and Jiang Meidan, have encountered the two sisters at her workplace. Xiao Tong's demeanor softened considerably, and his tone became more tranquil. Very well, classmate Long. I shall find another time to speak with you. After school. As Leng Siyu was about to transform into a streak of lightning to swiftly exit the classroom with her backpack in tow, she was abruptly halted by Xiao Pengfei's grip. If I don't hold you back, you would have vanished in an instant, Xiao Pengfei declared. Spit it out quickly. Leng Siyu's eyes, deep as tranquil pools, glimmered with a cold light. If you are going to work, you can leave Yuan at my house. She would have a companion in Chongchong. Without a word, Leng Siyu turned to leave, asserting, You need not concern yourself with that. By the time her words reached him, She had already disappeared beyond the classroom threshold. What a peculiar person. Xia Pingfei sighed in resignation, gradually gathering his books, shouldering his backpack, and exiting the classroom. Pingfei, Lu Sudong. And Yi Zhiqiu caught up with Xia Pingfei from behind, speaking in unison. You go first, ladies first, Lu Sudong gestured gallantly. Pingfei, a new CAF has opened downstairs in our building, and it has a charming ambience. I would like to treat you to coffee tonight, Yi Zhiqiu suggested. No need for you to spend your money. In the presence of others, the proud Yu Zhiqiu appeared utterly humbled before Xia Pingfei. It was not a matter of money. Was it a matter of humanity instead? Yi Zhiqiu's gaze dimmed noticeably, unable to fathom that her exquisitely sophisticated entertainment proposal had been so decisively dismissed by Xia Pingfei. Zhiqiu, Pingfei lacks an understanding of romance. I, however, do not. You may extend an invitation to me, remarked Lu Sudong, seizing the opportunity. Yi Zhiqiu, with a hint of resignation, replied, Very well, I shall call you when the time comes. When she lifted her gaze again, Xia Pingfei had already distanced himself. Lu Sudong had initially intended to invite Xia Pingfei for a game of basketball, but now he was diverted to a rendezvous with a beautiful lady. He was at a loss for an excuse to placate Xia Pingfei, but seeing that Xia Pingfei was evidently unconcerned, he was relieved of the burden of concocting a reason. The young mistress of room 0101, Leng Yuan, returned home and immediately took a comb and hair tie, standing before the vanity mirror to practice styling her hair. She tied it up, then undid it, repeating this cycle numerous times, yet she remained dissatisfied with the fruits of her labor. Sister, could you guide me for a moment? Leng Yuan and called out to Leng Siyu, who was mopping the floor by the door. Filled with enthusiasm, Leng Yuan ventured into Leng Siyu's room. Instead of powering up her computer first, she picked up the family portrait from the bedside table and stared at the images of Lin Wanru and Lang Xiong for quite a while before finally turning on the computer. Yuan, I'm going to take a shower. If any calls come through, please handle them for me without waiting for a response. Leng Siyu tossed her phone onto the bed and turned to enter the bathroom. Chapter 20. I assure you, I want to kill him. Yuan set aside her phone. And another call rang through. Xiao Yuan picked up her phone and, upon seeing that it was a call from the Sunshine Furniture Store, impatiently pressed the answer button, stating, My sister is very busy today, she can't come, before hastily discarding the phone. Immediately after, a call from Filong Electronics Company rang in, soon followed by Zishu Cement Factory. And then, the Brilliant Brick Factory. My sister has matters to attend to today, she can't come. My sister has too much homework today. She can't come. My sister has gone to work elsewhere today. Cold Yuan efficiently handled a series of calls on behalf of Siyu, not forgetting to erase the call history. Only then did she nonchalantly search for videos on the computer. She clicked on one, but, after gazing at it for a considerable time, found herself utterly perplexed, sinking into a convoluted contemplation of life at such a tender age. Is there a phone call? Cold Siyu, having finished her shower, twisted her damp hair and wrapped herself in a white towel as she entered the bedroom. No. Xiao Yuan replied crisply, while nudging Siyu, Sister, the hairstyle designed by Dad is rarely seen online. Cold Siyu continued to twist her hair, casting a sidelong glance at Xiao Yuan. Here we go again. Can't you just get it cut short? It's such a hassle to tie it up. And it's easy for others to tug at your little braids. Don't tell me you've never had your braids pulled by other kids. The hairstyle designed by Dad is the best. It cannot be changed. Cold Yuan pouted, asserting, My hair is my signature. With this hairstyle, little bugs can spot my lovely figure amidst the crowd at a glance. The persistent Leng Siyu continued her efforts to persuade, suggesting that cutting her hair short would be practical and economical, saving both shampoo and the hassle of someone tugging at her braids, all while being environmentally friendly and safe. It's wonderful, she exclaimed, but I won't change. Even if someone were to pull my braids, I would remain steadfast. The choice of hairstyle is my prerogative, and you cannot interfere. Xiaoyu displayed remarkable determination regarding her appearance. All right, let me teach you how to style a high ponytail. Curiously, she wondered why there had been no phone calls that day. Just as the sisters were conversing, the phone rang. Leng Siyu picked up the device and noticed an unfamiliar number. Hello, are you selling insurance, real estate, cars, or perhaps announcing that I've won a prize? A familiar male voice responded. Who are you? It's your desk mate. Xia Pingfei, how did you get my number? Upon hearing his tone, Xiaoyu exclaimed. I knew it was Brother Pingfei. He had a knack for meddling in others' affairs. As Ling Siyu continued her thoughts, her phone rang again. When she saw the caller ID, her composure faltered. Oh, could it be that he guessed correctly? Is the gentlewoman's boutique owned by his family? She pressed the phone to her ear, feigning ignorance. Who is this? I am He Guizhong from the gentlewoman's boutique. Mr. He, I must thank you for expelling me from the boutique last time. My current job has a lighter workload. Flexible hours, and pays considerably well. Lighter workload? Assisting at KTV by delivering beverages, unloading goods at the supermarket, transporting furniture for the furniture factory, delivering appliances for the electronics company, hauling cement for the cement factory, and moving bricks for the brick factory? After such exhausting labor, one might feel utterly drained. Yet the intensity of the work is deemed minimal. Little Yuan blinked her large eyes, gazing at her sister as if trying to make sense of her words. What trouble has befallen the shop? A gang of ruffians vandalized my store. Boss should we not report this to the authorities instead of confiding in me? I dared not call the police, fearing they might retaliate against me. Leng Siyu let out a cold laugh. So you haven't reported it? It must mean you possess something that binds you to them. Your entanglement with those ruffians is beyond my capacity to assist. With that, Leng Siyu hung up the phone. She clicked on the Zishu News website and discovered reports of the ladies' boutique being attacked by vagrants. Connecting this to what He Guizhong had mentioned, she began to unravel Xia Pengfei's intentions. Xia Pengfei, carrying a copy of the mandatory history textbook, descended to the first floor and rang the doorbell of room 0101. Little Yuan was particularly excited, convinced that her beloved Chu had arrived. Joyfully, she approached the door. First, check who it is. Cold Siyu, changing clothes in the bedroom, called out, unless it's Mom, Duo, or Chu, do not open the door. Little Yuan stood on a small stool to peer closely through the peephole, then shouted into the room, it's Brother Fei. Having endured a terrifying experience previously, she was too wary to open the door without confirmation. Yet, she was deeply impressed by Xia Pengfei's courage. After being so rudely dismissed last time, he still dared to return to confront the lion by its mane. Cold Siyu had changed into casual attire, her spirit rejuvenated as she approached the door. Little Yuan clung to Siyu's slender leg, pleading, Sister, please speak kindly and refrain from resorting to violence. He is the brother of the little bug. Leng Siyu lowered her head and pinched the round, rosy cheeks of Xiao Yuan, assuring her, Don't worry, I promise not to kill him. Not even to severely injure him. Xiao Yuan grew anxious. Fine, for your sake, I shall spare him. Xia Pengfei stood outside the door, nearly fainting from the bizarre exchange between the two sisters. He never imagined that a strapping young man like himself would find it necessary to rely on the protection of a 5-year-old girl. As the door swung open, a beam of cold light shot from Leng Siyu's eyes. What do you need that history book for? Did I not mention that you should not occupy my time after school? Xia Pengfei remained silent, but took a moment to appraise Leng Siyu from head to toe. She wore a fitted white high-waisted sweater paired with light blue jeans, an ensemble that accentuated her youthful figure splendidly. I want to quickly improve my history grades. I don't wish to waste even a single day, she declared. Since you enjoy working, consider it as working for me, and I shall pay you. How does that sound? Tutoring you in political geography and mathematics will be entirely complimentary. Xia Pengfei fixed his gaze on Leng Siyu's icy eyes and replied leisurely, That sounds quite reasonable, sister. Xiao Yuan's brow unfurled as she playfully scratched Siyu's palm. Why should I take advantage of you? Do you know what the greatest debt in this world is? It is the debt of gratitude. How about this? When you teach English, you can include the little bug and also encourage him to memorize classical poetry. That would suffice, right? Moreover, when two little friends study together, their interest and efficiency in learning will be significantly enhanced. What do you think? Xia Pengfei's tone was undeniably resolute, and the sincerity in his eyes was unmistakable. Xiao Yuan quickly expressed her agreement, saying, Sister, if you consent to my studying alongside Chong, I can recite an additional poem each day. However, if the poem exceeds 8 lines but is less than 16, I shall only recite half of it. Should it surpass 16 lines but remain under 32, I will recite a quarter. If it exceeds 32 but is less than 64, you certainly have your calculations down. Leng Siyu remarked, playfully tugging at Xiao Yuan's pigtail before turning to hurl Leng Xiong's slippers to the entrance. Sister, I will go upstairs to call Chong down, Xiao Yuan declared, kicking off her slippers and donning her leather shoes, vanishing into the outdoors in an instant. Chapter 21. Even if it is poison, I shall take it. However, when Xiao Yuan joyfully descended the stairs with Chong, she discovered that Xia Pengfei had once again been left outside, his expression reflecting an emotion that was incomprehensible to someone of their age. "Why aren't you inside? Brother Fei? Wasn't everything fine just a moment ago?" Xiao Yuanyuan inquired, tugging at Xia Pengfei's sleeve. He cast a glance at her, but remained silent. The abrupt shift in Leng Siyu's mood left him at a loss. The seemingly straightforward and bold young woman possessed a heart that was incredibly elusive. When she was calm, she resembled a fish gliding through water. When angered, she was akin to a fierce gust of wind. The three stood frozen in place, unable to utter a word, until the closed door once again swung open. They all turned their gaze toward Leng Siyu, who, with an impassive expression, shut the door behind her, bent down to scoop up Xiao Yuanyuan, and quietly exited the building. "Sister is so unkind. She doesn't keep her word," Xiao Yuanyuan lamented. "I resent that the door to our unit, firmly shut by my sister, could not hinder the clear transmission of Yuanyuan's voice." The brothers, Xia Pengfei and Xia Chongchong, simultaneously cast their gazes towards the unit door. Suddenly, Xia Chongchong erupted into a heart-wrenching cry, the reason for which eluded him. He simply felt the urge to weep. "Leave him be. He will soon compose himself," Xia Pengfei thought as he discarded his history textbook and retreated into a secluded room, locking the door behind him. With a flick of a switch, he activated the Blu-ray player, inserted a disc, and reclined on the sofa. His eyes fixed on the screen while his mind replayed the voice of Leng Siyu. "Perhaps it is best to refrain from entangling myself with you further," he reflected, recalling the rationale she had given when she pushed him away. He sensed her rejection of his assistance, as if she were dismissing not only him but his entire family. Perhaps she perceived his willingness to help as a form of pity. To be honest, Xia Pengfei himself was perplexed about whether his inclination to assist her stemmed from compassion. His desire to aid her was genuine, ignited by his parents' admonitions and the sight of her solitary struggles. Learning history with her might have been a grand pretext. Yet perhaps it was not a pretext at all. In the dead of night, Xia Pengfei awoke from his slumber on the sofa, shivering from the cold, devoid of any blanket. The following morning, after breakfast, he took Chongchong out and once again spotted the Leng sisters hastily walking ahead. "Yuanyuan, wait for me," little Chongchong called out. Leng Siyu scooped up Leng Yuanyuan and dashed away, evading the Xia brothers' line of sight once more. "I dislike Sister Rain." Xia Chongchong unabashedly expressed her dissatisfaction with Leng Siyu. "So do I," echoed Xia Pengfei. "To whom should I display this grimace? I shall not indulge her any longer." This was the silent proclamation echoing in Xia Pengfei's mind. Despite his uncharacteristic demeanor, he remarked, "Yet, Xiao Yuanyuan is undeniably charming." As Xia Pengfei entered the classroom, Leng Siyu rose to allow him to take his seat and promptly retrieved the history exam, exclaiming, "Let us seize this opportunity before class begins." Unbeknownst to her, Xia Pengfei, with an impassive expression, replied, "There is no need for your concern. I do not wish to owe you anything." "Oh," Leng Siyu, taken aback, raised her brows and, upon confirming that Xia Pengfei was not jesting, quickly regained her composure. "Very well." She set aside the history paper and pulled out her mathematics workbook, fervently continuing her assignments, followed by the geography workbook and then the political workbook. As the splendor of the T dynasty descended into twilight, the once brilliant poets, akin to stars scattered across the firmament, vanished into the annals of history. In the echoes of this final era, a poet emerged gracefully, a prodigious talent who adorned the dusk of the T dynasty with a stunning afterglow. During the Chinese class, to Xia Pengfei's astonishment, Leng Siyu had fallen asleep at her desk. He gently tapped her, but she remained unresponsive. He then pinched her arm more forcefully. "There is no need for pleasantries with this girl. Disturbing someone's rest is an immoral act. Do you believe I would let you fade into the dust of history as well?" Feeling the pinch, Leng Siyu retaliated with a swift slap directed at Xia Pengfei. Fortunately, Xia Pengfei reacted swiftly, using his arm to block the deadly 9-in white bone claw of the merciless master, thus preserving his exquisite visage from ruin. However, his arm immediately throbbed with pain as if seared by a scalding iron. The classroom descended into chaos, and the Chinese teacher, Kangaba, wore an ashen expression of fury. "Leng Siyu, come to the office after class." The normally composed Mr. Kong could not restrain his exasperation. When the bell rang, Leng Siyu stood before Kangaba, bowing her head in self-reflection. "As fatigue enveloped me, I failed to summon the fortitude to resist it, allowing it to dominate my spirit and commit an unforgivable error. Sleeping during your dynamic and enriching lessons, which are a testament to your vast knowledge, is not only a gross disrespect for the sanctity of the teacher-student relationship, but also a blatant violation of the code of conduct for middle school students and a serious divergence from the demands of cultivating talent in the new era. My actions have adversely affected your teaching morale, diminished my classmates' learning efficiency, and hindered my own personal growth. Upon reflecting on my mistakes, I feel immense guilt and remorse. I resolve to use this moment as a turning point, enhancing my self-discipline, reinforcing my sense of duty, and deepening my collective consciousness, while completely eradicating the detrimental habit of sleeping in class. Without uttering a word, Leng Siyu strode directly to Xia Pengfei, rolled up the sleeve of one of his arms, and upon observing the swelling and bruising, calmly stated, "Consider yourself fortunate that I haven't severely injured your arm. Rest assured, I will take responsibility for this." Responsibility? Here, take this bottle of my family's secret safflower oil as a token of my commitment. Cold Siyu retrieved a small glass vial from her backpack, containing an enigmatic liquid. This is an unregulated product, untested and unsupervised. I cannot risk my arm as its experimental subject. Xia Pengfei scoffed at Cold Siyu's secret concoction. Trying to swindle me? Cold Siyu raised an eyebrow, suddenly rolling up Xia Pengfei's sleeve. With an astonishing swiftness, she uncorked the bottle and swiftly applied a liberal amount of the red flower oil to Xia Pengfei's inflamed arm. Her dexterity was astounding, leaving the onlookers utterly astonished. Goodness, is this speed truly achievable by human hands? Wakito exclaimed. A refreshing coolness began to spread from Xia Pengfei's arm. As Cold Siyu prepared to put away the vial, he immediately extended his arm. Hand it over. Even if it's poison, I want it, otherwise this beating would be in vain. Cold Siyu placed the vial into the palm of Xia Pengfei's outstretched hand and said calmly, "Your wounds won't require even half of this potion to heal. Consider the remainder a compensation." Xia Pengfei tucked the vial into his backpack and inquired with a frosty expression, "So, am I to understand that I've made a profit?" Chapter 22. Siyu takes a beating. Cold Siyu paid no heed to Xia Pengfei's mood. Her eyelids began to droop once more. She stifled a yawn and ultimately rested her head on the desk, having completely forgotten her earlier self-reproach. The homeroom teacher, Yan Wentian, ascended the podium, prompting class leader Xiao Tin how to call the class to attention. Naturally, Cold Siyu remained unresponsive, lost in a deep slumber. Xia Pengfei asked, "Teacher, should we wake her?" In a gentle tone, Yan Wentian remarked that she currently required nothing more than a restorative slumber, rather than the relentless pursuit of knowledge, which would be a misguided endeavor, yielding little efficiency. His unique pedagogical approach and profound inquiries had profoundly reshaped Xia Pengfei's understanding. Xia Pengfei cast a glance at Leng Siyu, who, enveloped in deep sleep, had entirely shed her metaphorical armor, her expression serene and untroubled, yet undeniably fatigued. He found himself intrigued by the tumultuous experiences that could render such a robust individual so utterly drained. Indeed, at this moment, Leng Siyu needed nothing but ample rest. As the history class concluded, Leng Siyu opened her eyes, feeling a blend of embarrassment and regret as she watched the enigmatic Nian Wentian depart. She turned to Jiang Meidan, inquiring why Mr. Nian had left. "He allowed you to rest, forbidding any disturbances." Jiang replied, "Did he not summon me to his office?" "No," came the response. "And did he not require me to write a reflection?" "No." In a state of profound confusion, Leng Siyu observed her desk mate, Xia Pengfei, applying the family's secret red flower oil to his arm. Suddenly, she became aware of a twinge of pain in her left arm. She rolled up her sleeve to reveal the marks left by a grip, yet, as if it were of no consequence, she quietly lowered her sleeve. A mere bruise was insignificant. After all, she had witnessed bullets flying, blood splattering, and the gruesome spectacle of someone being shot point blank. Meanwhile, Lin Wanru, donned in a panda apron, was diligently tidying up the opulent living room of a villa. Despite the cacophony of the vacuum cleaner, she distinctly heard the sound of her phone ringing. Hastening to the adjacent guest room, she retrieved her phone and noticed it was an unfamiliar number. Curiosity piqued. She pressed the answer button. "Hello, may I ask if you're Leng Siyu's mother?" "Yes, I am. May I ask who is calling?" Lin Wanru's voice was calm and gentle, a stark contrast to her demeanor towards Xia Pengfei. "I am Yan Wentian, Siyu's homeroom teacher. Your daughter seems to be bearing a weight far beyond her years, and as her teacher, it pains me to see this. Do you, as her mother, not feel the same?" Lin Wanru was taken aback. She detected the accusatory undertone in Nian Wentian's voice. Before she could respond, Nian Wentian continued, "This child possesses remarkable talent. If she were to focus on her studies, excelling in a prestigious school would be well within her reach. Yet now, she lacks the energy to fulfill even the most basic academic responsibilities due to physical exhaustion. Siyu is in good health. Can managing household chores and tutoring her younger sister truly lead to such fatigue? Just look at how negligent you are as a mother. How could you be unaware that your daughter has been taking on various part-time jobs in her spare time? What? Lin Wanru was taken aback. I have provided her with a substantial allowance, after all. A few hours later, Lin Wanru stormed into Nian Wantian's office, and Leng Siyu was summoned as well. The slender and demure Lin Wanru, upon seeing Leng Siyu, pulled a belt from her bag, intent on delivering a punishment. Nian Wantian quickly stepped in to protect Siyu, urging, "Cold mother, let us first ascertain the situation and refrain from acting impulsively." In the second year of high school, someone in class once shouted that the young tyrant, Leng Siyu, was about to be punished, prompting the entire class to rush to the history office, gathering outside the door to watch the spectacle. A sharp crack echoed as Lin Wanru's belt struck Nian Wantian instead. "I apologize, Teacher Nian. I am here to express my mother's regrets." Leng Siyu brushed past Nian Wantian, asserting, "Allow me to handle this." She turned her back to Lin Wanru, ready to accept the punishment. Lin Wanru, having accidentally struck Nian Wantian, paused for a moment before regaining her fierce demeanor, unleashing a flurry of strikes upon Leng Siyu's back while berating her. "I have given you so much money. Where has it gone? I warned you against straying from your studies." Like an unyielding mountain, Leng Siyu stood before the furious Lin Wanru, her expression serene. Not a single brow furrowing, not a tear falling, nor a cry of pain escaping her lips. It was, in essence, a rather cowardly situation. Yet Leng Siyu handled it with remarkable composure. With each successive strike, Lin Wanru grew more aggressive and relentless. Nian Wantian, being a refined individual, found himself utterly unprepared for such a tumultuous scene, his usual demeanor replaced by a state of bewilderment. The girls outside were utterly stunned, while the boys stood there, wide-eyed in shock. Summer Pengfei, unable to tolerate the scene any longer, stormed into the office and snatched the belt from Lin Wanru's hands, furiously rebuking her. "Aunt Lin, is this how a mother should act? Have you ever cared about how much suffering and toil Siyu endures at home? If you choose to remain indifferent, that's one thing, but to escalate her torment is entirely unacceptable. What grave sin has Siyu committed to warrant such cruelty from you? Pengfei, mind your own business. It's enough for her to vent her frustrations. Give her back the belt." Cold Siyu coolly advised Pengfei. "Aunt Lin, if the road is uneven, it is the responsibility of others to smooth it out. I cannot dictate how you manage matters behind closed doors at home, but pursuing me here at school to unleash your wrath upon Siyu is a matter I shall not ignore." You. Lin Wanru trembled in fury, her finger trembling as she pointed at Summer Pengfei, her words faltering. "Very well, Summer, I shall hold you accountable for this. And I will seek an explanation from Xia Zhongang." Summer Pengfei brandished the belt, ready to retaliate, his demeanor exuding defiance. Yet, Cold Siyu, who had just endured a severe beating, approached Lin Wanru with a gentle tone. "Mother, please calm down. Don't let your anger harm your health. If you haven't vented enough, take a moment to collect yourself before continuing. I haven't touched the money. I only wish to earn a little pocket change through hard work." Slap. A resounding slap landed squarely on Cold Siyu's face, leaving both Summer Pengfei and Nian Wantian in a state of bewilderment. The ferocity of this maternal figure was truly alarming. Her rage stemmed from a deep-seated pain that you could never comprehend. Cold Siyu cast a glance at Nian Wantian and Xia Pengfei before slowly making her way towards the door. "Hey, you should go check on the infirmary," Xia Pengfei suggested. "Is it really that serious?" She was rather gentle. "Gentle? Has that girl's head been knocked around too much?" "Siyu, I'm truly sorry." Nian Wantian approached, sincerely apologetic. "I had no idea your mother was so formidable. I should have communicated with you first." Chapter 23. The ghostly intrigue. Cold Siyu maintained a serene demeanor, nonchalantly replying, "It's nothing, teacher. I should actually thank you. If it weren't for you." "Never mind. You wouldn't understand." As Cold Siyu exited the office, Hua Qidu, Yi Zhiqiu, Jiang Meidan, and Gong Yingxue all gathered around her. "You really ought to see the school doctor, Siyu," Yi Zhiqiu said, her gentle eyes reflecting genuine concern. "You took quite a few hits on your back. You need to apply some medicine." Jiang Meidan tugged at Siyu's sportswear, her anxiety palpable. Even the captain of the basketball team, Gong Yingxue, chimed in. "Exactly, Siyu. Injuries need attention. You can't afford to be complacent just because you're physically strong." The experience of being beaten had surprisingly united the girls. Gong Yingxue playfully stepped behind Jiang Meidan, chuckling, "Cold Siyu, you truly are a little tyrant. It's fortunate that I was concerned for you just moments ago. Look at how terrified you are. It's not amusing at all." A hint of mischief glimmered in Cold Siyu's eyes as she turned to walk away. Xia Pengfei emerged from the office, clutching Lin Wanru's battle gear, a belt in hand, and Lu Sudong approached, exclaiming, "Incredible. The South China tiger fiercely tearing apart the jaguar. You've been quite the help to Cold Death today." Xia Pengfei's gaze followed the retreating figure of Leng Siyu, unimpressed. The girl's material exterior and resilient spirit were remarkably robust, seemingly requiring no external intervention. He marveled at her embodiment of a woman of steely resolve, unperturbed even in the face of adversity. The calmness and composure she exuded were unparalleled. With the medication in hand, Xia Pengfei scrutinized it meticulously, his dark eyes shimmering with intensity. This concoction surpassed similar products in the market. It undoubtedly possessed significant commercial potential. "Share your secret recipe with me, and I can help you promote it," he exclaimed. "You truly are an opportunistic little capitalist," Leng Siyu retorted coolly. "This recipe is a cherished family secret, and every heir has sworn an oath to never disclose it." Xia Pengfei raised his gaze to Leng Siyu, who was tidying her books. "You stubborn fool. With such a tremendous opportunity at hand, how can you not seize it? If you brought it to market, wouldn't it be 100 times better than laboring endlessly? You could simply sit at home and count your profits." After packing her books, Leng Siyu, with her bag in hand, fixed her gaze on Xia Pengfei and asked, "Does the potential for profit negate all notions of integrity? Must the rationality and feasibility of human actions be solely measured by profitability? If you value economic gain so dearly, why did you choose the humanities? You are well aware that the humanities do not yield direct economic benefits. They merely provide a value-oriented perspective for society. Surely you recognize that in the realm of material wealth creation, the sciences hold a distinct advantage over the humanities?" Xia Pengfei was taken aback. Leng Siyu's contemplations resonated deeply within him. In this bustling world, where the pursuit of profit reigns supreme, countless individuals, driven solely by self-interest, resort to perilous measures, heedlessly jeopardizing the property and even the safety of others. They incessantly transgress the boundaries of law and morality, allowing various substandard, inferior, and toxic goods to proliferate unchecked. If only these developers, wholesalers, and retailers could cultivate a greater sense of humanity and social responsibility, would not our societal ethos be far more pristine? And our living environment considerably more accommodating? Through her discourse, Leng Siyu conveyed at least one poignant message. She cherishes something far more valuable than mere wealth, for reasons unknown. As Xia Pengfei observed her silhouette flitting out of the classroom, she appeared remarkably more charming than usual. Xia Chongchong, meanwhile, indulged in a block game while savoring chocolate. Xia Pengfei glanced askance at Chongchong and inquired whether she had been bullied at school recently. "That Chao Batian is utterly detestable. He has nearly terrorized the entire class. The other day, he attempted to pick on me, but Yuan came to my aid, only for him to shove her to the ground, leaving a sizable bump on her head. Yuan is incredibly brave. She didn't even cry." "A bump on her head?" "I didn't notice any swelling on Yuan's head. She had the teacher treat it with ice and ointment. Yuan said it was Sister Yu who taught her how to handle it. She truly is quite capable." Xia Pengfei, holding a teacup, stood by the window, watching Leng Siyu run out of the community with little Yuan in her arms, speculating that she had gone off to work again. He mused to himself, "This person truly is tireless, unable to change her ways. The incident of being beaten has already created a stir throughout the entire school. And now I must venture out to earn some pocket money. Will my next beating cause an uproar across the whole city of Zishu?" Xia Pengfei set down his teacup, rose, and changed into casual attire, preparing to head out the front door. "Brother, where are you going?" "I want to come too. You can stay home and play games." "I'm just going for a stroll. If you take me with you, I'll tell you something. It's about Sister Yu and Yuan. I'm not interested in their affairs." "All right then, forget I mentioned it. Hurry and help me change my shoes." Cold Siyu embraced little Yuan as they walked briskly along Filong Road. Little Yuan rested one hand on Siyu's shoulder and exclaimed, "Sister, slow down. I have something to say." "Hey, it's my feet walking. What does that have to do with our conversation? If you run too fast, it disrupts my train of thought. You little rascal. You have quite a few tricks up your sleeve." Despite her teasing, Cold Siyu slowed her pace. "Is this better?" "Stop right there. I need to tell you something." Cold Siyu halted and fixed her gaze on little Yuan's large eyes, asking, "What is it? Make it quick. Don't delay me from earning money. Little Yuan spoke with great seriousness. Sister, I believe what you are doing is wrong. What do you mean? Cold Siyu was momentarily bewildered, as little Yuan's tone resembled that of a stern mother leopard. Little Yuan maintained a serious expression, locking her gaze on Cold Siyu's watery eyes, and declared, I saw Mom today. And then? Mom asked me to keep an eye on you. If you go to work without her knowledge again, I'm to inform her. And she has promised a generous reward. Did you agree? What a jest. I didn't acquiesce, or she would have certainly dealt me a painful blow, leaving me utterly humiliated in front of the insects. Chapter 24. Are a dozen individuals truly intimidated by her? So you are now aligned with Mother S faction? Are you a spy dispatched by her to monitor me? Xiao Yuan playfully patted Siyu's face with her left hand, her eyes wide as she exclaimed, Sister, how foolish you are. In this world, spies never voluntarily disclose their identities. Thus, you have ostensibly acquiesced to Mother in order to receive her rewards, while in reality, you stand united with your sister, correct? Oh, Xiao Yuan, your devious thoughts surpass my imagination. Leng Siyu pinched Xiao Yuan's nose gently. Sister, although I shall not betray you, I still believe your actions are misguided. You want to concentrate your energies on cultural development rather than economic pursuits. Leng Siyu fell into contemplation but continued to glide forward with her slender legs towards the ladies' tailoring boutique. The evening sun filtered through the gaps in the sycamore trees, casting dappled shadows upon the ground, as if yearning to penetrate Leng Siyu's intricate psyche. After a moment, she halted, her gaze fixed intently on Xiao Yuan's large eyes, and softly uttered, Yuan, after I finish my work this week, I shall cease. The compensation from the ladies' tailoring boutique is exceedingly generous, far surpassing what I earned from moving bricks, furniture, and unloading goods. During the National Day holiday, I wish to take you on a delightful outing with the money I have earned myself. Wow, really? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan's face blossomed into a radiant smile, and unable to contain herself, she embraced Siyu and planted a kiss on her cheek, exclaiming, Sister, you are the best sister in the world. Enough. Stop spitting on my face. Are you no longer concerned about my job? Xiao Yuan sighed. You may proceed as you wish. Brother Fei mentioned that the owner of that establishment has a rather complicated background, so you must exercise caution. Sister, you are no longer working. Have you suddenly come to a realization? I believe there may be some merit to your words. Who would believe that? You are the most obstinate person under the heavens. Suddenly, Leng Yuan spotted a familiar figure and swiftly turned around, urging Leng Siyu, run, hurry up. Across the street, beneath a sycamore tree, stood a slender, quietly elegant middle-aged woman who elicited both a deep-seated attachment and a terrifying presence for the Leng sisters. Leng Siyu clutched her sister and dashed forward, nearly colliding with the hurriedly emerging Xiao Pengfei at the street corner. Xiao Pengfei, puzzled, asked, Siyu, why are you running? Without pausing to respond, Leng Siyu pressed against the wall alongside Xiao Yuan, peeking out to scrutinize the distant, thin figure. Xiao Yuan leaned in and whispered, Mother seems to have lost more weight. Leng Siyu replied, yet her spirit and strength appear robust. She hits harder than before. The sister's gaze remained fixed on Lin Wanru as she boarded a bus, watching until it vanished from sight. Xiao Yuan, with a tinge of bitterness, remarked, now who knows how long it will be until we see her again. Leng Siyu countered, you ought to be grateful to me. Were it not for my efforts, you would not be enjoying the benefits of today. Benefits? Is a visit with Mother considered a blessing? Xiao Pengfei gazed blankly at the two sisters, uncertain of what to say. It felt as though something sharp had pierced his heart. Suddenly, the little Yuan in Leng Siyu's arms recalled the overlooked Xia brothers behind her and turned to ask Chong, where are you going? Chong replied, I don't know where we are headed, brother. Where are we going? While Xiao Pengfei was still gathering his thoughts and formulating a response, Leng Siyu had already taken Yuan and dashed away. Brother, where are we going? Chong inquired once more. Do you wish to share something with me? Xiao Pengfei retorted, his eyes following the figures sprinting ahead. Leng Siyu, clutching Yuan, raced to the elegant clothing boutique. Upon seeing the sisters, Higuasian greeted them with a warm smile. Siyu, it's wonderful that you could come. You don't need to do anything. Just stand at the entrance and keep watch for me. Can you manage that for 2 hours? This is the peak selling period. Once it passes, I will close the shop. Boss, I hope to receive my daily wages on the same day. At my previous jobs, I always got paid immediately. My memory isn't the best, and I fear I might forget otherwise, Leng Siyu stated earnestly. That's not a problem at all. I'll give you yesterday's wages first. Your help was invaluable. Otherwise, Li Laoxi and Wang Laowu would have caused trouble again, He Guizhong replied. And he went to the counter to retrieve a stack of 100 yuan bills for Leng Siyu. Upon seeing the money, Yuan's eyes lit up. Money. So much. Cold Silk Rain took the money with her left hand and placed it in her pants pocket, while her right hand set down little Yuan, who went to use Uncle He's computer to study ancient poetry. Yu Haven T recited your verses today. He Guizhong personally guided little Yuan to the computer, assisting her in searching for videos on learning ancient poetry. How about this poem, Spring River Flower Moon Night? Little Yuan whispered, Uncle, this one is too long. Let us go with 2 couplets instead. At the doorway, Cold Silk Rain exclaimed, Today, we will recite Spring River Flower Moon Night. Just this one will suffice. Little Yuan protested. But this poem consists of 36 lines, equivalent to 9 couplets. I usually recite only 8 lines a day. How much extra work are you giving me today? That is quite ruthless. Little Yuan kicked out in frustration but inadvertently stepped on He Guizhong's foot. Suddenly, Cold Silk Rain's expression turned serious as she noticed a group of over 10 young men emerging, brandishing machetes and clubs. Without hesitation, Cold Silk Rain sprang from her chair, spitting out her gum, and demanded, What do you want? Are you looking for trouble? Do you not see who is here? A young man with a scar on his forehead stepped forward and politely said, Sister Siyu, we have no intention of crossing paths with you. We merely seek to settle accounts with He Guizhong. Cold Silk Rain, with her hands tucked into the pockets of her tracksuit, snorted disdainfully, Humph. If you don't want to tangle with me, haven't you noticed I'm on guard here? If you make a move on Bossy today, I'll end up losing my wages. The scar-faced youth urged softly, Sister, it's best if you don't get involved in Bossy's matters. We have some old scores to settle with him. Cold Siyu coldly remarked, I have made it clear to you all. Any attempt to harm him while I am present is tantamount to severing my source of income. Do not blame me for turning against you. A newcomer among the ruffians sneered, Zhang. She is but one person. Do we truly fear her with our numbers? The scar-faced man retorted sharply, Cease your nonsensical chatter. Show some respect to Sister Siyu. Unaware of the gravity of the situation, the newcomer swung a club at Siyu, aiming a direct blow. With a swift movement, Cold Siyu evaded, teleporting behind him and delivering a sweeping kick toward the young thug. Chapter 25. A finger's poke could end you. It is worth noting that Cold Siyu had undergone 12 years of relentless training in martial arts. Her hands and feet capable of exerting force equivalent to several hundred pounds. Although it was not the first time the ruffians had witnessed her prowess, they were nonetheless left dumbfounded by her extraordinary speed and strength, their hearts racing with exhilaration. This scene was witnessed in its entirety by the approaching Xia Pengfei and Xia Chongchong, both of whom were experiencing Cold Siyu's combat skills for the first time. The impact on their retinas and hearts was indescribable. A truly unparalleled master. Xia Chongchong promptly affixed a label to Cold Siyu in his mind. That girl is indeed worthy of being Cold Xiang's daughter. Xia Pengfei also offered a compliment. Spare us, my lady. Spare us. The young thug felt as though his back and legs were ablaze with pain, pleading for mercy from Siyu. Wang Laowu stepped forward to intercede, saying, Siyu, he has just arrived and is unfamiliar with the rules. Please, show some leniency and merely teach him a lesson. Cold Silk Rain released the small ruffian and uttered in a nonchalant tone, All right, today I shall spare you for Wang Ji's sake. Wang Laowu admonished the ruffian. Do not act so recklessly in the future. Silk Rain only exerted a fraction of her strength had she applied a bit more. Your legs and spine would have been irreparably damaged. The ruffian hastily expressed his gratitude, picked up his stick, and retreated obediently to the side. Quite impressive indeed. Xia Pengfei approached with Xia Chongchong cradled in his arms, greeting Cold Silk Rain. Upon seeing the brothers, Cold Silk Rain was taken aback, exclaiming, Xia Pengfei, this is not a place for your leisurely stroll. Take Chongchong and leave at once. Unperturbed, Xia Pengfei set Chongchong down, who scampered inside to play with Yuan. Cold Silk Rain, growing anxious, warned, Xia Pengfei, if you do not take Chongchong away, I shall come and teach you history shortly. Xia Pengfei, gazing intently into Cold Silk Rain's worried eyes, retorted, Then I certainly cannot leave. I detect a hint of concern for me in your words. Concern for you? Nonsense. I'd rather kick you to the curb. Now, be gone. Cold Silk Rain replied with irritation. A group of ruffians listened to the banter between the youth, none daring to make a move. Wang Laowu, being a straightforward man, said nothing and indeed led his men away. He Guizhong emerged, wiping his brow, and praised Silk Rain. Silk Rain is truly formidable. However, upon spotting He Guizhong, Xia Pengfei swiftly approached and grasped his suit, declaring, He Laoban, do not assume your little deeds go unnoticed. I warn you, keep your distance from Silk Rain. She is merely a student and wishes to have no ties with you. If you continue to harass her, do not blame me if I dismantle your bones. He Guizhong discerned the veiled threat in Xia Pengfei's words, breaking into a cold sweat as he hastily pleaded, Brother Xia, I promise I won't let her work anymore. Cold Siyu, witnessing the typically genteel Xia Pengfei resorting to violence, was utterly bewildered. Before she could register what was happening, Xia Pengfei had already entered the shop and emerged with Yuan Yu and Chong Chong in his arms. Let us go, he declared, cradling one child in each arm. Casting a glance at Cold Siyu, He Guizhong then produced a stack of 100 yuan bills, pressing them into Cold Siyu's hands. When she lifted her gaze to find Xia Pengfei, he had already distanced himself, carrying the two children away. Cold Siyu jogged after him, calling out, Xia Pengfei, on what grounds do you sever my source of income? Xia Pengfei remained silent, hastening his pace while holding on to Chong Chong and Yuan Yuan. Yuan Yuan leaned closer to Xia Pengfei's ear and whispered, It's for the best. My sister is exhausted, working like a dog every day, toiling away at strenuous tasks. Chong Chong inquired, Why not choose an easier job? Yuan Yuan replied, You really can't comprehend this? You privileged children born with golden keys cannot fathom the struggles of the working class. Generally, demanding physical labor pays more. The wage for carrying a bag of cement for an hour surpasses that of washing dishes in a restaurant for 4 hours. Though merely 5 years old, Yuan Yuan's seemingly simple statement about labor market conditions left the young heirs of commercial enterprises astonished. Chong Chong, with a twinge of sympathy, asked, You watched your sister carry cement? Yuan Yuan answered, I helped her count the bags, worried she might lose track. Chong Chong gazed at Yuan Yuan with admiration. Yuan Yuan, your life is truly fascinating. Yuan Yuan glared and exclaimed, I am utterly exhausted. Enduring the scorching sun and the relentless rain, I would rather forego such excitement. Xia Pengfei replied, When your sister strikes me, you must lend me your assistance. Yuan Yuan reassured, Fear not, she only roars fiercely at friends and would never resort to violence. Xia Pengfei countered, She does not regard me as a friend. She considers me a class enemy. Yuan Yuan pondered, What shall we do then? Someone as refined as you, she would surely dispatch with a mere finger. How about this? If she erupts in anger, you can take refuge behind me. Leng Siyu cleared her throat twice and inquired, And Yuan Yuan? I have sent her upstairs to play. Xia Pengfei shot a piercing glance at Leng Siyu. Leng Siyu insisted, You ought to ascend as well. Tell Yuan Yuan to hurry down. I wish to speak with you. I have nothing to discuss with you. Oh, but I do. Xia Pengfei warned. Do not force my hand. Please, do not hesitate. Come at me. Do you truly believe I lack the courage? Leng Siyu raised her hand, poised to strike Xia Pengfei. He swiftly dodged aside, exclaiming, You wicked sorceress, you truly intend to hit me. As Leng Siyu opened the door, Xia Pengfei slipped inside the room. Yet, as Leng Siyu brought her hand down once more, she was taken aback when Xia Pengfei did not evade this time. Her palm landed squarely on his back. Ouch! Xia Pengfei bellowed, My bones have shattered. Cold Siyu had initially exerted only a minimal amount of strength, but upon his fierce shout, she was startled. Fearing that she had truly injured Xia Pengfei, she approached to lift his shirt, intent on assessing his injuries. Xia Pengfei, flustered, recoiled, exclaiming, Why are you a young lady? Undressing me? How else can I examine the injury? A mere glance won't cost you a piece of flesh, Cold Siyu replied with an innocent expression. All right. I'm fine, but my spirit has suffered a great blow, and you must compensate me, Xia Pengfei retorted, shielding his attire as if he were a modest maiden. Wary of Cold Siyu's potential forceful actions, Cold Siyu widened her eyes in disbelief. Are you attempting to swindle me? I have no money. You should take me out for a meal. I am famished. Xia Pengfei, having changed into Cold Xiang's shoes, nonchalantly made his way to the living room. Plopping down on the sofa and refusing to leave, Cold Siyu chased after him, reprimanding, You have hoarded 2 housekeepers at home, and yet come to exploit my labor. Are you accustomed to the lavish dishes of abalone and sea cucumbers, that you can stomach the plain porridge and vegetables from my household? In a fit of frustration, Cold Siyu seized a cushion and hurled it at Xia Pengfei, who effortlessly caught it with outstretched hands. Is it really necessary? You think that by feeding you a single meal, I am plotting your demise? Chapter 26, Epilogue 01 Bird hunting at this moment. The heart of the soy sauce queen was akin to the incessant rains of June, pouring unrelentingly. The heart of the soy sauce queen shattered more profoundly than when she was brutally attacked by Lin Wanru in public. It was more sorrowful than when Leng Yuanyuan stood on the balcony, bidding farewell to the long-absent Lin Wanru. It was even more maddening than when Xia Pengfei, despite his stealthy observation of Leng Siyu practicing, was ruthlessly expelled from room 0101 by her. Moreover, it was more helpless than when Leng Yuanyuan, who only needed to memorize 8 lines of poetry daily, was compelled by Leng Siyu to recite Spring River Flower Moon Night. Thus, the creation of my sister is a bit ruthless came to be, along with extra episode 01. As the bell rang for class at Tianqiang High School, the poised and knowledgeable history teacher, Nian Wentian, leisurely entered the classroom of the second year, Class 1, and confidently approached the podium. The entire class was left in a state of bewilderment. Was this a history lesson or a mathematics class? Were they being questioned as high school students or as preschoolers? Was this a conventional routine or a brain teaser? Was it an academic discussion or a life navigation session? All 60 students collectively thought that this must surely be a trap laid by teacher Nian, and they could not foolishly jump into it. They would not fall for it. They were too clever for that. Consequently, a question that could be answered in 10 seconds by preschoolers remained unanswered for over a minute in the second-year class. Teacher Nian, feeling at a loss for words, pondered. What has happened to our students? What has happened to our education? Has our education rendered them foolish? At that moment, Wang Xiaobao stood up and confidently replied, Teacher, there are still 9 birds left on the tree after 10 flew away. A cacophony of unkind laughter erupted within the classroom, with Wakedom's laughter resonating the loudest. Owing to her considerable lung capacity, Wakedom, could you elucidate the significance of your laughter? When birds hear the gunshot, who would remain unscathed? Presumably. There are no birds left in the trees. Nian Wantian's gaze shifted to Leng Siyu, who appeared to be in fine spirits today. One might surmise her thoughts are quite lucid. Whose answer do you believe to be correct? Do you possess any alternative answers? Leng Siyu, gripping her pen, rose to respond. Teacher, I personally deem this question rather trivial, for its answer could range anywhere from 0 to 10. The responses of Wang Xiaobao and Huikdom could be both accurate and erroneous. Xiao Pengfei, do you concur with Leng Siyu's assertion? Nian Wenyan chose not to inquire about Leng Siyu's reasoning but instead sought Xiao Pengfei's perspective. Xiao Pengfei stood up, responding with composure. My opinion aligns with that of Leng Siyu. Wang Xiaobao, dissenting, asserted. How could it possibly encompass any number from 0 to 10? Can you expound upon the rationale behind the answer being 0? Wang Xiaobao questioned the reasoning for there being only 1 bird remaining in the tree. Xiao Pengfei replied. The bird that was shot did not fall, while the others took flight. Alternatively, the bird that was shot fell, leaving just 1 deaf bird perched on the tree as the others flew away. What about the reasoning for there being 2 birds left in the tree? 2 deaf birds remained on the branches, while the rest either fell or flew away. And what of the reasoning for there being 3 birds remaining? 1 deaf bird remains perched in the tree, another, too fatigued to awaken from slumber, also stays atop the branches. A third lies lifeless within a hollow, having succumbed to fatal injury, while the others have fled in fright at the sound of gunfire. Thus, what of the 4? Similar reasoning applies. Beyond mere deafness, there may be birds that linger in devotion to their fallen companions. Some might possess such limited intellect that they remain oblivious to the danger. Others could be so paralyzed by fear that they faint or perish yet still cling to their arboreal refuge. There may even be those unperturbed by the silent discharge of a suppressed firearm, remaining undisturbed in their lofty abode, or perhaps they are too famished to take flight. Some may dwell in despair, seeking an end to their existence, while others might speculate that the hunter has exhausted his ammunition, prompting them to stay. Indeed, the possibilities are plentiful. In summary, with these uncertainties, any data can be validated. Xiao Pengfei's explanation is utterly absurd, yet Nian Wentian feels a sense of satisfaction. After gesturing for several students to take their seats, he poses another question to Lu Sudong. What was my intention in designing this problem today? Lu Sudong rises, ponders for a moment, and replies. Teacher Nian aims to cultivate our reverse thinking, divergent thinking, and to foster our spirit of inquiry and awareness of argumentation. This will greatly aid us in analyzing historical events and tackling subjective historical questions. Upon hearing this, Zhang Meidan whispers to Yi Zhiqiu. Sudong truly deserves his rank as second in the grade. Yi Zhiqiu suddenly raised her hand, seeking a semblance of recognition. Upon receiving permission, she gradually stood up, pondering the uncertainty inherent in the teacher's posed question. Does this not affirm the notion that history is a girl that can be dressed up as one pleases? Zhou Yang rose to speak eloquently, asserting that this statement holds merit. The understanding of history is imbued with profound subjectivity, and evaluations of historical events often vary according to individual perspectives. Different figures, constrained by their respective classes, stances, knowledge, abilities, experiences, and other factors, frequently render starkly contrasting judgments on the same matter. For instance, regarding the founder of a certain nation's unified feudal dynasty, some regard him as a monumental figure who laid the foundation for the political landscape of that nation for millennia, deserving the title of an eternal emperor, while others denounce him as a tyrant, notorious for his severe laws and oppressive taxation. Thus, it is evident that history is indeed a girl that can be dressed up as one wishes. Well said, Wang Xiaobao praised. Indeed, this assertion is quite reasonable, and many concurred. However, Nian Wentian appeared visibly dissatisfied with such a perspective. His expression turned grave as he remarked, "So, when we evaluate history, are we free to reverse right and wrong, obliterate merits and faults, and distort facts? Are there any classmates who hold a differing opinion?" Xia Pengfei tapped on Leng Siyu's desk, causing her to glare sharply at him, as if to say, "Do not disturb my train of thought." Xia Pengfei pointed at the handsome man on the podium, exclaiming, "He is the one distracting you." Leng Siyu raised her gaze towards Nian Wentian, candidly admitting her mental lapse. "Apologies, teacher, I lost my train of thought. History is a young girl who can be dressed as one pleases. What is your perspective on this notion?" Leng Siyu stood up, ran her fingers through her hair, and remarked, "If this is the case, then if I were to strike Xia Pengfei, could it be claimed that he struck me? This statement is fundamentally flawed. It exaggerates the subjectivity of historical understanding while neglecting its objectivity. My action of hitting Xia Pengfei is an objective reality, irrespective of how others perceive it or how I perceive it myself. Our interpretations may differ, yet such divergences cannot alter the essence of the facts. In summary, the recognition of history ought to embody a harmonious unity of both objectivity and subjectivity." The entire class erupted in applause, including the unsuspecting Xia Pengfei, who joined in the clapping as well. Chapter 27. Dragged into the bedroom, Leng Siyu settled onto the sofa beside Xia Pengfei, casting 2 icy glances his way, urging him to speak quickly if he had something to say. Xia Pengfei gazed into Leng Siyu's eyes, clear and pristine like mountain spring water, and felt an involuntary stir within, completely forgetting his intended words. Noticing Xia Pengfei's silence and wishing to avoid being drawn into an uncomfortable atmosphere, Leng Siyu hastily rose and feigned severity, declaring, "Stay seated and do not move. Dare to stir, and I shall break your legs." The tone of her voice was a complete echo of Lin Wanru. Xia Pengfei shot a glance at Leng Siyu, tempted to laugh, yet the humor eluded him. Leng Siyu retreated to the kitchen to begin preparing dinner. As she passed the kitchen doorway, he couldn't resist stealing a glance at her, instantly captivated by her deftness with the knife. Cold Silk Rain cast an exasperated glance at Xia Pengfei, whose powerful hands skillfully sliced vegetables with an elegance that belied its strength. The crisp sound of the knife striking the cutting board resonated in a rapid staccato, and within a minute, she had prepared 2 exquisite dishes. Xia Pengfei, seated on the sofa, retrieved his phone and connected the call to Lan Lan. "Sister Lan, I will be dining at Silk Rain's house tonight. Please keep Xiao Yuan for dinner." "Oh, all right." In the living room of room 0301 on the 3rd floor, 2 adorable children sat on the carpet, engrossed in building with colorful blocks, while a golden retriever observed nearby. Xiao Yuan had constructed a dashing figure and placed it upon a previously assembled ship, declaring him the captain. Xiao Chong was busy creating a beautiful woman, asserting, "No one can compare to my father in handsomeness." Xiao Yuan raised an eyebrow and replied, "My father is not only handsome but also gentle. He treats me well and never scolds me." Pointing to the ship, Xiao Chong boasted, "My father is not only handsome but also capable. He can even operate a ship like this." Xiao Yuan retorted, "My father can not only drive a ship but also operate tanks and airplanes." As Xiao Chong placed the assembled beautiful woman atop the grand vessel, a hint of melancholy flickered in her eyes. "This is the captain's beautiful wife. They live on the ship together, never having to part. Unlike my father and mother, who I rarely see throughout the year." Xiao Yuan set down her blocks and gazed out the window, pondering, "I sometimes wonder, is it truly a blessing that my father is so capable and brave? Perhaps being an ordinary person would allow him to be with my mother, sister, and me every day. I sometimes genuinely wish my father were a little more ordinary." The little bug dismissed the notion, saying, "Round, you cannot say that. The reason we can enjoy such comfort while stacking blocks today is due to the valiant efforts of our great father and Uncle Long, who are safeguarding us. Great individuals bear a heavy burden. Greatness is both a capability and a responsibility. In truth, not only is your father magnificent, but your sister also possesses remarkable qualities. She constantly scolds me and pressures me to learn this and that. Is she truly great? Today, over 10 unruly brothers came to cause trouble. Yet your sister single-handedly dealt with them. At that moment, Sister Yu was incredibly impressive and cool. Leng Yuan fell into contemplation and hugged the golden retriever, asking, "Darling, do you think my sister is great?" Wang Wang. The golden retriever wagged its tail vigorously. Darling says no. Darling says yes. Darling says no. Darling says yes. No. Yes. Lon Lon entered the living room and saw the two little ones in a dispute. She smiled gently. Little bug, little round, it's time to eat. First, let's tidy up. Little bug, feeling anxious, quickly invited the guest. Round can eat here. Aunt Hao's cooking is delicious. Little round firmly replied. Sister and mom don't allow me to eat out. There is no need to create discord over something as trivial as a meal. Lon Lon grew anxious. For boss Xia Pengfei had given specific instructions. Failing to accomplish even this small task would reflect poorly. Unable to find a reason to counter Little Round's stance, Lon Lon resorted to a fib, claiming, "Your sister agreed for you to eat here." Little Round immediately exposed her lie, declaring, "That's impossible. I know her character well." Little Yuan and skipped away, while Lon Lon, who had just failed at her first attempt to tell a lie, exchanged bewildered glances with Xia Kongchong. As the three approached the dining table, ready to commence their meal, the doorbell rang. "Don't make a sound. Don't come out." Cold Siyu abruptly shut the door, leaving the utterly bewildered Xia Pengfei to the desolate confines of the bedroom. Staring at the closed door, a flame of indignation ignited within him. "How dare they treat me this way?" Lin Wanru inquired. "Why did you arrive so late without your keys?" Cold Siyu calmly replied, "I was busy in the kitchen. My sister was in the bathroom." Lin Wanru pressed further. "Why are there 3 empty bowls and 3 pairs of chopsticks? Is there someone else here?" Cold Siyu responded with composure. "I took an extra bowl for soup and added another pair of chopsticks to serve my sister." Her words flowed smoothly, her tone tranquil, demonstrating her adeptness at deceit. "I ask you, why did you help that summer fellow today?" "A chivalrous heart, of course. It is a gentleman's delight to aid those in distress, as it garners admiration from many." "Do you harbor feelings for him?" "How could that be?" "I find him utterly disagreeable. I have no affection for him whatsoever." "Mother, rest assured, he and I are not of the same ilk. If you wish for me to have any dealings with him, I might as well be strangled." The barrier of the bedroom door could not muffle the exchange between Lin Wanru and her daughter. While Lin Wanru's words held little sway over Xia Pengfei, Cold Siyu's remarks stirred a sense of resentment within him. Cold Siyu spoke without any pauses or reservations, and Xia Pengfei felt that her words were intended solely for him. Determined, he resolved to sever ties with the Cold family from that moment on. He thought to himself, regardless of whether the Cold family thrives or suffers, it would no longer concern Xia Pengfei in the slightest. The predominant theme of Cold Siyu's bedroom was a stark black and white palette, exuding a cool ambience with a hint of innocence. The bedding and curtains were adorned with playful panda motifs, and a panda plush toy rested beside the pillows. Such an affection for pandas explained why she shared such a lively rapport with Hua Ku. As Xia Pengfei slid open the wardrobe door, he noticed it was mostly filled with sportswear, lacking any fashionable attire. It was hardly surprising. Someone who spent their days kicking sandbags and hauling bricks had little need for ostentatious clothing. Xia Pengfei felt a surge of pent-up frustration that lingered until Cold Siyu returned to open the door. He cast a glance at the expressionless Cold Siyu and the apologetic Xiao Yuan before silently making his way to the entrance of room 0101. "Brother Fei, you should eat before you leave," Xiao Yuan pleaded as she chased him to the door. Gently touching her round face, Xia Pengfei replied softly, "I am no longer hungry." Xiao Yuan, "Goodbye," and departed. Brother Fei must be full of anger. Xiao Yuan murmured, her head bowed, her spirits dampened. "If I were Brother Fei, I would also be upset, feeling like a thief. Who could endure that?" Cold Siyu gazed in the direction Xia Pengfei had left and remarked, "Well, that works perfectly. From now on, we shall be strangers, and Mother will be pleased." The dishes on the dining table remained untouched. On the living room coffee table, the 2 cups of jasmine tea brewed by Xia Pengfei had long ceased to emit steam. One cup was full, while the other was half empty. Chapter 28. Little Yuan's outburst as night fell. The lights in the living room of room 0101 illuminated the space. and the melodious reading voice of Leng Yuan drifted through the open window. The clouds drifted leisurely, while the melancholy weighed heavily upon King Fengpu. Whose boat glides upon the water tonight, and where does longing meet the bright moon in the tower? Little Yuan sat on Leng Siyu's lap, reciting the entirety of Spring River Flower Moon Night. Siyu then took out an English textbook for children and guided Yuan through it twice. Afterward, she engaged in a vigorous half-hour session of training with a sandbag, followed by a quick shower, before diligently settling down with her homework. The next morning, upon arriving at school, Leng Siyu neither rushed to finish her assignments nor slumped over her desk to catch up on sleep. Instead, she stood in the corridor outside the classroom, enjoying the view. Not far away, Xia Pengfei and Lu Sudong were also enjoying the breeze in the corridor. Hua Qidu approached, munching on bread. Siyu, aren't you working on your homework today? I finished it at home. I wrapped up early yesterday. Wrapped up early? My goodness. You just endured a beating yesterday, and now you're off to work again? Leng Siyu shrugged nonchalantly. What's so remarkable about taking a beating? When my mother gets angry, she uses me as a punching bag. It's your father who encourages her to do that. Goodness, what peculiar parents you have. My dad says that since I am training in martial arts, it's not sufficient to just practice on a sandbag or on others. I must also learn to endure blows. Only then, when faced with real danger, will I possess true resilience. Fighting is an inevitable affair, where both inflicting and receiving blows are simply part of the experience. Moreover, my mother has never trained in martial arts. If she cannot withstand the strikes from her own mother, how could she possibly compete with those who have honed their skills? This revelation is overwhelmingly shocking. I fear my fragile heart may not bear it. To enhance my resilience against blows, my mother has equipped herself with a unique tool, a belt, always at the ready. Leng Siyu remarked with a hint of indifference. Her words reached the ears of Xia Pengfei and Lu Sudong without omission. Lu Sudong quietly observed. The Leng family certainly has an unconventional approach to nurturing talent. Xia Pengfei, however, remained silent, casting a cold glance at Leng Siyu's upright figure before turning to head towards the classroom. Why are you leaving? Lu Sudong followed him into the classroom, sensing something amiss in his demeanor. Yi Zhiqiu, suppressing her inner excitement, set aside her small mirror, received the test paper, and gently assured him, it's all right, no problem. Aside from enriching the content, are there other techniques for subjective questions in history? Xia Pengfei inquired. Indeed, what techniques exist? My subjective answers are a complete mess. Jiang Meidan chimed in, leaning closer. One must practice more questions. The more you practice, the better your instinct becomes. Yi Zhiqiu, an art examination candidate, could barely achieve a score of 400 out of a total, placing her outside the top 500 in her grade. Her theoretical foundation is inherently weak, and her absorption of various subjects tends to be cursory, lacking thorough analysis and effective summarization. It would indeed be quite challenging for her to deduce answering patterns and techniques on the spot. Yi Zhiqiu first cast a pleading gaze towards Leng Siyu, yet refrained from speaking. Then, she turned her attention to Lu Sudong. Lu, could you provide an analysis for Pengfei? Lu Sudong replied, I approach subjective history questions instinctively, without much effort in summarizing answering techniques. Why not search online? Lu patted Xia Pengfei on the back and pointed at Leng Siyu, saying, your deskmate is quite the expert. Why not consult her? Xia Pengfei replied nonchalantly, I wouldn't want to trouble her. Yi Zhiqiu's eyes brightened, as if an invisible hand had strummed a chord within her heart. Leng Siyu pretended not to hear, her expression unchanged, continuing to read the text in silence. In the affiliated kindergarten's middle class, during the game of Eagle Catches Chicks, Chao Batian played the eagle, while Xiao Yuan portrayed the hen, alongside Xiao Chongchong, Ma Lishu, and Xingao Zhao as the chicks. As the game commenced, Xiao Yuan anxiously called out, children, hurry and come to your mother. Xiao Chongchong hid behind Xiao Yuan, clutching her shirt tightly, while Ma Lishu, Xingao Zhao, and other children lined up behind Chongchong. Chao Batian approached with a fierce demeanor, declaring in a threatening tone, hen, I am hungry, obediently send a chick to satisfy my hunger. Xiao Yuan widened her eyes and, with righteous indignation, retorted, you wicked villain, to eat my child. You must first get past me. As Chao Batian lunged towards the flock of chicks, Xiao Yuan spread her wings to block his path. Despite Chao Batian's erratic and stealthy advances, Xiao Yuan's agile form shadowed him closely, intercepting every attempt. Chao Batian, burdened by excessive weight, found himself swiftly depleted of stamina during physical exertion, panting heavily after only a brief sprint. Recognizing the futility of adhering to the rules, he seized Xiao Yuanyuan's skyward pigtails, tugging them painfully. The abrupt action left Xiao Yuanyuan defenseless, allowing Qiao Batian to capture the little insect and consume it voraciously, savoring the morsel with a smirk, exclaiming, "Delicious." The little insect, unperturbed by its demise, approached Qiao Batian and insisted, "Qiao Batian, you must apologize to Yuanyuan for pulling her hair." With a contemptuous sneer, Qiao Batian raised his fist and retorted, "Do you comprehend what you are facing? Protecting flowers is a matter of strength. If you possess the capability, strike me, and I shall apologize." Concerned for the little insect's welfare, Xiao Yuanyuan interposed herself, addressing Qiao Batian. "Qiao Batian, adhering to the rules signifies civility. Disregarding them and resorting to violence is no different from brutishness. How dare you insult me?" Qiao Batian, incensed, lunged forward once more, seizing Xiao Yuanyuan's pigtails and spinning her around. The little insect attempted to pry Qiao Batian's grip away, but was utterly ineffective. Xiao Yuanyuan, with determination, shouted, "Qiao Batian, I will count to 3, and if you do not release me, do not blame me for my actions. Oh, I am so frightened. Go ahead and shout. Even if you lose your voice, I will not let go." Qiao Batian boasted with arrogance. Xiao Yuanyuan began her countdown. 1, 2, 3. As the final word escaped her lips, she forcefully stamped down on Qiao Batian's foot with her shoe. Qiao Batian, yelping in surprise, relinquished his hold on her. With hands on her hips and eyes wide with fury, Xiao Yuanyuan declared with authority, "Qiao Batian, and all the other children present, heed my words. From today onwards, if anyone dares to tug at my braids again, I shall not hesitate to retaliate. If I cannot overpower them, I shall stomp. If that fails, I shall pinch. And if that too proves futile, I shall bite." The formidable aura of Leng Yuanyu and instilled fear in every child present. Qiao Batian, feeling dejected, scurried over to Zhao Hongxia, tugging at her sleeve. Zhao Hongxia was still engrossed in a lengthy phone conversation with her boyfriend from afar, discussing matters of marriage, saying, "It's easy to talk about getting married, but first, we need to secure a house and a car." Chapter 29, You are not cut out for this work. The determination of direction is a common question type in regional geography, which may pose a challenge for many of our classmates. There are 3 prevalent methods for determining direction in regional geography: the latitude and longitude method, the geographical coordinates method, and the directional indicator method. We shall introduce each of these methods in turn. When the information provided in the question is based on latitude and longitude, the method for determining the direction between 2 points is to apply the latitude and longitude method. Wang Xiaobao. Even on a day when Leng Siyu is wide awake, you dare to doze off? Come to my office after class. Geography teacher Oji Kuan, not yet 40, had already lost quite a bit of hair to grayness, and his voice was somewhat hoarse, relying on a microphone to project his voice during lessons. Leng Siyu contemplated where to earn some extra income after school. It seemed she could not visit the elegant lady's workshop as planned, for the person beside her claimed to have a complicated background, and Wang Laowu mentioned having old scores to settle with Higuizhou. It was best not to wade into such murky waters. Leng Siyu, please determine the direction of B relative to A in the diagram, using the method I just taught. Teacher Oji Kun cast a glance toward Leng Siyu. Leng Siyu paused for a moment, slowly rising to her feet. B is in the southeast direction of A? She inquired. Did my classmates think I answered correctly? Indeed you did, came the response. Could you elaborate on your reasoning? She replied, I relied on my intuition. A gentle laughter echoed through the classroom. Naturally, geography demands rational thinking rather than mere intuition. Leng, I hope you will work on enhancing your rational thought processes. Your geography scores have consistently hovered around 50. If you can effectively grasp the patterns of geographical phenomena, achieving a score in the 60s or 70s should pose no challenge for you. All right, I will strive to improve. Leng, please take your seat. Is there anyone who would like to analyze the thought process behind this question? Yet, no one in the class responded. Could someone provide a detailed explanation of this question? Mr. O inquired once more, but still, silence prevailed. He had no choice but to say, I invite Xia Pengfei to share his insights on the problem-solving approach. Xia Pengfei stood up and answered with poise. The longitudinal difference between point B and point A is 90 degrees, or 180 degrees. Since B is to the right of A, it follows that B is to the east of A. Moreover, both points A and B are situated in the northern hemisphere, and the latitude of point B is lower than that of point A, indicating that point B lies to the south of point A. Therefore, point B is in the southeast direction of point A. Your reasoning is exceptionally clear, Xia. Your geographical acumen is commendable. You should assist Leng in her studies. This statement left the class in astonishment, a wave of murmurs sweeping through the room. Leng Siyu, how fortunate you are. A promising and talented young man has extended a hand to you. This chance is undoubtedly rarer than a golden brick falling from the sky right at your feet. You still fail to appreciate. Has your head been damaged by your mother? Cold Siyu cast a cold glance at Xia Pengfei, but chose to remain silent. After school, it was the turn of Cold Siyu's table and Yi Zhiqiu's table to tidy the classroom. Xia Pengfei and Yi Zhiqiu were accustomed to a life of ease. Especially Xia Pengfei, who usually had someone to serve him tea or handle trivial matters like using chopsticks. The first cup of tea he ever brewed was at Cold Siyu's home. Laziness is a common flaw among most people, not to mention Xia Pengfei. Even Yi Zhiqiu merely pretended to sweep, and even Jiang Meidan, who came from a modest background and often helped at home, showed an inconsistent willingness to work. Thus, the three of them became mere spectators to Siyu's efforts. Cold Siyu was in a hurry to pick up her sister, cook, and work to earn money. She had no time to waste with these young masters and ladies. She swiftly wielded a broom, urging, "Step aside, do not hinder my work." She shooed the spectators out of the classroom and within 3 minutes had swept the rubbish into the bin at the back of the classroom. The development of social productivity, the continuous improvement of people's living standards, and the increase in pocket money for high school students had led to an upsurge in the waste within the Tianxiang High School classrooms. In just half a day, 2 large baskets had already filled to the brim. As she went to dispose of them, she exclaimed, "I possess great strength." Yi Zhiqiu whispered to Jiang Meidan. Xia Pengfei, unable to stand by, wished to help, but was dismissed by Cold Siyu. "Go away. You are not suited for labor." Xia Pengfei could only watch as Cold Siyu carried a large basket of trash down the stairs. Yi Zhiqiu and Jiang Meidan exchanged smug smiles, as Xia Pengfei suddenly felt as though his throat was constricted by a fishbone. "Pengfei, let's go. She has merely disposed of the garbage," Yi Zhiqiu said gently. "You all go ahead. I will tidy up my books," Xia Pengfei replied. Hand in hand, Yi Zhiqiu and Jiang Meidan left the classroom, laughing and chatting amiably. Xia Pengfei turned off the classroom lights, disconnected the water dispenser, and gathered Leng Siyu's books before standing in the corridor, gazing downwards. Beneath the noon sun, a short-haired girl in sportswear sprinted across the expansive square, clutching a large basket in one hand. With this vivid scene in mind, Xia Pengfei slowly descended the stairs, narrowly missing a collision with the swiftly returning Leng Siyu, who zipped past him like a flash of lightning. Chao Batian tugged at the round bun of a girl named Xia Yuan, causing her to spin in circles. Annoyed, Xia Yuan exclaimed, "Chao Batian, if you don't let go after I count to 3, don't blame me for being rude." Unfazed, Chao Batian's arrogance escalated. As Xia Yuan reached 3, she stomped forcefully on Chao Batian's foot. With a yelp of ouch, he released her. Xia Yuan then proclaimed loudly, "Chao Batian and all other children, listen well. From today onwards, if anyone dares to tug at my braids again, I shall retaliate. If I cannot outmatch you, I will stomp. If I cannot stomp, I will pinch. If I cannot pinch, I will bite." At the dining table, Shachong animatedly recounted Xiao Yuan's heroic deeds, captivating both Lan Lan and Hao Xiaoli, who were so engrossed that they forgot to pick up their chopsticks to serve themselves. "Lanjia, and how, do you think Yuan Yuan is cool?" Little Chong Chong inquired of the 2 listeners. "Cool. Absolutely cool." Lan Lan and Hao Xiaoli responded in unison. Little Chong Chong then turned his gaze towards the absent-minded Xia Pengfei. "What about you, brother?" "What?" Xia Pengfei replied with a bewildered expression. "Never mind. After all this talking, you haven't listened to a word. What a waste of my energy and expression." "It's not a waste. Aunt Hao and I are listening." Lan Lan interjected hastily. "Peng Fei, you haven't eaten at all. The dishes will get cold soon." Lan Lan's concerned eyes were fixed on Xia Pengfei as she spoke. "Lanjia, could you share some stories about your family?" To everyone's surprise, the privileged Xia Pengfei showed genuine concern for the struggles of the lower class. Chapter 30. What if you are a bad person? At that moment, Chao Batian shrank back, daring not to meet my gaze, scurrying over to teacher Zhao seeking protection and comfort. In room 0101, little Yuan Yuan stood at the kitchen door, proudly recounting her impressive achievements to Leng Siyu. "Sister, am I impressive?" little Yuan Yuan asked. Leng Siyu replied nonchalantly, "You have a bit of your sister's aura now. However, instilling fear in your opponents requires genuine strength. You are still too weak." One day, when you truly become powerful, you won't even need to lift a finger or utter a word. Just standing there quietly will make your adversaries tremble in their hearts. What does it mean to be truly strong, like Dad, Uncle Sia, and Sister, with exceptional physiques? When one's hands are occupied, the mouth should not remain idle. Mere ability to strike is but a display of brute strength. When confronted with a fierce and cunning adversary, one may find themselves at a loss. A person must cultivate both intellect and physical prowess, embodying wisdom and courage to achieve true strength. Xiao Yuan's eyes visibly dimmed as she lowered her head and softly murmured, "I dreamed of my father last night. He was smiling at me. I have a younger brother in the second year of junior high. A child born out of turn. Our parents tend to indulge him. Once, during a fight, he severely injured a classmate, costing my father his hard-earned wages and compensation. Now, our family sustenance primarily relies on my salary." In room 0301, as Lan spoke of her family matters, Xiao Pengfei, Xiao Chongchong, and Hao Xiaoli listened in silence. Xiao Chongchong shook his head, insisting that Lan should not come to fetch him. It was unnecessary. Yuan will not go with Sister Lan. She will only wait for her sister. I need to stay here with Yuan. She will be lonely without me. You all can come after the sports meeting. Sighing, Xiao Pengfei remarked, "Everyone is so stubborn." In classroom 201, the second-year students were adjacent to class 2. Jiang Wan, 35 years old, and clad in a coffee-colored trench coat, exuded vitality as she addressed the class before mathematics commenced. "Classmates, the results of this month's examination were rather disappointing for Class 2, with only 8 students making it onto the bottom 100 list of the teaching building, while Class 1 managed to secure 16 spots, double our number. If academic performance falters, then let us excel in arts and sports. Yet, you all fared poorly in the last tug-of-war against Class 1. This afternoon, during the mixed basketball match, our Class 2 fielded only students who were physically assessed, while Class 1 consisted mainly of academic students, with the exception of Wang Xiaobao and Gong Yingxue. Should you fail to secure a victory this time, all forms of extracurricular activities for the semester will be cancelled." Jiang Wen possesses a strong sense of purpose in her life, with her current goal being to lead her class to triumph over the second-year Class 1. Headed by Nian Wentian, she strives for victory, yet does not impose it as an obligation. Winning is indeed gratifying, but one must also embrace defeat with grace. This embodies our rightful attitude. In stark contrast, Nian Wentian's pre-game address from the podium of Class 1 exudes a different style. "Aside from myself and Gong Yingxue, which other students will participate this afternoon?" asked the sports committee member, Wang Xiaobao, raising his hand. "We shall adopt a combination of self-nomination and democratic selection principles. Let us begin with self-nominations. Which students believe they are capable of participating?" Nian Wentian inquired. There was a palpable silence, for self-nomination is a rare occurrence in Class 1. "Then let us proceed with democratic selection. Who do you think is fit to play?" The class erupted into a cacophony of opinions, struggling to reach a consensus. Consequently, a secret ballot was conducted among the 60 students, with boys selecting 2 candidates and girls selecting 1. The outcome revealed that Xiao Pengfei garnered 50 votes, Lu Sudong received 40 votes, and Leng Siyu achieved an impressive 59 votes. Upon realizing her election, Leng Siyu contemplated the potential economic repercussions of engaging in a basketball match, feeling utterly overwhelmed. She timidly raised her right hand and asked, "Teacher Nian, may I abstain from participation? I have matters to attend to after school. Are you perhaps working elsewhere?" "No, not at all. I need to pick up my sister. I shall go fetch you. I will keep an eye on things while your sister comes to watch you play basketball. What do you think?" No one anticipated that Nian Wentian would resort to such harsh measures. "But I cannot play basketball." "No matter. You shall learn while you play." After school, Gong Yingxue, Hua Qidu, Jiang Meidan, and Yushichio surrounded Leng Siyu, who was afraid of the cold, and together they dragged her towards the playground. "I need to clean the classroom," said Leng Siyu. "Someone will help with that in the afternoon," replied Hua Qidu. "If I injure someone, who will pay for it?" questioned Leng Siyu. "Lu Sudong is fine. He has plenty of money," Hua Qidu remarked. The naive Summer Pengfei trailed behind Lu Sudong, who, upon overhearing the lady's scheming, merely cast a glance but remained silent. Nian Wentian made his way to the affiliated kindergarten and spotted Zhao Hongxia accompanying 2 adorable little ones, one resembling Leng Siyu and the other bearing a likeness to Summer Pengfei. He addressed the little girl. "Dear child, are you Long Yuan?" Nian Wentian continued, "I am your sister Leng Siyu's homeroom teacher. She wishes to play basketball, and I have come to escort you." Leng Yuanyuan shook her head and replied, I'm sorry, sir, but I cannot go with you. I am only waiting for my sister to pick me up. What if you are a bad person? Many ill-intentioned individuals pose as acquaintances to take children away. Nian Wentian was taken aback by the child's astonishing vigilance and was even more surprised to realize that, despite his handsome appearance, he could be mistaken for a villain. Zhao Hongxia vouched for Nian Wentian, saying, Yuan, this teacher Nian is indeed your sister's instructor. I can attest to that. Yuan shook her head and said, My sister has told me that in this world, I can only trust her, as well as my father and mother. Just a few days ago, I saw online that a biological uncle sold his nephew. Implicitly, she expressed that Zhao Hongxia, Chong, and Nian Wentian were untrustworthy. Little Chong's tender heart was evidently hurt. Do you not trust even me? She asked. Little Yuan, with utmost seriousness, replied, I am still evaluating you. Your current performance is satisfactory. However, my sister has cautioned me that circumstances may evolve. Who knows how you might change one day? Feeling aggrieved, little Chong lamented. Yuan, you have wounded my heart. Zhao Hongxia had long grown accustomed to the children's precociousness and their various disputes, while Nian Wentian was greatly impacted, reflecting on the rapid evolution of humankind. Is it acceptable if I call your mother? Nian Wentian inquired. Chapter 31. Sister used rule-breaking again. Nian Wentian connected the call to Lin Wanru and pressed the speakerphone button. Teacher Nian. Hello. Lin Wanru's voice was gentle as water, a stark contrast to her fierce demeanor when she had scolded Siyu. Mom, it's Yuan, little Yuan exclaimed, snatching the phone and excitedly running aside to take the call. What's the matter, Yuan? Has your sister gone to work again? No, my sister teaches me English, practices martial arts, does housework, and helps me with my homework every day after school. Have you checked the injuries on her back? Cold Yuan deliberately exaggerated to provoke Lin Wanru. I checked. There are only a dozen deep scars with significant bloodstains. My sister praised you, saying that your strikes are more powerful than before. It was indeed a bit heavy. After applying some medicine, it should be fine in a few days. Mother, next time, be a little more forceful. After all, my sister is in good health. Nearby, Nian Wentian was utterly bewildered, pondering the nature of the products produced by Lin Wanru and her husband. After a moment of silence, Lin Wanru remarked, Yuan, tell your sister not to be frugal for mother. Although our finances are modest, we can certainly manage our living expenses and your education. After another brief pause, Lin Wanru inquired, is there anything else, Yuan? Yuan stood frozen in place, on the verge of tears, yet she held them back, unbeknownst to her. On the other end of the line, the great matriarch was weeping inconsolably. Nian Wentian and Chong noticed Yuan standing at a distance with the phone, remaining motionless for quite some time. They refrained from urging her. Zhao Hongxia continued her lengthy phone conversation, saying, If you no longer hold me in your heart, please tell me sooner. I do not wish to be a mere backup. Regaining her composure, Yuan smiled and ran towards Nian Wentian, handing him the phone. Uncle, take me to watch my sister play basketball. Chong quickly tugged at Nian Wentian's sleeve, exclaiming, I want to go too. Nian Wentian led little Yuan and Chong towards the grand playground. As they walked, Yuan suddenly halted, saying, Uncle, carry me. I can't walk anymore. Little Chong also spread her arms wide. Uncle, carry me too. Sister, you and my brother both hold one of us. Nian Wentian, unable to resist and mindful not to appear weaker than his students, bent down and, with one arm encircling each adorable child, lifted them up. Yuan, with great consideration, remarked, Uncle, if you find it too burdensome to carry us, you may set me and Chong down. Chong interjected, Yuan, Uncle is an adult. He is not so weak. The refined and handsome Uncle Nian Wentian gritted his teeth and asserted, I am perfectly fine. I can carry you. At the northern and southern ends of the Tianxiang High School playground, there are 2 standard basketball courts each, and at the northwestern corner, one court was currently surrounded by an enthusiastic crowd. Nian Wentian, carrying 2 children, exerted considerable effort to push his way into the throng. Come on, Xiao Pengfei. Class 2. Keep it up. Wherever Xiao Pengfei was, his fans were sure to follow. Seeing her brother's soaring popularity, little Chong could not help but feel a swell of pride. Look at my brother, such high acclaim. Yuan scoffed. You haven't even cheered for him, and you're already puffing up. If you were to cheer for him, would you not be over the moon? Nian Wentian expressed admiration. Yuan, your eloquence is quite impressive. Before the match officially commenced, Wang Xiaobao the sports committee member of Class 1, and Zhu Haozhuang, the sports committee member of Class 2, were busy assigning roles and strategizing for their respective teams. Wang Delong took a moment to pull Wang Xiaobao aside and whispered, "Son, you are the only hope of our Wang family. You must take care of yourself. When Siyu snatches the ball, do not attempt to intercept it." Wang Xiaobao replied, "You, a grown man, are being so petty. Siyu is not that frightening. She knows how to control her strength." Nian Wentian, strolling within the court while carrying the two children, certainly attracted attention. Although his arms grew weary, he hesitated to release his hold, given the multitude of spectators surrounding him. Upon spotting Xia Pengfei and Leng Siyu on the court, Xiao Chouchong and Xiao Yuanyu wriggled free from Nian Wantian's embrace and dashed towards them. Brother, brother, hug. Sister, sister, hug. Each child was enveloped in the affectionate embrace of Xia Pengfei and Leng Siyu, eliciting joyous cheers from the sidelines. "What adorable little ones!" exclaimed the onlookers. Xiao Yuanyuan and Xiao Chongchong undeniably made their presence felt. Nian Wentian approached Xia Pengfei and Leng Siyu, saying, "If you're going to play basketball, please leave the children to me. I have promised Yuanyuan and Chongchong." Suddenly, a throng of girls, including Yi Zhiqiu, Hua Qidu, and Jiang Meidan, surged forward. Upon seeing Hua Qidu, Yuanyuan exclaimed, "I want to play with Sister Duo. Chongchong chimed in, "I want to play with Sister Duo too." Hua Qidu led the two little tadpoles away from the court, rummaging through her bag to produce a bounty of snacks for Yuanyuan and Chongchong to enjoy. As the basketball game commenced, Leng Siyu swiftly seized the ball. Within less than half a minute, Wang Xiaobao blew the whistle, signaling a traveling violation. "Sister Yu has committed a foul," Chongchong remarked, munching on a biscuit. With Class 1 losing possession, Zhu Haozhuang from Class 2 quickly acquired the ball and passed it to center Qin Jisong. After dribbling, Qin Jisong relayed it to forward Shi Fuxing, who evaded Class 1's defender Wang Xiaobao, spun around, and executed a jump shot, successfully scoring 2 points for Class 2. Sparse applause echoed through the court. Xia Pengfei held the ball, searching for Lu Sudong's figure. Beside him, Leng Siyu urged, "Pass it over." However, Xia Pengfei disregarded Leng Siyu's proximity and instead turned to pass the ball to the distant Gong Yingxue. Upon receiving the ball, it seemed to root itself firmly in Gong Yingxue's hands. Gong Yingxue engaged in a battle of wits and skill with the two defenders from Class 2, Miao Miao and Hua Zhengxiang, delighting the audience with a spectacular display. She began with a series of dazzling dribbles, showcasing her prowess with one-handed front-and back ball control, alternating between inner and outer dribbling, executing behind-the-back maneuvers, and performing low dribbles around her legs. After this impressive exhibition, she executed a long-distance pivot jump shot, which miraculously swished through the net, earning her 3 points. The captain was magnificent. The crowd erupted in thunderous applause. Leng Siyu gazed at Gong Yingxue with admiration, clapping and exclaiming, "Yingxue, you are amazing." Gong Yingxue, a basketball prodigy, hailed from a lineage of professional basketball players. He Dingting, a senior student, introduced her to the freshman Sui Jiayuan. Shortly thereafter, Leng Siyu noticed Zhu Haozhuang dribbling towards her. With lightning speed, she extended her leg and deftly kicked the basketball from his grasp, transforming it into a soccer ball. Wang Dalong's whistle pierced the air once more. Class 1 had lost possession again. "Sister Yu has committed another foul," chirped Xiaoconchong, sipping on purified water. The players from Class 1 refrained from passing the ball to Leng Siyu, yet she consistently managed to acquire it. When she obtained the ball again, hesitant to act, Xiao Pengfei approached her, calling out, "Pass it over." Ignoring his plea, Leng Siyu spotted Wang Xiaobao in a favorable position near the 3-second zone and lofted the ball to him with a graceful arc. Wang Dalong's heart raced, fearing disaster was imminent. However, Wang Xiaobao caught the ball with poise, executing a stylish layup and effortlessly scoring 2 points. "My sister has come through," cheered Xiao Yuanyuan. Clapping enthusiastically, Xia Pengfei looked at Leng Siyu in astonishment, pondering how this girl could so adeptly control the force of her throws. Chapter 32. Silky Rain encounters thugs. As Jean Fifan diligently educated Leng Siyu on the rules of basketball, she nodded in understanding. Xia Pengfei, observing from the sidelines, was incensed by a careless pass that inadvertently sent the ball to Hua Zhengxiang of Class 2. Hua Zhengxiang, Miao Miao, and Zhu Haozhuang exhibited remarkable synergy, successfully scoring and leveling the match. As the game progressed, Leng Siyu, with a burgeoning comprehension of the rules, seemed almost divinely inspired, rapidly evolving in skill. Although her dribbling abilities were somewhat limited, The ball remained steadfast in her possession. "Siyu, pass me the ball," shouted Lu Sudong. "Siyu, over here," called Gong Yingxue. "Siyu, give it to me," exclaimed Wang Xiaobao. With the increasing frequency of Leng Siyu's ball contacts, her popularity soared. "Go, sister," cheered Xiao Yuanyuan, delighted to witness her sister's growing finesse on the court. Suddenly, Shifuxing unleashed a powerful long pass that soared over Zhu Haozhuang's head near Xiao Yuanyuan, hurtling towards her. With no one in proximity, a thunderous cry from Leng Siyu echoed. "Yuanyuan, catch the ball." Xiao Yuanyuan decisively extended her arms, catching the basketball that threatened to strike her. The impact sent her tumbling to the ground. "Yuanyuan," called Leng Siyu, along with Xia Pengfei and others, rushing over. "Are you all right?" asked Leng Siyu anxiously as she reached her side. Sitting on the ground, hugging the basketball, Yuanyuan grinned widely. "Brother, your hands and feet are so heavy. My stomach hurts a little, and my hands are a bit sore." In the midst of a gentle drizzle, Nian Wentian addressed Siyu, expressing relief that she had not been struck on the head, and suggested taking Yuanyuan to the infirmary for a checkup. "You all should continue playing until the end," he urged. Little Chong, still startled, finally reacted and stated, "I will accompany you to see the doctor, Yuanyuan." After Yuanyuan was taken away, Siyu felt a sense of unease. Jean Fifan stood by her side, offering frequent words of comfort. Xia Pingfei also wished to console her but hesitated to approach and speak. As the final whistle blew, Leng Siyu and Xia Pengfei dashed towards the infirmary. Nian Wentian emerged, cradling both Yuanyuan and Chong, and upon seeing Leng Siyu, informed her. "I applied some medicine to her hand. Is there any pain?" Taking Yuanyuan from Nian Wentian, Leng Siyu inquired, "Does anywhere hurt?" "Not anymore. My hand and stomach hurt a bit earlier," Yuanyuan replied. Suddenly, Xia Pengfei rushed over, without uttering a word, snatched Yuanyuan from Leng Siyu's arms, cradled Chong in the other arm, and sprinted away. "Xia Pengfei, are you abducting her? Where are you running off to?" Leng Siyu called after him. Xia Pengfei remained silent, merely focused on his escape. Amusingly, Yuanyuan cheered him on. "Run faster, brother Fei. My sister is almost catching up," instead of heading towards Phoenix Community. Xia Pengfei hailed a taxi, ushering Yuanyuan and Chong into the back seat, while Leng Siyu followed suit, taking the front passenger seat and fastening her seatbelt. To the First People's Hospital, Leng Siyu instructed the taxi driver. Puzzled, Chong wondered aloud, "How does Sister Yu know that brother is going to the hospital?" Yuanyuan replied, "It's a telepathic connection. Don't you understand?" Chong exclaimed, "I can't believe you said that." Yuanyuan replied, "Do you think I memorized so many poems for nothing?" Chong responded, "I want to memorize poems too." Yuanyuan said, "All right. You can memorize whatever I do each day." Chong inquired, "Is memorizing poems really useful?" Yuanyuan asserted, "Those who possess poetry and literature radiate grace, do you understand?" With a series of elegant retorts. Yuanyuan left little Chong momentarily dazed, who then recognized the considerable gap in their linguistic abilities. Immediately, he turned to Siyu. "Sister Yu, may I come every day to memorize poems with Yuanyuan?" Cold Siyu remained silent. Yuanyuan remarked, "My sister's silence implies consent." Chong asked, "Really?" "Sister Yu is so kind." Considering the potential embarrassment of being caught by their mother while memorizing poems at home, Siyu suggested, "Yuanyuan can go to your house to memorize." "Wonderful. Thank you, Sister Yu." Upon reaching the First People's Hospital of Zishu City, Cold Siyu scanned to pay for the taxi fare, and the group disembarked together. "Brother Fei, I don't feel any pain." "Why are we at the hospital?" "To take an X-ray and conduct a thorough examination. It will provide peace of mind." "Does the X-ray hurt?" "Not at all." After completing a series of procedures including registration, outpatient services, payment, and the X-ray, and confirming that little Yuanyuan was fine, Cold Siyu's expression relaxed significantly. Upon exiting the hospital, little Yuanyuan said to Xia Pengfei, "Brother Fei, I am very hungry." Xia Pengfei replied, "Brother will treat you to something delicious. What would you like to eat?" Xia Pengfei remarked, "If Yuan is hungry, let us find something to eat nearby. No matter how swiftly you cook, can it surpass the efficiency of a restaurant?" "Where are you headed, young lady?" inquired the taxi driver, glancing at Leng Siyu. She checked her watch and replied, "To the cement factory number 3. What business do you have there?" The driver turned the steering wheel, casting a casual glance at Leng Siyu. Yet, that fleeting glance nearly stole his breath away, almost causing him to crash into the roadside barrier. The young beauty was clad in loose, casual attire, coated with a layer of dust, yet her visage was strikingly exquisite. rivaling the beauty of frost-kissed snow, so captivating it was beyond imagination. She was undeniably more stunning than any painted celebrity. What else could I be doing but working? Leng Siyu replied coldly. The taxi driver had lived a life devoid of misadventure. Prior to encountering Leng Siyu, he had been a model citizen, patriotic, diligent, honest, and kind. However, upon meeting her, a whimsical notion of wrongdoing began to take root in his mind. Can one blame the butterfly for its infatuation? Clearly, the flower bears its share of fault as well. When love reaches a point of temptation, blame is futile. It is simply the beauty of their encounter. With a beauty like yours, why would you need to toil? He continued. If you seek pocket money, I have a simple proposal. Become my girlfriend. You lack funds? Fear not. I can provide for you. I am not short on money. Are you jesting? If you have no financial woes, why are you driving this old clunker? This car is barely worth a few $100,000, is it not? And you're still operating as a taxi driver under the company's banner? Are you the owner? Yet still behind the wheel? Since you refuse to cooperate, don't blame me if I resort to force. The taxi driver, realizing that Leng Siyu was not easily deceived, resolved to take matters into his own hands. With malice brewing within, he abruptly turned the vehicle towards the outskirts. Stop the car, I want to get out. Leng Siyu shouted. Naturally, the driver paid her no heed. As she attempted to grasp the steering wheel, the driver, left with no choice, slammed on the brakes, nearly causing the vehicle to overturn. He hastily exited the car, while Leng Siyu, maintaining her composure and breathlessness, elegantly stepped out. Observing her calm demeanor, the driver mistakenly assumed that her intentions had shifted. Approaching her with a brazen grin, he attempted to throw his arm around her shoulders, only to be met with a swift and precise maneuver from Leng Siyu, twisting his arm behind his back in an instant. Chapter 33. Paying for your mistakes. As she struck, the driver felt an overwhelming force pressing down upon him, the pain from his contorted arm nearly rendering him unconscious. He could not have anticipated such misfortune. Having lived an honest life, he had finally attempted to act with malice, only to encounter someone skilled in martial arts. Why had he not checked the auspiciousness of the day before venturing out? Please spare me. I will give you money. I will give you money. Just let me go. His capitulation was a common response in the face of overwhelming strength. If you had encountered another young woman today, would you not have harmed her? You, a menace to society, must face severe consequences. I will report you to the taxi company for dismissal, and I will also inform the police. Upon hearing her resolve, the driver, disregarding any semblance of manly pride, fell to his knees, weeping and pleading for mercy from Leng Siyu. Dear fairy-like sister, I was once a person of integrity, and it was only upon encountering your exquisite beauty that I acted impulsively. If you doubt my character, I encourage you to discreetly inquire among my colleagues and family to ascertain the truth of my nature. Everyone makes mistakes. I implore you to grant me the opportunity to rectify mine. Should you wish to impart a lesson, I confess my love for wealth. Thus, I propose a monetary consequence. Allow me to offer you 30,000 yuan in exchange for your mercy. From this moment forth, I vow to reflect deeply on my actions and to harbor no ill intentions again. Your exceptional skills afford you the power to monitor me at any time. I am willing to show you my identification. I could even disclose my family to you, merely pleading for your leniency to preserve my reputation. I have come to recognize my errors and assure you that I shall not repeat them. If you truly intend to expose my disgraceful conduct to the world, I would be utterly humiliated. Life would be unbearable. Seeing him in tears and genuinely remorseful, Leng Siyu contemplated before issuing a series of commands. First, stand up. Hand me your car keys, show me your identification, and provide me with your boss's phone number. As she spoke, a sudden sound of a wedding echoed in her mind. With her left hand, she retrieved her phone and exclaimed, "Hello, who is this?" "Sister, it's Yuan. Have you encountered any trouble? I'm so worried about you." Leng Siyu paused, a warm sensation flooding her heart, but quickly composed herself and replied nonchalantly, "If trouble is at hand, you should be more concerned for the troublemaker. Eat well. I assure you I am fine." As she spoke on the phone, her right hand reached out to the driver. The driver rose from the ground, obediently handing over the car keys and his identification card, which he presented to Leng Siyu. After concluding her phone call, Leng Siyu tucked away her phone and scrutinized the ID card. "Wu Zhongdao? From Patangshu village in Wuyo town, is that you?" After comparing the driver's face with the photograph on the identification and confirming an impressive match of over 80%, she stowed both the ID and the keys into her pants pocket. "What is your boss's name and phone number?" Wu Zhongdao retrieved his phone and looked up his boss's contact information, showing it to Siyu. Our boss is named Zhuo. You can simply address him as Director Zhuo. With an imposing demeanor, Leng Siyu commanded the driver, stay right there and do not move. If you dare to flee, I shall make sure to break your legs. Just so you know, fighting is not my forte. Escaping is. The driver had no intention of causing any trouble. Besides, with his ID and car keys in Siyu's possession, even the most agile monk could not elude the temple. Leng Siyu connected the call to Zhuo. Hello, Director Zhuo. May I inquire about the character of Wu Zhangda from your company? We are a social assistance organization and wish to extend some help to him. He is quite a decent fellow. Just the other day, he was awarded a banner for his integrity. A jeweler left a chest filled with riches in his vehicle, and he returned it without hesitation. He is indeed a devoted son, caring meticulously for his half-paralyzed mother at home. Leaning against the front of the car, Leng Siyu proceeded to make a series of phone calls, reaching out to Wu Zhongda's family, his cousin, friends, neighbors, and even his elementary school classmates. The responses were remarkably consistent. He was described as an exceptionally kind-hearted individual, a virtuous character who had long adhered to core values with unwavering resolve. Wu Zhongda, standing nearby, anxiously observed Siyu. Leng Siyu gazed at the last remnants of sunlight fading in the western sky, lost in contemplation. After a considerable pause, she glanced at Wu Zhongda, noting that apart from the remorse for his mistakes, all that remained in his eyes was the fear of her not letting him off the hook. Straightening up, Leng Siyu beckoned Wu Zhongda closer and stated coldly, when one errs, they must learn a lesson. You cannot disregard your current mistakes simply because of your past commendable behavior. Today, you merely happen to encounter someone like me, skilled enough to intervene. Had you met another, you might have committed an irrevocable error. In this sense, I am your benefactor today, and thus you should express your gratitude to me. However, as I happen to be the target of your intended transgression, you also owe me compensation. Regardless of whether today's incident was thwarted or executed, it represents a significant misstep in your life. You must pay the price for your error. What must I pay? Wu Zhongda inquired, trembling with trepidation. It must be 60,000. Leng Siyu replied, calculating the figure with a cold, unyielding tone. It cannot be less than this amount. 30,000 is merely a trifling sum, equivalent to your earnings over 3 months. Thus, it scarcely serves as a lesson for you. I concur. As long as the young lady refrains from exposing me, I shall willingly part with this amount. Leng Siyu replied, you must provide me with a written guarantee, acknowledging today's mistake and assuring that such errors shall not recur in the future. It is pertinent to mention that out of the 60,000, 30,000 serves as a security deposit. After 3 years, should I find your conduct satisfactory, I shall return the 30,000 to you. Consider this 30,000 a valuable lesson learned. You have indeed profited. Upon hearing this, Wu Zhongda dared not utter a single dissenting word and promptly took paper and pen to draft the guarantee. With a furrowed brow, Wu Zhongda leaned over the car hood, laboriously composing the guarantee. After a considerable time, he managed to scribble a few lines, anxiously presenting the document to Leng Siyu. Young lady, does this suffice? Rewrite it. It is riddled with typos and convoluted sentences. Leng Siyu retorted sharply, snatching the guarantee from his hands. Young lady, how about this version? Rewrite it. The account of events is too hasty. Young lady, does this meet your approval? Rewrite it. The acknowledgement lacks depth. Young lady, is this acceptable now? Rewrite it. The assurance measures are inadequate. Wu Zhongda toiled from dawn until dusk, transitioning from sunlight to moonlight, and finally to the glow of car headlights. Leng Siyu relentlessly pushed him to reflect and rewrite, refusing to grant him any respite. Eventually, Wu Zhongda pleaded, Dear aunt, may I add an additional 10,000? I have learned my lesson. Leng Siyu then took the guarantee letter, retrieving her identification card and car keys from her pocket to hand them to Wu Zhongda. I have already photographed your ID. I will conduct a follow-up investigation later. For now, please take me to the Pride Sports Goods Center. Chapter 34. You should worry for the villains Lang Yuan, Xia Chong Chong. And Xia Ping Fei sat in an elegant private room of a luxurious restaurant, listening to the melodious piano tunes and savoring the delicate floral fragrance while enjoying the high-quality dining service provided by impeccably dressed and graceful waitstaff. As Leng Yuan indulged in the rare and exotic delicacies, she exclaimed, how delightful it would be to live in such an environment every day. Xia Pengfei cast a glance at Yuan, feeling a stir in his heart as he said, if you enjoy it, both Chong, and I can bring you here often. A fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed Yuan's eyes as she quietly replied, that should not be my life. I know. My sister is likely toiling away under a thick cloud of dust, carrying bags of cement. Yuan, didn't you say you were hungry? Why have you stopped eating? Chong noticed Yuan's distracted demeanor and inquired. I want to go find my sister. The little Yuan, who had just been clamoring about her hunger, set down her chopsticks and leapt off her chair, heading toward the exit of the private room. Xiao Pingfei hurriedly caught up with Yuan, crouching down to meet her gaze, his eyes warm and his voice gentle as he said, First, let's fill your stomach. Brother Fei will take you to find her. Yuan hung her head, her large, watery eyes betraying her sorrow as she replied, I should accompany my sister. If I don't go to her, no one else will. Xiao Pingfei gazed into the round, expressive eyes and inquired, Are you worried about your sister? Yuan replied, My right eye has been twitching intensely. Is it possible that something bad has happened to her? Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Pingfei retrieved his mobile phone and dialed Leng Siyu's number, activating the speakerphone. Hello? Came Leng Siyu's vibrant voice. Who is this? Little Yuan snatched the phone and dashed outside the private room. Sister, it's me, Yuan. Have you encountered any trouble? I'm so worried about you. There was a brief pause before the line crackled back to life. If I were to meet any trouble, you should be more concerned for the troublemakers. Just enjoy your meal. I'm perfectly fine. With that reassurance, Yuan's spirits lifted, and little Chu felt a surge of joy as well. He placed a slice of salmon into Yuan's bowl, saying, Try this, it's my favorite salmon. The exquisite notes of the piano flowed from the pianist's fingertips, filling the air with a melodic grace. Little Chu, little Yuan, I shall step out for a moment. Suddenly, Xiao Pingfei found his appetite waning. He rose from the table and exited the private room, stepping into the hall. Outside the hotel, he watched the bustling traffic and the throng of people. A sense of inexplicable agitation washing over him. He pulled out his phone, glancing at the number he had just dialed. After much hesitation, he ultimately refrained from making the call. Yuan will come to my house to recite poetry with Chu first, Xiao Pingfei told Yuan, who was about to unlock the door. All right, I can't believe I forgot about that. Upon returning home, Xiao Pingfei made his way to the bathroom. Shedding his gear and allowing the warm cascade of water to wash away the sweat and grime from his body. After completing his cleansing ritual, he enveloped himself in a bathrobe and stepped onto the balcony, sliding open the window to gaze intently at the entrance of the community. Xiao Yuan and Xiao Chong had finished reciting their poetry and were now engrossed in building blocks. The two children played joyfully for a while, with Xiao Chong teaching Xiao Yuan how to play chess. At that moment, the lithe figure of Leng Siyu, clad in sporty attire, appeared at the community entrance. Her slender silhouette and striking features gradually came into focus under the soft glow of the moonlight and streetlights, only to soon vanish within the confines of the building. A knock at the door swiftly followed, prompting Xiao Pingfei to open it, revealing the poised figure of Leng Siyu standing outside. I have come to pick up Yuan, she stated, her hands tucked into the pockets of her athletic wear, her starry eyes and tone devoid of warmth. She has fallen asleep. Would you like to come in for a moment? Xiao Pingfei's words hung ambiguously, resembling both a statement and a question. No, just help me get her, Leng Siyu replied, casting a glance at Xiao Pingfei, uncertain whether the expression in his eyes conveyed anticipation or sorrow. Reluctantly, Xiao Pingfei approached the sofa, lifting the blanket to cradle the sleeping Yuan and moving towards the door. At that moment, Yuan suddenly called out, Daddy. Xiao Pingfei hesitated for a moment before passing Yuan into Leng Siyu's arms. Observing the stubborn silhouette of Leng Siyu, he could not help but utter, I'm sorry. Xiao Pingfei was bewildered as to why those words escaped his lips. The gentle rain of silk did not inquire about the reason. She merely cast a fleeting glance at Xiao Pingfei, uttered a word of thanks, and then turned to descend the stairs with purposeful strides. Regarding the concepts of chance and necessity, allow me to illustrate with an example. The discovery of the law of universal gravitation by Newton exemplifies the unity of these two elements. The emergence of this law was an inevitable outcome of the evolution of natural sciences. Had it not been uncovered by Newton, it would have surely been revealed by others, such as dog-ton, pig-ton, or horse-ton, which speaks to the historical inevitability. However, the fact that this principle was articulated by Newton himself introduces an element of serendipity. Thus, history embodies the confluence of chance and necessity. In the office of the second-year history department, Nian Wentian was tutoring Xiao Pingfei, who had come seeking clarification. Teacher Nian, may I interpret it this way? The unification of China by Qin Shi Huang aligns with the historical momentum of the late Warring States period. Even if the unification had not been achieved by Ying Jing, it could have been accomplished by Zhang Jing or Wang Zheng, illustrating the inevitability of historical progression. Yet, the realization of this unification ultimately in the hands of Ying Zheng reflects the element of chance in historical development, said Xiao Pengfei immediately. Precisely, Pengfei. Your ability to draw inferences is commendable. Your historical reasoning is quite sound. Focus on fortifying your grasp of historical facts and engage in targeted practice, particularly by observing the methods of your desk mate in their approach to history. I am confident that your performance in this subject will soar, Nian replied. Xiao Pengfei earnestly responded. Teacher Nian, both my middle school and first-year high school history teachers were not specialists in the field. I harbored biases against them, which led to my aversion to the subject of history. I can honestly say that I started with a foundational deficit. And Siyu pointed out that my greatest weakness lies in my scant knowledge of historical facts. I have a considerable amount to make up for, and I'm uncertain where to begin. As Nian Wentian raised his gaze, he noticed the cold drizzle of rain outside the window and called out, Leng Siyu, Leng Siyu. Upon her return from the restroom in the corner of the building, she was unexpectedly summoned by name. She glanced around and finally spotted Nian Wentian and Xiao Pengfei. What do you think of Xiao Pengfei? Nian Wentian cut straight to the point. Chapter 35, The Transience of Right and Wrong. What? Are you speaking ill of me? Leng Siyu stood upright at the very spot where she had been bullied 2 days prior, her gaze fierce as she shot a piercing look at Xiao Pengfei. I said nothing. Xiao Pengfei protested innocently. No objections? Then why are you unwilling to assist him with his history studies? I am not unwilling. He is the one who declined my help, Leng Siyu replied, equally innocent. Xiao Pengfei broke into a cold sweat. Leng Siyu was correct. He had indeed rejected her assistance. I do not understand, Pengfei. Since Siyu is willing to help you, why would you refuse her aid? You must realize that if you can improve your history grade, gaining admission to C University will not be an issue for you. For us, a second-tier school, your acceptance into C University would be a monumental achievement for both Tianqiang High School and for yourself. Xiao Pengfei lowered his head and muttered, I was just speaking out of anger. Siyu, please give him another chance, Nian Wentian interjected, skillfully mediating the situation. As the burdens of the day lifted, Nian Wentian contentedly watched his 2 disciples depart from the office. Suddenly, a sharp voice pierced the air outside. Xiao Pengfei, how can you be so ungracious? Nian Wentian couldn't help but chuckle. Could you lower your voice a tad? My hearing is quite acute, Xiao Pengfei replied with calmness. If you wish to learn history, just ask me directly. Why resort to seeking help elsewhere? Cold Siyu halted in her tracks, questioning Xiao Pengfei. He offered no defense, merely gazing at the faint flush of excitement that graced Cold Siyu's delicate features, before unexpectedly posing an unrelated inquiry. What did Jean Fifen discuss with you yesterday? He was mapping out my current life and envisioning the future, Cold Siyu replied, feigning ignorance. Xiao Pengfei relaxed his brow and incisively remarked, had you not said that, I might have presumed you shared a deeper connection. Your words reveal that you were merely engaged in technical research. He was teaching you the rules of basketball, wasn't he? Just then, the academically gifted Jean Fifen from the second year passed by, exchanging a glance with Cold Siyu. Thank you for yesterday, Fifen, Siyu said gently. Upon hearing this, Xiao Pengfei felt a twinge of discomfort. After all, how could one omit a surname after such a brief acquaintance? It's no trivial matter. If your fundamentals are strong, it would be unfortunate if a lack of understanding of basketball rules hindered your performance, he began. But before he could finish, Xiao Pengfei had already pulled Cold Siyu away. Why are you dragging me? She protested, attempting to shake off his grip with considerable force. Yet to her surprise, she could not break free. Realizing his strength, Cold Siyu thought to herself that someone capable of performing 49 pull-ups indeed possessed a certain brute force. Xiao Pengfei pulled Leng Siyu into the classroom and said, Hurry up and teach me history. As the 2 entered, they immediately captured the attention of the entire class. Yi Zhiqiu's fiery gaze shot like icy arrows towards Xiao Pengfei, who tightly held Leng Siyu's hand. Lu Sudong unabashedly expressed his excitement, exclaiming, Ah, it seems the 2 of you are getting quite close. Are you aiming to be the vanguards of defying school rules and championing human nature? Leng Siyu truly did not wish to be associated with Xiao Pengfei in such a manner, nor did she want to be misunderstood. She forcefully shook off his hand and declared sternly, Xiao Pengfei, if you keep pulling me like this, don't expect me to teach you history anymore. It was particularly exhilarating when a friend was not favored by beautiful girls. Lu Pengfei's eyes sparkled with interest. Is it that the flowing water has intentions while the falling flowers are indifferent? This is indeed a sorrowful tale. Pingfei, you must strive harder. A paper rolled through the air and was deftly caught by Xiao Pingfei. Noticing Leng Siyu's gloomy expression, he chose not to provoke her further, deciding to wait for a more favorable moment to seek her guidance. All right, I will consult you when your mood improves. Yi Zhiqiu felt a pang in her heart, a sensation akin to 1,000 arrows piercing through. Despite her calm and graceful demeanor, she could not help but fantasize about slapping Siyu. How could the ice sculpture girl treat her beloved idol with such disdain? The Chinese representative, Xu Daiyun, entered with a hefty stack of essays and asked Hua Qidu, Lu Sudong, Jiang Meidan, and others to assist in distributing them. After the papers were handed out, Wang Xiaobao shouted from the side, Xu Daiyun, why didn't I receive my essay? I have indeed submitted it. Yours must be the exemplary piece, Xu Daiyun remarked. Exemplary? Wang Xiaobao exclaimed, tears of excitement welling in his eyes. Throughout my life, my compositions have never been deemed exemplary. As the class bell rang, the Chinese teacher, Kang Yiba, stepped onto the stage to critique the essays. This particular assignment was a continuation of a given material, requiring the content to be relevant and the spirit to resonate, primarily expressed through argumentation and emotion. The word count was to exceed 100. Wang Xiaobao proudly informed his deskmate, this is my continuation. After Kang Yiba read the first essay, he remained silent, then proceeded to read a second student's original composition. Diminution is the natural order of things. Is it not also an inescapable fate of humanity? Throughout history, how many once indomitable dynasties have crumbled under the relentless tide of time? How many grand aspirations, once filled with ambition, have been reduced to mere ashes by the passage of time? Success or failure, all is but an illusion. The green mountains remain, and the sunset glows anew. The past is gone, yet the future can be pursued. When we find ourselves unable to control the outcomes of events, the only course left to us is to refine the process. For instance, in life, while we cannot dictate its length, we can certainly enrich its breadth and depth. Upon finishing the second student's essay, Kang Yiba and the entire class fell into a contemplative silence. Everyone awaited the revelation of the identities behind the two compositions. But Kang Yiba chose not to satisfy their curiosity. All the students collectively focused on Kang Yiba's hands, eager to discover to whom he would bestow the compositions. Chapter 36. A melodious song. Kang Yiba ultimately refrained from distributing the compositions during class, merely stating that any student who had not received their paper should come to his office the following day. He then took away two compositions, aside from Wang Xiaobao's, whose papers remained undistributed. Lu Sudong's curiosity was piqued. He glanced at his deskmate, wondering who among them held no composition. The reason for Kang Yiba's silence on the names remained a mystery to the students, yet the more he withheld information, the more they felt compelled to uncover the truth. Xiao Pingfei had already observed that Leng Siyu possessed no composition, but he chose to remain discreet. Yu Shiqiu tapped Xiao Pingfei's chair and inquired, Pingfei, is that your essay? I haven't seen your paper handed out. Xiao Pingfei had not written that particular essay. When Kang Yiba assigned it, he had been in class too. During study hall, class monitor Xiao Tianhao approached Lu Sudong with a proposition. Sudong, our class wishes to organize a cultural evening. Could you please speak to your uncle? We need his endorsement. Lu Sudong's uncle, Shinjitian, was the principal of Tianxiang High School. However, Lu Sudong firmly declined. If I approach him, he would berate me mercilessly. He detests it when I bring him trouble. You would be better off submitting a joint application to the principal's mailbox. How should we write that? Xiao Tianhao inquired. That is quite simple, Lu Sudong replied, picking up his pen and swiftly drafting a cultural evening application for Class 1, Grade 2 in under 3 minutes. Xiao Tianhao stared in astonishment, exclaiming, you are truly a rapid-fire writer. You are the one who writes swiftly. Lu Sudong retorted, your entire family is a bunch of quick-draw artists. Xiao Tianhao took the hastily crafted application for the cultural exchange evening of Class 1, Grade 2 by Lu Sudong and had each student in the class sign it. When it reached Xiao Pingfei, he conducted a tactical assessment of the application. Respected principal, greetings. Furthermore, this occasion provides our class with an excellent platform to showcase ourselves and pursue our dreams. Xiao Pingfei pointed out the term artistic to Xiao Tianhao, stating that in order to enhance the likelihood of successfully organizing the evening, the term artistic must be replaced with cultural exchange. Xiao Tianhao was perplexed, questioning how culture and art differed when they were merely a letter apart. Xiao Pingfei explained that the principal's foremost concern is the improvement of cultural achievements, rather than whether we showcase our individuality or possess artistic refinement. If we position our initiative as one of cultural exchange, it highlights the necessity for cultural enhancement, aligning perfectly with the principal's expectations. Conversely, labeling it an artistic evening could lead the principal to magnify the notion of art, thereby perceiving us as frivolous. Lu Sudong seemed to grasp the essence of his friend's discourse, recognizing that cultural exchange emphasizes cultural substance, while artistic evening underscores entertainment. The former is more likely to garner the principal's approval. Xiao Tianhao nodded in agreement, giving Xia Pengfei a thumbs up. Lu Sudong promptly redrafted the application, changing the title to Application for the Cultural Exchange Evening of Class 1, Grade 2. The body of the text underscored the significance of this evening in enhancing cultural literacy. In a certain sense, this approach resembles the act of selling dog meat under the guise of sheep's head. It parades under the banner of enhancing cultural achievements while indulging in self-expression and flamboyance. After Lu Sudong completed the application, Xiao Tianhao presented it again to the entire class for signatures. When the application finally reached Leng Siyu, who was engrossed in her mathematics homework, she noticed that the event was scheduled for Friday evening, which was the following night. Without hesitation, Leng Siyu refused, exclaiming, "I cannot sign this." "But you're the only one who hasn't signed." Xiao Tianhao found himself in a quandary. Does this planet cease to spin without me? Even without my presence? You can still hold the event. Leng Siyu retorted. Her sister was planning to celebrate her birthday with cake the following night, suggesting that her sister could join the class for a birthday celebration. What does everyone think? Xia Pengfei interjected unexpectedly. Leng Siyu looked at Xia Pengfei in disbelief. Xiao Tianhao responded, "This is entirely feasible." He was a pragmatic individual. Leng Siyu's attendance at the event was not of paramount importance. But if her stance were to align with Xia Pengfei's opinion, it would be a matter he must take seriously. This was not merely for the sake of it. The event required financial backing from Xia Pengfei, making his opinion indispensable. I do not wish to entangle my personal matters with those of the class. Leng Siyu continued to refuse in shock. Isn't it a wonderful idea to celebrate Yuan Yuan's birthday in such a unique manner? Xia Pengfei's words struck a chord, and the inexplicable emotions swirling in his eyes left Leng Siyu unable to deny or dismiss them. She relinquished her steadfast stance and turned back to tackle the mathematics problems. Lu Sudong signaled a gesture of triumph to Xiao Tianhao. As school dismissed in the afternoon, it was once again Leng Siyu and Yu Zhiqiu's turn to tidy the classroom. To everyone's astonishment, the affluent Xia Pengfei took up a broom and engaged in this humble labor. Seeing his newfound diligence, Jiang Meidan and Yi Zhiqiu felt compelled to abandon their pretense of aristocratic elegance and joined in the sweeping. However, with more hands at work, the efficiency of their labor did not increase. Rather, it doubled the time required for tasks that Leng Siyu had completed in under 3 minutes just 2 days prior. You lot are more a hindrance than a help. Leng Siyu often spoke harshly to Xia Pengfei, her words often laced with unkindness. Yet, under her relentless criticisms, Xia Pengfei's resolve grew ever stronger. Rather than taking offense, he assertively delegated the task of taking out the trash. Yi Zhiqiu and Jiang Meidan will handle one basket, while Siyu and I will manage another. In a moment of melancholy introspection, Yu Zhiqiu was taken aback when Leng Siyu volunteered to join Jiang Meidan in lifting a basket of refuse down the stairs. A flicker of joy ignited within him. And just as he reached out to assist Xia Pengfei with the basket, Xia Pengfei swiftly seized it and dashed away. Yu Zhiqiu then turned off the classroom lights, switched off the water dispenser, and tidied up Xia Pengfei's books before standing in the corridor, gazing down at the scene below. The setting sun cast a golden glow over the plaza at the base of the academic building. 2 moving baskets, 3 youthful boys in motion, and fluttering sycamore leaves together form a dynamic tableau, yet in Yi Zhiqiu's heart, it resonates as a mournful melody. Chapter 37. Everything is dynamic. Yi Zhiqiu did not weep, for everything is in flux, mutable, just like the autumn illuminated by the setting sun before her. Upon returning, Xia Pengfei possessed an additional basket. He had seized it from Leng Siyu with what seemed to be a sufficient rationale, claiming the necessity of maintaining balance. The young capitalist, Xia Pengfei, held a basket in each hand, transforming into a whirlwind beneath the sun's rays. Strangely, despite carrying items, he felt lighter than when unencumbered. Xia Pengfei swiftly passed by Leng Siyu, descending the stairs in under a minute with 2 backpacks in hand, announcing, "I've taken the backpacks." Jiang Meidan protested. "Why didn't you help me with mine? Am I familiar with you?" Leng Siyu chased after Xia Pengfei, demanding, "Return my backpack." As they entered the community's building, Xia Yuan addressed Leng Siyu, "Sister, I'm going up to recite poems with Chong Chong. We learn 3 poems every day. Let us eat first. I'll have it ready soon. Leng Siyu then cast a serene glance at Xia Pengfei, saying, Xia Pengfei, prepare your history compulsory I'll come to your house shortly. Xia Pengfei was momentarily at a loss until Xiao Chongchong pinched his arm, prompting him to realize, oh, compulsory right? While contemplating life, the Lang sisters had already vanished behind the door as it opened and closed once more. Woof. The baby's disdain for Pengfei unmistakably conveyed her dissatisfaction. The golden retriever turned to Chong Chong in search of comfort and embraced her, while the baby declared, I will no longer play with him. He is as stiff as a log. Chong Chong whispered softly. Xia Pengfei announced, dinner will be served shortly. I must study tonight. The sound of the news broadcast from his phone filled the room, and the caller ID displayed Yi Zhiqiu's name. Pengfei, are you free tonight? I'd like to invite you for coffee. I'm not available. Xia Pengfei decisively ended the call. In room 0101. Leng Siyu took advantage of the time spent cooking to unleash her frustrations on the sandbag before setting the table. The sisters swiftly prepared their dinner and then luxuriated in a warm bath, relishing the soothing embrace of the water on both body and soul. Wrapped snugly in a tub of white foam, Siyu rested her head against the edge while Yuanyu and splashed playfully, her little head bobbing above the surface. This feels wonderful, Yuanyuan exclaimed. Sister, what special gift will you buy for me tomorrow? Siyu lazily closed her eyes and replied, a very special gift. Yuanyuan, every day holds the same value. It is far more important to live each day joyfully and meaningfully than to celebrate a birthday with ritualistic grandeur. Tomorrow, many older brothers and sisters will celebrate your birthday. Aside from Sister Duo, do you have any other friends? Leng Siyu gently adjusted little Yuanyuan's position and began to scrub her back with a washcloth. Yuanyuan giggled, Sister, be gentle, I'm ticklish. Leng Siyu feigned innocence. I cannot possibly be any gentler. Sister, Mother has expressed that you should not economize on her behalf. Your primary focus should be on your studies. Moreover, isn't Father's salary quite sufficient? There is no need for you to exert yourself excessively. The pursuit of wealth can indeed become addictive, and the satisfaction derived from maintaining one's health while earning a decent income is quite gratifying. Furthermore, spending money earned through one's own labor feels distinctly different from utilizing funds provided by one's parents. At the CAF Jiaorinyu located on Huaxiang Alley, Binjiang Road in Zixi City, a favored haunt for affluent young men and women seeking respite from their studies, Yi Zhiqiu, having been unsuccessful in her attempts to engage with Xia Pengfei, is seated by the window alongside Lu Sudong, observing the pedestrians traversing the street through the glass. The gentle strains of soothing piano music envelop them. On the small table before them, 2 cups of coffee emit delicate wisps of steam. Sudong, what is it that makes you so extraordinary? Yu Zhiqiu's gaze is somewhat ethereal and elusive. She possesses great strength and a fierce demeanor. Lu Sudong succinctly summarizes the essence of Leng Siyu. You seem to overlook one aspect. She is quite beautiful. Not as captivating as you, nor as enchanting, he retorts. Then why does Xia Pengfei constantly gravitate towards her? Xia Pengfei is severely nearsighted. He can only see the girls nearby, and they are both neighbors and desk mates. In room 0301 of Building A in the Phoenix community, Xia Pengfei and Xia Chongchong have both completed their showers and are impeccably dressed. Seated on the sofa in the living room, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the Long sisters, Xia Chongchong has brought forth an abundance of chocolates and toys, intending to share them with her beloved little goddess. Meanwhile, Xia Pengfei has retrieved his high school history textbook, Compulsory Volume 1, and, upon glancing at the title of the first section, promptly closes the book. Indeed, history textbooks pale in comparison to the thrill of browsing through contemporary information. What is regarded by numerous esteemed individuals as a discipline capable of uncovering the laws of development through countless historical events and extracting wisdom from the past appears rather mundane to Xia Pengfei. Perhaps this perception stems from the fact that throughout history, certain history enthusiasts have engaged with the subject without the necessity of memorizing an abundance of figures, dates, locations, and the intricate causes and outcomes of historical events. They focus instead on historical insights that can offer them tangible assistance. Could it be that our educational materials and the prevailing examination system have rendered history into a form that Xia Pengfei detests? Xia Pengfei and Xia Chongchong waited for an extended period, yet Leng Siyu and Leng Yuanyuan failed to make an appearance. Growing impatient, Xia Chongchong edged closer to Pengfei and gently nudged his arm, urging, Brother, why not call Sister Yu and inquire? Xia Pengfei continued to peruse the information. reasoning that if they were occupied and wished to join, they would come on their own. If they had other commitments, a phone call would not change that. Girls tend to be more reserved, Xia Chongchong remarked. Xia Pingfei lifted his teacup and took a sip, responding, men also possess dignity. It was she who expressed the desire to come. If she changes her mind, that is her fault. Chapter 38. Birthday gift. Chongchong felt utterly perplexed. She declared, as long as Yuan is with me, I am willing to do anything. You are doomed. Xia Pingfei solemnly affirmed, locking eyes with Yuan. What will you do if Yuan no longer wants you? Yuan assured me that she would protect me for life, Chongchong replied. Fool, shouldn't that be your line? Brother, do you fancy sister Yu? He jested, as if I could ever like her. She's as cold as ice, devoid of any femininity. Then why did you change outfits so many times just now? You little rascal, were you spying on me while I was changing? Xia Pingfei reached out to pinch Xia Chongchong's cheek, but she cleverly dodged away. Xia Pingfei did not make a call. And the sisters Leng Siyu did not come up either. The next day, when Xia Pingfei arrived at school, Leng Siyu was absent throughout the day. The young master of the capitalists, Xia Pingfei, could no longer contain his anxiety and slipped away to the history office during recess to inquire after Nian Wentian. Her mother is hospitalized. She and Yuan have gone to keep her company, teacher Nian informed Xia Pingfei. Exiting the history office, Xia Pingfei's spirits plummeted to freezing depths. He realized that his emotions were profoundly affected by that tempestuous girl. That evening, the grand class party for the second-year students failed to ignite any enthusiasm within him. Yi Zhiqiu's singing remained enchanting and professional, yet not a single note tugged at his heartstrings. Before the party concluded, Xia Pingfei found an excuse to leave. He strolled through the empty square, the night breeze caressing him, while the luminous moon overhead stirred a sense of disquiet within him. He inquired of a beautiful attendant, Miss, how much is that giant panda? The attendant replied, I apologize, but that is merely our decoration and not for sale. Please bring someone who can make decisions. The boss is not here. Give me a call. Xia Pingfei leaned against the door, his mind swirling in discontent. The two brothers silently engaged in their profound play. Time passed unnoticed until footsteps and voices echoed from outside the apartment door. Sister, Mom is working so hard. Juggling 3 jobs alone. No wonder she is exhausted. The clear, melodious voice of Yuan resonated distinctly even through the door. Upon encountering Chongchong and Xiang Pingfei leaning against the door, the sisters, Siyu and Leng Siyu, were taken aback. Chongchong, Brother Fei, are you waiting for us? Yuan, illuminated by the light from the apartment, quickly discerned the cake in Xiang Pingfei's hands. He handed the cake to Yuan and softly said, Happy birthday, little Yuan. Thank you, Brother Fei. Little Yuan joyfully accepted the cake. Chongchong hastily placed the sketchbook into Yuan's hands, exclaiming, Happy birthday. Thank you, Chongchong. Little Yuan received the sketchbook with her other hand. Is Aunt Lin all right? Xiang Pingfei's gaze shifted towards Siyu, clad in casual attire that accentuated her curves. Siyu replied, A day of rest will suffice. Siyu, an avid panda enthusiast, fixated on the panda plush toy in Xiang Pingfei's possession, her tongue clicking in desire to seize it. Is that panda a gift for Yuan? Leng Siyu inquired with a hint of mischief. Xiang Pingfei stifled a smile, maintaining a composed demeanor as he replied, This plush toy is not meant to be given away. I intend to keep it for myself. A new world seemed to unfold before Leng Siyu. What boy plays with a panda plush? Just sell it to me. Don't you already have one? Xiang Pingfei suppressed his laughter, admiring his own cleverness. That one was sent to keep my mom company yesterday. She's also a panda enthusiast, little Yuan and explained. Cold Silk Rain produced a 100 yuan bill and extended it towards Xia Pingfei, striving to soften her tone and gaze. Will you sell it to me? It's not about the money. Xia Pingfei brushed aside Silk Rain's delicate hand, still playing his part. Little Bug pinched the hem of Xia Pingfei's shirt, saying, Sister Rain will teach you history, so be generous and give it to her. She hasn't taught me yet. Xia Pingfei feigned indifference, maintaining his cool demeanor. I will teach you right away. I have books at home. Cold Silk Rain quickly asserted, stepping forward to grasp the reluctant panda plush, hoping this would suffice. We can talk after you teach me. Xia Pingfei attempted once more to pry Cold Silk Rain's hand away, but her grip on the panda was resolute. Sister, hurry and open the door. My hands are full. Round suppressed a laugh and urged Silk Rain. All right, I'll open the door, just don't leave. Cold Silk Rain fished out her keys and unlocked the door, dragging the still resisting Xia Pingfei inside. Little Bug, come in and have some cake. Round called to the dazed Bug outside the door. The domineering brother and sister, accompanied by the adorable siblings, entered the dining room. Seizing the moment while Cold Silk Rain was distracted by the panda plush toy, Xia Pengfei took the initiative and unwrapped the exquisite gift box containing the cake. He personally adorned little Round Round with a birthday crown and placed 5 candles around the cake. As the electronic music of Happy Birthday began to play, Xia Pengfei led the singing. Cold Silk Rain's eyes sparkled. She had not anticipated that Xia Pengfei could deliver the birthday song with the finesse of a professional singer. With little time to dwell on this, she joined in with Little Bug, filling the simple dining room with a warm, heartfelt atmosphere. Little Round Round was ready to make a wish. In the depths of Xia Pengfei's dark eyes, the candlelight flickered brightly, his voice resonating with a soothing warmth. The blissful little Meng baby, Long Yuan, clasped her hands together and closed her eyes. With a single breath, she extinguished the candles. Xia Pengfei methodically sliced the cake, first placing a piece into Yuan's hands. As she savored the cake, she praised Pengfei, exclaiming that his singing surpassed even the most popular singers from Zishu's platform. Little Chong boasted, "My brother has passed levels." Curious, Yuan inquired, "How many levels?" Xia Pengfei shot a glance at Chong, silencing him with a piece of cake, before finally handing a slice to Siyu. As Siyu accepted the cake, she continued Yuan's line of questioning, "How many levels?" With a nonchalant reply, Xia Pengfei stated, "Level 8. You are indeed a hidden talent." "I've never heard you sing before," she remarked. "I have no passion for singing. Passing levels was my parents' expectation. They compelled me to learn music and art during my childhood, which turned those skills into shadows of my early years." Though Leng Siyu wished to hear him sing a few more songs, she refrained upon hearing his aversion to singing in the shadows of his childhood. "I heard Yi Zhiqiu has also passed her singing levels?" Siyu asked, indulging in her cake. "She too is at level 8, Xia Pengfei replied, his tone even. "My brother actually met her while they were both testing for levels," Chong divulged. Leng Siyu pondered for a moment, then remarked, "It seems you share a connection with her. No wonder she appears particularly concerned about you. Honestly, you two make quite a pair," she added, surprisingly indulging in gossip. The words of Leng Siyu left Xia Pengfei feeling somewhat uncomfortable. His expression immediately soured as he grasped the panda and prepared to leave. "You cannot go," Leng Siyu exclaimed anxiously, seizing the giant panda. "I have yet to teach you history." Chapter 39. I accuse you of illegal harassment. Sister has a birthday gift for you. Siyu tidied up the aftermath and ushered Xiao Yuan into the training room. A sense of foreboding surged within Yuan. Siyu retrieved an entire set of children's boxing gear from a nearby bench and handed it to Yuan. "This is your birthday present. The world is perilous. You must empower yourself." These were the very words Cold Siong had spoken 12 years prior when he gifted Siyu a punching bag on her birthday. Yuan's face flushed with indignation at the memory. She hurled the boxing gloves and protective gear onto the floor, vehemently protesting, "I refuse to practice. I refuse to practice. Training in martial arts is arduous, exhausting, and utterly pointless." Unperturbed, Siyu calmly picked up the scattered equipment and gently encouraged, "Aren't you unable to contend with Chao Badian? With just a little practice, you will be able to handle him with ease." Leng Siyu knocked on Yuan's door. Yuan, I will leave the items in the training room. Whenever you wish to practice, sister will guide you." "I won't practice. I won't practice. I won't practice," Yuan shrieked. In another bedroom, Leng Siyu held a family portrait frame and spoke to the handsome man depicted within. "Father, rest assured, I shall make my sister strong as well." Beside her was the plush panda she had just wrested from Xia Pengfei, which had been given the hasty name of Xiaohei. The following day, as the early morning light filtered through, Leng Siyu awoke, gently casting aside the small black object in her embrace. After completing her daily routine of kicking the sandbags and refreshing herself with a shower, she prepared a delectable breakfast of steamed dumplings and made her way to knock on Yuan's door. Yuan had risen and was enjoying the dumplings. However, regardless of how insistently Siyu knocked and called, little Yuan remained blissfully unaware. Unable to rouse Yuan, Siyu, recalling her conversation with Xia Pengfei about teaching him history, settled onto the sofa and retrieved her mobile phone. As she perused her contacts, she was dismayed to find Xia Pengfei's number absent. Then, a memory struck her. Yuan had once used Xia Pengfei's phone to call her. Thus, she deduced his phone number from the call history and timings. Meanwhile, in room 0301, Xia Pengfei lay comfortably on the sofa in his home theater, deep in slumber. The sound of the news broadcast roused him slightly, and in his daze, he fumbled for his phone, pressing a button without glancing at the caller ID. Groggily, he muttered that he was asleep, instructing the caller to ring back in 2 hours before dismissing the call. What kind of early morning disturbance was this? Couldn't they see he needed his beauty sleep? He cursed softly and turned over, seeking the solace of sleep once more. 2 minutes later, the news broadcast blared again, prompting Xiao Pengfei to hit the button on his phone once more, exclaiming, "Who is calling so early? I'll report you for harassment." He swiftly ended the call, grumbling about the lack of decency displayed by such callers. In room 0101, Leng Siyu, frustrated by the repeated setbacks of her call attempts, felt her irritation mount. She had envisioned a delightful outing with her sister and wished to capitalize on the precious time before Yuan awoke. Yet, Xiao Pengfei's dismissive attitude was utterly exasperating. Early morning. Indeed, it was already 8 o'clock, yet the morning felt early. Leng Siyu, feeling frustrated, hurried upstairs to ring the bell. When the door opened, it was Lan. "Sorry, Lanjia, I promised to teach Pengfei history yesterday. I need to take my sister to the amusement park soon, so I wanted to utilize this time to instruct him." Lan understood Xiao Pengfei's temperament. Waking him at this hour would surely provoke his ire. With nothing further to say, Leng Siyu reluctantly descended the stairs. Inside, Lan tidied up the room, only to soon hear another knock at the door. She opened it to find Siyu holding a large panda plush toy. "This plush is for you," Leng Siyu stated as she handed it to Lan, turning to leave immediately. Her tone was neither warm nor cold, neither hurried nor slow. Lan could not ascertain whether Siyu was upset, yet she sensed something amiss, though she could not pinpoint what it was. Unable to decode her feelings, she dismissed them and continued her tidying. Approximately 2 hours later, Xiao Pengfei was jolted awake by a call from his close friend, Lu Sudong. He opened his eyes and reached for his phone. "Speak," he replied, still groggy. "Are you going to the amusement park? At your age, still going to an amusement park?" "No way." Xiao Pengfei decisively hung up the call. Hearing a knock at the door, he rolled off the sofa and opened it, surprised to see Lan holding the large panda plush. "Siyu came to find you, saying she wanted to teach you something. I saw you were asleep, so I didn't wake you. Then she brought this up," Lan murmured, lowering her gaze. Xiao Pengfei suddenly recalled having received 2 phone calls while in a deep slumber. He promptly flipped his phone and saw the records of the calls from Siyu, which sent a wave of unease through his heart. Lan, clutching her stuffed toy, anxiously inquired, "Did I do something wrong?" Xiao Pengfei replied gently, "It's nothing. From now on, remember that any call from Siyu, regardless of whether I am bathing or asleep, should be conveyed to me immediately." "Understood. I will remember," Lan responded obediently. Xiao Pengfei dialed Siyu's number again, but her phone remained switched off. Suddenly, Lan recalled that Siyu had mentioned taking Yuan to the amusement park. The amusement park? Xiao Pengfei thought, recalling his recent refusal to Lu Sudong. "I will take Chong to the amusement park as well. He hasn't been in quite some time," he said. He immediately pushed open Chong's bedroom door, scooped him up, and urged, Chong, get up quickly. We are going to the amusement park." Still half asleep, Chong murmured, "I want to sleep a little longer. I don't want to go to the amusement park." "But Yuan is going," Xiao Pengfei countered, deploying his trump card. Chong's eyes sprang open, gleaming with excitement. "I want to find Yuan. Then hurry and get dressed," Xiao Pengfei instructed as he set Chong down. "Sister Lan, help me choose a nice outfit," Chong pleaded with Lan. Chapter 40, A Cost of One. 2 billion. Xiao Pengfei and his brothers, impeccably groomed, set out, hailing a taxi. After passing several sports goods centers, they finally arrived at the Zishu Dream Amusement Park. Xiao Pengfei scanned the code to pay the fare and then led little Chong out of the car. "Brother, how much is the ticket?" 300 yuan. "I will pay 200, and you 100. What about the cost for Sister Yu to move 3 large pieces of furniture or appliances? Did Yuan tell you?" "Yes. Sister Yu will be heartbroken." Xiao Pengfei remained silent, suddenly contemplating the emotions coursing through Leng Siyu when he abruptly ended their phone conversation. He envisioned the moment when she would return the stuffed toy and the feelings accompanying that act. A twinge of regret washed over him regarding his so-called cleverness. Why had he not generously gifted it to her without conditions, opting instead to use it as a pretext for further interaction? Xiao Pengfei replied, "With such a sparse clientele, it's a daunting task. Excluding the operational costs for equipment, labor, taxes, and a myriad of expenses, generating a monthly income of 10 million yuan would take a decade just to cover the construction costs." A staff member from the amusement park, having overheard the brothers' exchange, joined the conversation. "The younger brother is correct. The amusement park is struggling. with employee salaries plummeting and consistently being delayed. Countless consultants have been hired to devise strategies. Yet significant funds have been squandered with little to show for it. Xia Pengfei pondered for a moment and inquired, "What suggestions do these consultants typically offer?" The staff member responded, "They primarily advise advertising through media channels such as newspapers and television to attract customers. But despite the hefty fees paid for such promotions, the returns have been dismal. This has only exacerbated the already poor state of operations." "Brother, let us go find Yuan Yuan," Xia Chongchong said impatiently, tugging at Xia Pengfei to move further inside. With no choice but to cease his conversation with the staff member, Xia Pengfei followed Chongchong's lead. In such a vast amusement park, finding two individuals is no trivial task. A dense crowd complicates the search, yet amidst this sparse gathering, locating them should prove relatively simple. After a brief stroll, Chongchong found himself unable to continue, instinctively reaching out to Pengfei, seeking the comfort of his brother's embrace. "With your constitution, you would have been abandoned in ancient Spartan Greece," remarked Xia Pengfei. "Why is that?" he queried. The Spartans were a society built on military prowess, where every citizen was a soldier. Whether at home or in school, the primary goal was to cultivate military talent. Infants underwent rigorous scrutiny at birth. Those deemed unfit, like you, were cast into the wilderness to be devoured by wolves, left to fend for themselves. How dreadful, inhumane, utterly appalling. Such measures were dictated by the harsh realities of survival, he continued. Suddenly, Xia Pengfei's gaze fell upon two familiar figures near the roller coaster. "Is that Yuan Yuan and Siyu?" he exclaimed, recognizing the distinctive hairstyle of Yuan Yuan. "Brother, put me down," Chong exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement upon spotting Yuan Yuan. Instead of releasing him, Xia Pengfei hastened towards them, exchanging a brief glance with Siyu before purchasing tickets for the roller coaster. Upon learning that Yuan Yuan had arrived, Chong insisted on joining her. Xia Pengfei fixed his gaze on Siyu's sparkling eyes and declared, "Yuan Yuan, I wish to ride in the same carriage as you." Without a moment's hesitation, Chong dashed to Yuan Yuan and took her hand. "You mustn't touch a girl's hand so freely," Siyu admonished Chong, reminding him of his own words. The little one chuckled. "I misspoke. It should be that one must not casually touch the hands of unfamiliar girls." "Brother, you think it's fine if I hold Yuan Yuan's hand, right?" "Of course, it's perfectly fine," Xia Pengfei firmly supported the little one. However, at the ticket checkpoint, the staff halted both the little one and Yuan Yuan, stating that they were not suitable for the roller coaster, as per the regulations of the venue. The little one, being timid, had no desire to ride the roller coaster anyway. The news of not allowing children to board was thus a relief. The staff added, "We will assist in looking after the children." At that moment, Siyu contemplated requesting a refund. The staff responded, "Refunds are not permitted at the amusement park." Siyu was pulled into a carriage by Xia Pengfei, who then heard her softly say, "If you keep fidgeting, do you believe I will kick you off this ride?" Xia Pengfei helped Siyu settle into her seat, adjusting her shoulder harness and safety belt, and calmly remarked, "If you still appear this spirited after a while, I will truly be impressed. Will the car derail? This is my first time on a roller coaster. What will happen to Yuan Yuan if I don't make it?" Xia Pengfei observed the anxious expression on Siyu's face and found it amusing. It was indeed surprising to see someone as formidable as her afraid of such an attraction. He initially intended to frighten her for amusement, but ended up offering comforting words instead. "Rest assured, the wheels of the ride consist of primary, secondary, and lateral wheels, all securing the track from 3 directions. Such amusement devices are classified as special equipment, subject to mandatory inspections by the state. Comprehensive checks and tests are conducted before opening, and periodic annual inspections are enforced thereafter." "Is that so? It feels as though you are trying to deceive me. Let me express it this way. The likelihood of encountering an accident here is significantly lower than the chance of experiencing one while commuting by bus." As the two conversed, the staff diligently checked the usage of the safety equipment, and the vehicle gradually began to move. Leng Siyu inquired, "Is the cost of activating this equipment for a full capacity the same as that for a 30% occupancy?" Xia Pengfei replied, "The costs are quite comparable." Leng Siyu was about to articulate further when the vehicle ascended to the apex of a slope, preparing to plunge downward. Overcome by fear, she instinctively closed her mouth and shut her eyes. The vehicle paused briefly at the summit before hurtling down the mountainside at breakneck speed, a cacophony of startled screams resonating from behind. Leng Siyu managed to stifle her own voice. "I want to get off, but it's too late. How much longer? We've only just begun. What comes next? Aerial spirals, The roller coaster twisted and turned through the air at an exhilarating pace. And Leng Siyu felt herself being violently suspended upside down, as if she could be flung off the tracks at any moment. At that moment, she sensed someone grasping her hand. Xiao Yuanyuan watched the rapidly rotating coaster above, her palm clammy from gripping Xiao Chongcheng's hand tightly. Grandpa and Grandma, please protect my sister from being thrown off. Though she can be quite unbearable, making me do chores and practice on the sandbag, I have forgiven her. Xiao Yuanyuan muttered softly. Chapter 41. The absence of societal discipline. Leng Siyu disembarked from the roller coaster in a state of utter bewilderment. This was nothing short of a life-threatening endeavor. She lamented, I shall never ride this dreadful contraption again. Suddenly, Siyu recalled something. She hastily grasped Xia Pingfei's right hand. Noticing the bruises and bloodstains upon it, her expression shifted to one of discomfort. Xia Pingfei cast a swift glance at Siyu, remaining silent, yet gradually matching her pace. Walking alongside her. From now on, it would be best for you to keep your distance from me. The farther away you are, the safer it will be. Cold Siyu earnestly expressed this truth as she focused on the roller coaster that had resumed its operation in the distance. Xia Pingfei replied with sincerity. I am someone who revels in adventure. Siyu did not hear him. Her attention was fully captivated by the approaching figure of Leng Yuanyuan. With her two playful pigtails swaying in the air, Leng Yuanyuan leapt into Siyu's embrace, showering her with affection. Sister, my heart nearly leapt from my chest when I saw you tumbling through the air. Now you understand how important you are, right? Siyu playfully pinched Yuanyuan's rosy cheeks. I mainly couldn't bear to part with the little dumplings you make. Yuanyuan winked and grinned. Siyu lifted Yuanyuan in her arms, while Xia Pingfei hoisted the arriving Chongcheng. Siyu inquired of Yuanyuan about her desired activities. To her astonishment, Yuanyuan replied, I don't want to play at all. You needn't save money for me. I've earned quite a lot recently. Sister has money, but that's hard-earned money. Xia Pingfei, after a prolonged contemplation, finally spoke. Siyu, I initially felt it was not my place to intervene in your family matters, yet if you consider me a friend, I would like to offer you a few words of advice. You should focus your energy on learning, for that is the true pursuit. Earning a living through sheer physical labor will only ever yield paltry sums, mere sweat and toil, if you excel in your studies. Even tutoring would be far more lucrative and effortless than toiling away with bricks and cement. After all, in this era, the allocation of resources and the distribution of wealth increasingly rely on cultural capital. Earning through intellect is the direction of societal progress. Earning through intellect? Such words sound far more eloquent than they are practical. Have you ever earned a single cent? Every penny you spend is derived from your parents' generosity. Cold Siyu delivered a piercing blow to Xia Pingfei's heart. The previously harmonious atmosphere suddenly became tense. Xiao Yuanyuan and Xiao Chongcheng exchanged anxious glances, fearful that Siyu might suddenly lash out at Xia Pingfei. Sister, Brother Fei means well. Yuanyuan quietly defended Xia Pingfei. After a prolonged silence, Xia Pingfei turned his dark gaze toward the distant, whirling roller coaster, his face calm yet his tone resolute as he declared, Very well. I shall show you what it means to earn through intellect. Let us see. If you truly succeed, I will cease all manual labor and dedicate myself to my studies. Cold Siyu proclaimed with conviction. Xia Pingfei scooped up Chongcheng and strode toward the amusement park entrance with determination. He sought out a staff member to acquire the mobile number of Enru Hai, the amusement park's main director. 20 minutes later, the brothers Xia Pingfei and sisters Cold Siyu found themselves in Enru Hai's office. It was the first time Enru Hai had encountered such peculiar guests as the Xia brothers and the Cold sisters, and he speculated about their identities and intentions. Assuming that these unexpected visitors were likely there to lodge complaints about the entertainment facilities and services, Mr. and instructed his secretary to provide bottled water for both the Xia brothers and the Leng sisters, showcasing a commendable service aptitude. Settling into the black leather sofa, Mr. and watched as Xia Pingfei, Leng Siyu, and the two adorable children made themselves comfortable as well, without standing on ceremony. Mr. Have you heard of Tan Ruame? Xia Pingfei inquired abruptly after taking a sip of water. Leng Siyu scoffed inwardly, bringing up your mother before even getting to the point. Seems you're nothing without her. The commercial prodigy of Zishu City, the primary pillar of the Xia family's vast enterprise. Even someone as uninformed as myself would have some awareness of her. May I ask how you are related to her, young man? I am her eldest son, Xia Pingfei. I am her youngest son, Xia Chongcheng. Xia Chongcheng interjected. Oh, the Xia family's two young masters. My deepest respects. Mr. N signaled to his secretary, who promptly brought out a plethora of snacks to entertain the two children. I've heard that half of Feng Yuan's current efficient operating model is attributed to your ingenuity. Is this true? Leng Siyu was taken aback by the way Mr. and looked at Xia Pengfei. I didn't realize this fellow had such a high profile in the industry. On what basis? Based on him being an inexperienced kid? Xia Chong, while munching on chocolate, began extolling his brother's virtues. My brother has thoroughly studied all the books my mother used during her undergraduate and graduate studies. It's just that making money isn't his greatest passion. Leng Siyu, who was drinking water, nearly choked. These two revelatory pieces of information compelled her to cast another glance at Xia Pengfei beside her. Oh my, how is it that this individual possesses such remarkable capabilities? And on top of that, appears so strikingly handsome. I rarely even cast a glance in his direction. Give me 2 million, and I shall provide a lifeline for the entertainment industry, said Xia Pengfei casually. 2 million? Is that fabricated by Tiandi Bank? Cold Siyu spat out a mouthful of pure water. Why don't you just rob a bank instead? You've already invested over 10 million in advertising. Yet the returns have been minimal. I'm not asking for much this time. Just 2 million, Xia Pengfei maintained his calm demeanor, imbued with a hint of dominance and self-assurance. Cold Siyu observed his brashness, akin to someone with an inflated ego, and felt an overwhelming urge to charge at him and unleash her frustration upon him. Do you have any idea how arduous it is to earn money? 2 million is the reward for transporting 20,000 large appliances. This fellow clearly lacked the tempering of society, oblivious to the depths and treacheries of the world, with a superficial understanding and an empty core, overestimating his own capabilities. Really? Then do enlighten us. And Ruhai, experiencing a surge of excitement, stood up from the sofa. My suggestions are not to be taken lightly. They are infused with commercial acumen. Xia Pengfei adopted a serious demeanor, treating the matter with utmost gravity. And Ruhai sat back down, lifted his teacup for a delicate sip, and remarked, under normal circumstances, with the Xia family's prestige and General Tan's capabilities, I shouldn't harbor any doubts. However, when it comes to 2 million, I must be somewhat discerning, don't you think? Today, my friends and I rode this roller coaster with only about 10 passengers, while the full capacity is 30. May I inquire, General Len, how significant would the cost variation be if 10 passengers were to increase to 30? Xia Pengfei's gaze was intense, radiating a captivating brilliance that was hard to describe. The cost has not undergone significant changes, and Ruhai replied. Indeed, after completing a full circuit. Whether the vehicle carries 10 passengers or 30, the consumption remains virtually the same. Therefore, why not collaborate with other products to utilize the remaining vacant seats for supplementary services? Please, continue. And Ruhai detected a hint of potential and, excited, stood up once more, signaling to his secretary. Chapter 42. Earning 2 million in 10 minutes, Xia Pengfei's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he spoke eloquently. By increasing the capacity of each vehicle by 20 individuals, there would be no additional costs incurred. However, with more patrons, some would engage in various activities. Some might partake in 10 or 8, others in 1 or 2, and some perhaps none at all. Yet, on average, it is reasonable to assume that they would engage in 2 to 3 activities, correct? The revenue generated from these average 2 to 3 activities would emerge without any increase in costs. Although Leng Siyu listened with a sense of bewilderment, she began to perceive the seriousness in Xia Pengfei's gaze. And Ruhai, brimming with enthusiasm, urged, Brother Xia, please continue. It sounds promising. After sipping some purified water, Xia Pengfei elaborated. To put it succinctly, if the amusement park positions the roller coaster as a complementary attraction, while this particular venture may not yield direct profits, the costs remain unchanged. If we can successfully entice customers occupying complimentary seats to indulge in other entertainment offerings, such as log flume, pirate ship, and Ferris wheel, the amusement park would ultimately still turn a profit, wouldn't it? Xia Pengfei lifted his gaze and caught a glimpse of Leng Siyu, their eyes locking in a moment of inquiry. Xia's attention fixated on the 2 glimmering orbs of black mercury within her eyes as he remarked, I indeed have some commendable suggestions regarding our collaborative product, but I require a demonstration of your sincerity. And Ruhai, undeterred, promptly presented a check for 2 million. Placing it into Xia Pengfei's hands, he quietly tucked the check into his pocket, his profound gaze once again lingering on Leng Siyu with newfound intrigue. In that instant, a tempest of emotion surged within Leng Siyu's starry eyes and heart. Goodness, this money arrived rather swiftly. Without exerting much effort, Xia Pengfei nonchalantly inquired, Shall we examine the primary demographic that frequents amusement parks? The youth constitute the principal consumer group, and Rahai responded. Xia Pingfei continued to elaborate on his marketing strategy, his eyes intermittently drifting towards Leng Siyu. Indeed, the youth are drawn to excitement, thrill-seeking, and challenging sports. On my way to the amusement park, I observed numerous sports equipment stores surrounding the area. Why not foster collaboration with these nearby sports shops? Their clientele could very well become potential patrons of the amusement park. What, in your opinion, should we do to collaborate with the sports equipment stores, Brother Xia? And Rohai inquired. You could assist them in organizing promotional events, offering 2 complimentary roller coaster tickets for each customer who spends over 100 yuan on sports goods. The owners of the sports stores would undoubtedly welcome this, as it would effectively serve as a promotional initiative for them. And Ruhai found herself utterly perplexed. Why were there 2 tickets? The answer was simple. The aim was to encourage customers purchasing sports goods to bring a companion along for enjoyment beyond the roller coaster. Should they indulge in other amusement attractions, the park could graciously offer them 4 additional roller coaster tickets to share with friends and family, thus drawing more visitors to the amusement park. This strategy would not only bolster the park's profits but also catalyze a new wave of customer influx. And Ruhai beamed with joy, her eyes narrowing into crescent shapes. From now on, the 2 brothers and her companions could enjoy free access to the amusement park. No more ticket purchases in the future. What bliss. Brother Fei, you're amazing. My brother possesses many talents that you are yet unaware of. What else? I shan't tell you. Humph. Teasing me. I shall discover it eventually. Xiao Yuan and Xiao Chongchong chattered incessantly beside them, while Leng Siyu remained silent, gazing out the window at the sports goods store receding into the distance, her heart tumultuous. She could not deny the unassailable truth that Xia Pengfei had articulated. A reality that, as she glanced at his silhouette in the passenger seat, stirred within her not only admiration but also an indescribable sorrow. Upon returning to the community, Xia Pengfei, sensing her heavy thoughts, suggested, Siyu, let us head upstairs for lunch. I've asked Sister Lan to prepare a meal for you. He then inquired, shall I come to your home for history lessons this afternoon, or will you come to mine? Leng Siyu replied, I'm sorry, I have other commitments this afternoon. The brothers, Xia Pingfei and his sibling, gazed as the sisters, Leng Siyu and Leng Yuan, vanished into the confines of room 0101, a sense of discomfort stirring within them. Brother, is Sister Yu unhappy? Inquired the younger one. I do not know, he replied. Is Sister Yu not going to work anymore? Came another question. I cannot say, was his response. The complexities of a girl's heart are indeed difficult to fathom. If we cannot comprehend it, then let us not dwell on it. Let us ascend the stairs. As Xia Pingfei descended, he chanced upon Leng Siyu, hastily carrying Leng Yuan, their figures soon disappearing beyond the gates of the community. The expression in Xia's eyes, rather than sorrowful, was edged with indignation. This insufferable girl is utterly beyond reason. Enough is enough. The affairs of the Long family are no longer my concern. Even if she were to collapse before me, I would feign ignorance. Under the gentle autumn sun, with a cool breeze caressing them, Leng Siyu and little Yuan found themselves jostling on a truck laden with washing machines. Did Sister not say she would stop working after last week? Did she not promise Brother Fei that she would dedicate herself to her studies? Yuan lamented, wrapping her arms around Siyu's long legs, protesting against her sister's inconsistencies. Sister possesses ample strength. It would be a shame to squander it. The pursuit of knowledge is not an endeavor that yields results in a mere day or 2. Even if she cannot gain admission to a prestigious university, she can still make a living through hard work. The truck came to a halt in front of an opulent villa, and Leng Siyu effortlessly lifted the washing machine off the vehicle. Suddenly, her phone rang. Upon seeing Lin Wanru's name on the screen, Siyu exclaimed, Yuan, quickly recite your poem. Mother is calling. Little Yuan immediately raised her voice, reciting, the green hills are faintly visible, the waters stretch far and wide. As autumn wanes, the vegetation in Jiangnan withers. On the moonlit night by the 24 bridges, where is the jade figure? Silk Rain asked, Mom, is your health improving? Lin Wanru replied, it is getting better. Where are you? Silk Rain responded, I am at home doing homework and chores, listening to Yuan recite poetry. Little Yuan chimed in, teach me to play the flute. The spring river's tides meet the sea's horizon. The bright moon rises with the tides. Wanru inquired, reciting poetry? Aren't you supposed to memorize the title and the author? Silk Rain replied, Yuan, Mom says one must memorize the title and author as well. Wanru said, perhaps in a few days. You haven't gone to work, have you? Silk Rain assured, No, How could I? I am diligently studying at home. Cold Silk Rain put away the thread, and little Yuan remarked, You lied to Mom every day. Doesn't tea your conscience ache? Cold Silk Rain, shouldering the washing machine, gazed down the expansive asphalt road stretching into the distance, remaining silent. Chapter 43. Do not panic. Sister little Yuan rushed to ring the doorbell, but being small, she couldn't reach it. Cold Silk Rain steadied the washing machine with one hand while pressing the doorbell with the other. The door was opened by Wang Jinmei, the young housekeeper of the Xia family, but Cold Silk Rain did not recognize her, nor was she aware that she was delivering goods for the Xia household. Just in time, Aunt Song was about to do laundry. Wang Jinmei said with a smile. Yuan merrily entered the garden, sitting by the edge of the swimming pool to play. Cold Silk Rain carried the washing machine inside. After placing the washing machine at the designated spot and adjusting it, she was about to leave when she bumped into Tan Ruame coming down the stairs. Silk Rain, is that really you? Tan Ruame, overwhelmed with joy, grasped the hands of her savior, Leng Siyu, and scrutinized her from head to toe. So, you reside here? I had no idea you were delivering a washing machine. Tan Ruame exclaimed as she pulled out a stack of 100 yuan bills. Why are you engaging in such laborious work? Here, take this for transportation. Leng Siyu shook her head resolutely, replying, I cannot accept this. Feilong has already compensated me for the moving fee. Goodbye, Auntie, I must return to my duties. Upon hearing that Leng Siyu was about to leave, Tan Ruame grew anxious, gripping Siyu's arm tightly. Siyu, it's rare for you to visit. Please stay for dinner before you go. With a gentle yet firm motion, Leng Siyu freed herself from Tan Ruame's grasp, stating with poise, I'm sorry, Auntie, but I must continue working. I'm leaving now. My sister is still waiting outside. Leng Siyu hastily made her way to the door, with Tan Ruame trailing closely behind her. However, upon stepping outside, Leng Siyu realized that her sister, Yuan, was missing, sending her heart into a panic as she called out, Yuan. Don't worry, sister, I'm in the water. Yuan's melodious voice echoed from the swimming pool. In the water? How can I not be worried? Leng Siyu rushed to the poolside, where she found Yuan joyfully splashing about. Yuan, when did you learn to swim? Leng Siyu exclaimed, a mix of surprise and delight in her tone. Come back quickly. Father taught me 2 years ago, Yuan replied, her hands skillfully gliding through the water, her sweet voice greeting Tan Ruame with a cheerful hello. Aunt Tan. The enchanting sound of her greeting melted Tan Ruame's heart. She had always longed for a daughter, and encountering such a delightful little sprite as Yuan left her utterly enchanted. Little Yuan, come here quickly and be careful not to catch a cold. As Yuan swam to the edge of the pool, Leng Siyu and Tan Ruame reached out to pull her up. Sitting at the poolside, she accidentally fell back in. Soaked to the skin, Yuan smiled broadly, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. Those were such joyous moments not so long past, and I often pondered their whereabouts. Yet, they have returned, akin to a long-lost companion, along with all the cherished melodies I hold dear. In the luxurious private room of the Oriental Pearl Karaoke City, amidst dazzling lights and enchanting melodies, Xia Pengfei, who had just achieved his first financial triumph through sheer intellect, was indulging in the professional singing services of Yixiqiu. However, he appeared rather discontented. Before him stood a girl, elegantly dressed, with a refined visage, graceful demeanor, gentle personality, and a melodious voice, yet he felt an inexplicable void. Meanwhile, at that moment, somewhere unknown, another girl was laboring, hauling cement bags or moving furniture, exhibiting coarse behavior, casual attire, a fierce disposition, and an array of unpleasant habits. Yet she radiated an endearing charm that tugged at his heartstrings. Surely, it was a misjudgment of his own aesthetic sensibilities. Xia Pengfei seized a bottle of beer and gulped it down fervently. As the song concluded, Yixiqiu stepped off the stage and inquired of Xia Pengfei, how was my performance? It was splendid and remarkably professional, Xia Pengfei remarked, lacking any warmth. Really? Would you like to sing a song? It has been ages since I last heard your voice. I prefer not to sing. You continue, he urged. As the melody resumed, Yixiqiu gracefully entered the center of the dance floor, gently lifting the microphone. I should have known all along. There was something amiss. I simply never discerned the nuances. Then one day, I awakened to find you on your way, leaving nothing but my heart behind. What can I do to atone for this? Promises are not easily fulfilled. But tell me, is there a path to bring you back home to stay? Yixiqiu's proficiency in English surpassed that of her peers. Today, she showcased an array of English songs. Her pronunciation was impeccable, and in terms of technical skill, performance, and emotional depth, she rivaled the original artists. Xiao Pingfei had a deep fondness for listening to Yu Zhiqiu's melodious voice, and this was indeed true. As the broadcast of the news program commenced, the sound of Tan Romei's call resonated, prompting Xiao Pingfei to dash out of the private room. I have something to attend to. Weren't you flying to Japan? What? How could she? Did we buy something for the house? You must keep her here. Under no circumstances let her go. After abruptly ending the call with Tan Ruomei, Xiao Pingfei immediately dialed his close friend, Lu Sudong. Sudong, it's an emergency. Regardless of where you are or what you're doing, hurry to at the water's edge. I'm still at the amusement park, not quite finished having fun. All right. I'll be there at once. You absolutely must keep her here. Do not let her leave. Having uttered these urgent words, Xiao Pingfei did not take a moment to soothe Yu Zhiqiu's feelings or to regard her expression, and he strode out of the private room. Yu Zhiqiu stood there in a daze, gazing at Xiao Pingfei's resolute figure as tears streamed down her cheeks. He has already left. No matter what, he cannot be retained. Tan Ruomei remarked with an expression of regret. This child is engaged in such strenuous labor, it seems I must have a serious talk with Wanru. Upon hearing this, Xiao Pingfei grew anxious, pondering that if his mother reported to that fierce woman, Siyu would surely suffer the consequences. No, Mom. If you tell Aunt Lin, she will end up harming Siyu. Is it truly that exaggerated? She is gentle and demure. Just a few days ago, she came to school and, in front of so many people, beat up Siyu. Xiao Pingfei's words completely overturned Tan Ruomei's perception of Lin Wanru. She is that fierce. Now do you understand my kindness toward you and Chong Chong? Silk Rain teaches you history? That's splendid. Then hurry along. Just a moment ago, you wished for me to stay a few more days. Hurry and leave. It's not as if we won't see each other again. There will be ample time in the future. Education is of paramount importance. Tan Ruomei firmly ushered Xiao Pingfei out of the living room. Xiao Pingfei, devoid of any emotion, exited the house and stood in the spot where Silk Rain had just placed the washing machine while on the phone. A wave of inexplicable melancholy washed over him. Chapter 44. Shall I extract your eyes? Do you require assistance, sir? Recently, Xiao Pingfei has become increasingly attuned to the lives of the working class. I am delivering for apartment 0702 above. This is their newly purchased washing machine. Normally, I handle such items with ease. However, today my back pain has flared up, making it difficult to lift. Allow me to assist you, sir. Without hesitation, Xiao Pingfei stepped forward to lift the large cardboard box and began ascending the stairs. Thank you. Young man, you are truly kind-hearted. The older man was pleasantly surprised, never expecting someone as well-dressed and handsome as Xiao Pingfei to possess such admirable qualities. It is worth noting that for such physically demanding tasks, finding someone willing to help, even for a fee, is no easy endeavor. As Xiao Pingfei carried the hefty box, he envisioned Silk Rain's slender figure struggling to bear this cumbersome object step by step up the stairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, the older man expressed his immense gratitude before departing. Meanwhile, Lon Lon was pouring tea leaves into a cup and remarked, Chong Chong and Bao Bao have gone to Silk Rain's house. Chong Chong said he wants to learn English and recite poetry with Yuan Yuan. Oh. Xiao Pingfei settled onto the couch and picked up the history textbook resting upon it. Sister Lon, how did you fare in history back then? He inquired. It was passable, generally around 60 or 70 points, she replied. I heard your history isn't particularly strong. I can assist you, Lon Lon offered warmly, placing her teacup on the coffee table before Xiao Pingfei. No need. Siyu said she would help me. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Xiao Pingfei declined Lanlin's kind offer without a moment's hesitation. Sipping the fragrant tea, he began to interrogate his own soul. Xiao Pingfei, perhaps in your heart, Siyu is indeed the most suitable person to teach you history? Or is it that you simply wish to maintain your only substantial connection with her? Sister Lon, do you still wish to participate in the college entrance examination? How much of your high school knowledge have you forgotten? Xiao Pingfei forcefully redirected the conversation. Don't just stand there. Come sit beside me, and let's talk. Lon Lon cautiously took a seat next to Xiao Pingfei. Although she was 3 years his senior, she found it difficult to converse freely in his presence. I'm not entirely certain myself. It has been long since the exam. So I suppose I still remember most of it. Today, I flipped through the history textbook and found it quite memorable. Just tell me if you wish to continue your studies. If you want to pursue your education, then do less housework and let Aunt Hao take on more. I will still pay you. Is that truly possible? Lon Lon exclaimed, her joy beyond words. I want to study. I was so close to getting into a second-tier university back then. If I resume my studies, I will surely work twice as hard to strive for admission to an ideal institution. Xiao Pengfei, with an air of calmness, replied, I understand. Await my news. I am truly grateful to you. Pengfei, I scarcely know how to express my appreciation. No need for words. It is but a trifling matter, Xiao Pengfei retorted. He was indeed correct, whether it was termed as aiding Lan Lan or supporting her education. For Xiao Pengfei, it was a matter of little consequence. Yet for Lan Lan, it could potentially alter the course of her life. To speak candidly, Xiao Pengfei and his parents genuinely wished to assist Leng Siyu and her entire family. But both Lin Wanru and Leng Siyu exhibited an attitude of rejection, if not outright aversion, towards any assistance from the Xiao family. Even the little Yuan maintained a certain restraint in response to the occasional concern shown by the Xiao brothers. When the broadcast of the news commenced and the name Siyu resonated, Xiao Pengfei, whose mood had already dipped, was instantly revitalized. He promptly rose from the sofa, cleared his throat, adjusted his demeanor, and spoke in a voice both magnetic and gentle. Siyu, hurry down. Bring your books. I have no time to spare. All right, I will be down shortly. However, just as Xiao Pengfei was about to speak again, the call was abruptly disconnected. He dashed into his bedroom to change into another outfit, tidied the tousled hair that the bothersome autumn breeze had disarranged, and upon reaching the living room, sought Lanlin's opinion on his overall appearance. Regardless of how he adorned himself, Pengfei remained the most handsome. Lanlin's flattery was truly unparalleled in its artistry. Upon hearing the doorbell, Leng Siyu's eyes brightened as she opened the door for Xiao Pengfei. Today, she donned her signature denim ensemble, yet unlike her usual appearance, a pale pink crystal hairpin adorned one side of her center-parted short hair, imbuing her with an extra touch of charming allure. Xiao Pengfei could not help but steal a few extra glances. What are you staring at? Keep it up, and I'll gouge your eyes out. Leng Siyu retorted fiercely. Xiao Pengfei contemplated expressing that such beauty was a treasure meant to be admired, yet prudently opted for silence instead. Chong, have you mastered the English your sister taught you today? If not, I can teach you again. I have grasped a bit, so why don't you teach me? I will teach you, but you must call me teacher. Hurry up. Hello, teacher Yuan. Ah. The little one wagged its tail vigorously from the side in the living room. Yuan and Chong were engaged in learning conversations on the sofa, and the atmosphere was exceptionally harmonious. Follow me, Leng Siyu instructed, guiding Xiao Pengfei, who held a history book and a panda plushie, to the practice room. We shall study here. Xiao Pengfei glanced at the hanging sandbags and remarked, Are you leading me to study or to practice boxing? Do you usually do your homework here? I typically do my homework in my bedroom. Surely, I cannot allow you into my bedroom? As if I haven't been there before? I feel out of place here. It will hinder my learning. Xiao Pengfei's mischievous nature resurfaced. Xiao Pengfei, I advise you not to overstep. Leng Siyu's eyebrows knitted together, her voice rising significantly. Sister, please be courteous to Brother Fei. You are disrupting my and Chong's studies. A discontented voice echoed from the living room. I beg you. Xiao Pengfei lowered his posture, not waiting for Siyu's consent, and swiftly darted into the bedroom, promptly placing the plush panda on the bedside. Siyu stormed into the bedroom, striding directly in front of Xiao Pengfei, her right fist raised threateningly towards him. Observing Xiao Pengfei's bewildered expression, devoid of the confident aura he had displayed earlier in Rohai's office, Siyu's gaze dimmed unconsciously. Her tightly clenched fist unfurled gently as she reached out, taking the history textbook from Xiao Pengfei's hand. Chapter 45. Irreplaceable. Siyu and Xiao Pengfei sat side by side at the desk by the window. Siyu switched on the desk lamp and opened Xiao Pengfei's history textbook, noting its pristine condition, akin to that of a brand new book. She pulled out a pen from the drawer and placed it in Xiao Pengfei's hand. Take notes. Xiao Pengfei gazed deeply at Siyu and casually replied, There is no need for notes. Whatever you teach me, I'll remember instantly. Siyu was taken aback. Xiao Pengfei, your intellect has truly been hindered by prejudice and laziness. Xiao Pengfei smiled lightly, acknowledging Siyu's seemingly disparaging yet complimentary remark. The 3 compulsory textbooks we are currently studying are thematic history texts. Compulsory 1 is the history of political civilization, Compulsory 2 is the history of material civilization, and Compulsory 3 is the history of spiritual civilization. This differs from the arrangement of the previous comprehensive history textbooks. As Siyu explained, a unique spark lit her clear eyes, and her serene demeanor endowed this ordinarily fierce and formidable beauty with an unexpected aura of intellectual grace. Indeed, it was an aura of intellectual beauty. Xiao Pengfei was taken aback by this revelation. He averted his gaze, fearing that if he continued to look, he would be unable to absorb Siyu's explanation. Redirecting his attention to the lamp adorned with panda decorations, he inquired, "What distinguishes the organizational structure of thematic history from that of general history?" "I truly do not know. My teachers have never addressed this before. Thematic history allows us to perceive only a certain aspect or dimension of history, while general history grants us a panoramic, multidimensional view of the past. For instance, the compulsory course on political history merely illuminates significant developments in the political realm of human society. However, general history encompasses the progress across various fields, including politics, economics, and culture. To illustrate further, consider my perspective of you. If I only observe your appearance, it resembles thematic history. Conversely, if I also take into account your intellect, character, and lifestyle, that is akin to general history." "Ah, your explanation has illuminated my understanding." Following Siyu's elucidation, even Xia Pengfei, typically indifferent to history, suddenly found himself intrigued. Thinking to himself, "Indeed, it requires Siyu's insight." Suddenly, Siyu recalled something, standing up and hastily rummaging through the bedside table until she produced a bottle of medicine. "It's nothing." Upon seeing the medicine bottle, Xia Pengfei understood immediately. He rose nonchalantly and remarked, "It's merely a minor bruise." "A minor bruise? You are underestimating my skills." Siyu seized the medicine bottle, twisted off the cap, and assertively grasped Xia Pengfei's hand, swiftly applying the ointment before letting out a sigh of relief. "The rest is yours. Consider it a form of compensation." Cold Siyu earnestly addressed the somewhat distracted Xia Pengfei, when her hand swiftly brushed against his right hand. A peculiar sensation surged through him. Although the scene was identical to a previous encounter, Xia Pengfei felt markedly different this time. "This is rather uncanny. In moments when I struggle to control my strength, such as in a dream or on a roller coaster, you must keep your distance. Do you understand?" Cold Siyu firmly instructed, her bright eyes having entirely subdued their usual ferocity. "Indeed, you have reminded me, given your genteel demeanor, how could you possess such formidable strength? Have you perhaps practiced martial arts?" Siyu seldom expressed such curiosity towards outsiders. "Ah, very well." Siyu then returned to her desk, sitting beside him, and flipped the history textbook to the introductory section of Topic 1, the political system of ancient China. With her liquid eyes fixed on Xia Pengfei, she inquired, "Have you read the introduction?" "Introduction? Is it even useful?" "Our previous teachers would dive straight into the main text." "All right, I shall trust you this once. As the top student in the humanities, you ought to understand the principles of cognition, correct? We assimilate new knowledge in a sequence that flows from the whole to the parts and then back to the whole, which aligns with cognitive principles. In other words, a general-specific general structure? Indeed, the introduction serves as a concise summary of the entire topic, distilling the essence of what we will learn. Each topic is followed by a summary, and these two components enable us to quickly grasp the subject matter, under time constraints, such as before an exam. A brief review of these sections can yield remarkable results with minimal effort. Are you instructing me on how to efficiently cram for exams? Xia Pengfei's mind is quite agile, and he will soon grasp the essential significance of Siyu's insights. With the monthly examination approaching in a few days, I shall swiftly review the introductions and thematic summaries of the knowledge acquired from compulsory courses 1, 2, and 3, and I shall undoubtedly achieve unexpected results. Your intellect is indeed impressive. The ice sculpture girl couldn't help but exclaim. In the living room, after teaching Little Worm English, Little Roundy pointed at the television cabinet and said to the baby, "Good baby, please fetch the pinyin version of 300 ancient poems from the cabinet." The golden retriever wagged its tail and obediently trotted over to the television cabinet, picking up the book in its mouth and delivering it to Little Roundy. She gently patted the baby's head, praising, "What a clever baby. Such a capable little one. Roundy, which poem shall we memorize today?" Little Worm inquired as he settled beside Roundy, gazing at her with earnest admiration. "Let me see," Roundy replied, flipping through the index to locate their target. And they proceeded to memorize Li Shangyin's untitled Jints and Chang'e. "You say whatever comes to mind." In the chamber of silky rain, the light danced in her eyes as she spoke leisurely. "Are you alluding to yourself?" "One might say so. I can impart to you exceptional answering techniques. Yet I cannot transform you into a true master of history. I merely need to grasp the techniques of answering." Topic 1. The political systems of ancient China. Primarily focuses on the feudal system, the patriarchal system, and the autocratic centralization. Each year, There is a significant probability that the 24th question in the History College entrance examination will assess the feudal system and the patriarchal system. Now that is impressive, indeed. Xia Pengfei truly began to appreciate the extraordinary capabilities of this historical artisan. How do you manage this? I dare say you analyze better than many history teachers. It's quite simple. I have completed a vast array of historical examination questions and conducted comparisons, analyses, and summaries. A subtle glimmer of confidence flickered in the cool gaze of Silky Rain. Xia Pengfei finally understood the earnest intention behind Yan Wantian's request for Silky Rain to assist him in enhancing his history grades. Silky Rain is indeed irreplaceable. Chapter 46. Watch me not strike you down. My sister urged me to practice on the sandbags. Do you think that is excessive? After reciting poetry together, Yuan began to lament. It is too much. Look at your hands, so fair and delicate, utterly unfit for striking the sandbags. Chong stood unwaveringly on Yuan's side. I will take you to see. The boxing equipment she purchased for me is in the training room. Little Yuan, with her chubby hands, led little Chong toward the training room. They entered the training chamber together. Upon encountering the suspended sandbag and the boxing gloves resting on a nearby chair, the little critter was suddenly inspired to don the gloves and dash towards the bag, unleashing a flurry of punches. Ouch! My hand. It hurts. The challenge of mastering the sandbag proved to be beyond the little critter's capabilities and imagination, causing it to fall unceremoniously onto the floor. To the little critter's surprise, instead of expressing concern, the round one erupted into laughter. Oh dear, how foolish you are. Your stance is all wrong. I've never practiced. You would be just as clumsy. The little critter defended itself. The round one approached, helped the little critter up, and continued to chide. You are indeed foolish, yet you refuse to admit it. Today, let me show you the true art of the Cold family's boxing. Give me those gloves. Be careful not to injure your little hands. The little critter removed the gloves and helped the round one don them, meticulously securing additional protective gear before stepping aside to allow her to perform. With small, deliberate steps, the round one mimicked the graceful movements of her mentor, evading and striking the sandbag with a fluidity that exuded professionalism. The little critter was left agape, unable to close its mouth in astonishment. In a burst of enthusiasm, it raced into the bedroom of Cold Siyu, pulling both Cold Siyu and Xia Pengfei into the practice room. Wow, this isn't difficult at all. It feels quite enjoyable. Xiaobadian, just watch as I take you down. I will not hold back. A fierce little girl emerged, fully engrossed in her training, completely oblivious to the three onlookers who stared in astonishment. The spectators, sharing an unspoken understanding, chose to remain silent, unwilling to disrupt the round one's captivating performance. Xiao Yuan persevered for a full 10 minutes before finally coming to a halt. Wow, Yuan, how did you manage that? I haven't even taught you yet. Siyu, filled with surprise, rushed over to embrace Yuan and planted a kiss on her cheek. It's nothing extraordinary. I see my sister do this with that old bag every day. I've grown quite accustomed to it, Xiao Yuan replied dismissively. Xia Pengfei also approached to praise Yuan, exclaiming, Yuan is a natural talent. This is what they call a martial arts prodigy. Little Chong gazed at Yuan with admiration, stepping forward to examine her small hands. Noticing that they were slightly reddened, he asked with concern, Does it hurt? Did you injure your bones? It's nothing. I didn't hurt my bones. I just need a little rest, Xiao Yuan reassured him, then squeezed Siyu's arm. I'm just a bit hungry. Sister, hurry and make me something to eat. All right, I will do it right away. Siyu responded. Let's go upstairs to eat. And Hao has prepared plenty of dishes. Xia Pengfei suggested earnestly, casting a meaningful glance at Siyu. That won't do. Study is study, and life is life. Outside of our studies, we shouldn't have too much contact. You may leave now. Cold Siyu's icy demeanor resurfaced. Seeing the sudden chill in Siyu's expression, Xia Pengfei understood that further conversation would be futile and unsatisfying, so he departed with a sense of melancholy. Wait for me, brother. Little Chong called out as he chased after him. Wang. The golden retriever, sensing the change in atmosphere, clumsily followed its young master in retreat. Oh dear. You scared me to death, Yuan exclaimed. 300 hits on the sandbag every day? Cold Mother Leopard Siyu called out from behind the door. I won't practice. I hate that sandbag, Yuan declared vehemently. Outside the door, Xia Pengfei addressed Chong. Why did you follow me out? She won't chase you away. You're only a friend of Yuan. Only Yuan can chase you. Chong murmured. I feel frightened whenever Sister Yu encounters me with that glare. Wang. The golden retriever innocently wagged its tail, as if to say, even I am afraid. Upon returning home, the brothers sprawled out on the sofa, for eyes fixated on the crystal chandelier in a daze. Pingfei, Chongchong is ready for dinner. All right? Lanlan always appeared gentle and harmless. The brothers simultaneously rose from the sofa, turning their gazes towards the graceful and serene Lanlan, causing her to feel somewhat uneasy. Little did Lanlan know that, at that moment, the brothers regarded her as a benchmark for Leng Siyu. Sister Lan, you are so beautiful and gentle, exclaimed little Chongchong. He crawled over to Xia Pengfei's side on the sofa and whispered in his ear, Brother, Sister Lan exudes such femininity. Xia Pengfei remained silent as he slowly stood up from the sofa, lifting Chongchong into the dining room with one hand. During dinner, Lanlan and Hao Xiaoli kept their heads down, slowly serving themselves dishes. And how? Have your matters been resolved? In recent days, Xia Pengfei had focused entirely on Leng Siyu, neglecting to inquire about Hao Xiaoli's situation. She has divorced him. Lately, she has been busy with property division. Hao Xiaoli raised her head to respond. Is he still causing you trouble? If you need assistance, just let me know. Not anymore. A few days ago, when he saw that I was resolute about the divorce, he even knelt down and begged me not to leave him, crying like a child. Have you softened your heart? Are you feeling heartbroken? Just a little. Do not trust the tears of someone who has repeatedly inflicted harm upon you. I have realized that although I am somewhat shaken, I do not regret my decision. I shall no longer grant him any opportunities, for I have already afforded him far too many chances. Lanlan gazed at Hao Xiaoli with a sense of confusion, uncertain of what to say. In a hushed tone, Hao Xiaoli confessed, Pingfei, I lack education, and in his presence, I feel diminished, quite self-conscious. Were it not for your generous offer of employment, I might never have been able to hold my head high. Suddenly, Chongchong interjected, and how, lacking education is not shameful. It is the absence of conscience that is truly disgraceful. Those who harm others ultimately pay the price with their own suffering. In the end, it is he who kneels, while you leave him with nothing but the proud silhouette of your departure. Chongchong's words left both Hao Xiaoli and Lanlan utterly astonished. At Lanlan's age, coupled with years of education, it was remarkable that she could not articulate such profound and resonant sentiments. The disparity between Lanlan and Xia Pengfei extends beyond mere wealth. The same words bestowed upon Hao Xiaoli rekindled her confidence to rise again, yet they deepened the sense of inferiority already present in Lanlan's heart. Chapter 47. Knocked out and carried back, the number of busy individuals has significantly diminished, leading to less self-pity. A girl like Leng Siyu hardly has the energy to lament the passing of autumn or the arrival of spring. Clad in a panda apron, she busied herself in the kitchen, contemplating that little Yuan had expended considerable energy after 10 minutes of striking the sandbag. Thus, Siyu resolved to prepare a steamed egg custard for her. Silk Rain took 2 eggs, cracked them into a bowl, added a splash of cool boiled water, and sprinkled in a pinch of salt. Using chopsticks, she blended the egg mixture with the water, then employed a spoon to eliminate the foam from the surface. Once the water in the steamer reached a rolling boil, she carefully placed the bowl of egg mixture on the steaming rack. Little Round, in her bedroom, clutched her stuffed toy, Little White, pressing her ear against the door to listen to the sounds outside, her stomach growling audibly. After a moment, Cold Silk Rain knocked on the door, calling, Little Round, it's time for dinner. Round tiptoed to the edge of the bed and exclaimed loudly, I want to eat. I want to eat. Open the door. I want tea, I want tea. She added, if you don't open up, I'll kick the door down. Frantically, Round tossed aside Little White and opened the door, glaring at Cold Silk Rain with fiery eyes, her lips pursed in defiance. What kind of hero bullies his own little sister? Cold Silk Rain grasped Little Round's small shoulders and led her to the dining room, teasing, if you're so capable, why not try bullying me after practicing on a sandbag? You're already so strong. No matter how much I practice, I still can't beat you. Round. Even the mightiest can experience moments of weakness. The sisters settled at the dining table, and despite her earlier hunger, Little Round sat in a daze with her chopsticks poised. Come, taste the steamed egg custard I made for you, Cold Silk Rain offered, scooping a spoonful into Little Round's bowl. Yet, Little Round remained lost in thought. What are you pondering? You need to eat to have the energy to challenge me. Does Sister also have moments of weakness? Of course, it goes without saying. Sister cannot always be this strong. Hurry and eat. Weren't you just saying you were hungry? It's delicious. As Yuan savored her egg custard, she found herself at a loss for words. A night of serene slumber had significantly dulled the unpleasantness of Xia Pengfei's previous day, and a call from Leng Siyu had banished his foul mood entirely. Half an hour later, Without having had breakfast, Xiao Pingfei appeared in Leng Siyu's bedroom, which also served as her study. The authoritarian centralization system is fraught with two primary contradictions. The first is the conflict between imperial authority and ministerial power, which trends towards the continuous strengthening of imperial power and the gradual erosion of ministerial influence until it is abolished. The second is the tension between central and local authority, characterized by the central government's increasing dominance and the diminishing power of local governance. The historical evolution of the central bureaucratic system reflects the trend of imperial power consolidation. Yet examination questions sometimes adopt a contrarian approach, probing the constraints on imperial authority. For instance, Leng Siyu opened a college entrance examination question on her computer for Xiao Pingfei to review. This question exemplifies such a contrarian examination style, indicating that relying solely on fixed conclusions for historical questions can lead to pitfalls. The ability to accurately and comprehensively acquire and interpret material information, and to derive corresponding conclusions from it, is an essential condition for effective answering. Integrating history with theory. Deriving arguments from historical facts serves both as a guiding principle in historical scholarship and a method for tackling historical exam questions. As Leng Siyu tutored, a spark of lively brilliance danced in her eyes, a quality that even Yi Zhiqiu lacked when showcasing her vocal talents on stage. A grumbling sound interrupted the tranquility. Xiao Pingfei's stomach emitted an unharmonious note. Haven't had breakfast? I have steamed buns in the pot. Feel free to help yourself if you don't mind. Leng Siyu remarked coolly. No sooner had she spoken than Xiao Pingfei dashed out of the room. How famished this person must be. Did you not dine last night? Cold Silk Rain muttered to herself. Summer Pingfei, savoring a steamed bun, dashed into the bedroom, thoroughly enjoying the delicacy and extolling Silk Rain's culinary skills. Silk Rain, I have never tasted such exquisite buns before. You are merely hungry. Truly. I have never encountered anything like this. What filling do you have inside? It's the meat filling of second senior brother. The quality of the food has little to do with the meat filling. It's evident that you are unaccustomed to manual labor, always having your meals served to you on a silver platter. I wager you cannot even distinguish between rice and wheat. What do rice and wheat look like? Summer Pingfei stuffed the last bun into his mouth and inquired, Do you even know? You do not live in the countryside. I certainly do know. Upon hearing his phone ring, Summer Pingfei apologized to Silk Rain and stepped out onto the balcony, where a collection of potted violets thrived. Mom, what is the matter? I would like to invite Silk Rain and Yuan over for dinner. You must assist me in bringing them home. No way. Just as Summer Pingfei was about to say a few more words, the call abruptly ended. Have my violets offended you? Silk Rain's eyes widened as she sprang up from her desk. Having received a daunting political assignment from her superior, she felt a surge of urgency. Summer Pingfei spoke leisurely, an idea already taking shape in his mind. What does your task have to do with me? It actually bears significance. My mother wishes to invite you and Yuan for dinner at my home. Summer Pingfei decided to lay all his cards on the table with Silk Rain. Your mother, inviting Yuan and me for dinner. Why did you invite me and Yuan to dinner? I refuse. Leng Siyu stormed into the living room, taking a sip of cool boiled water to calm herself. Punishment? Punish you and Chong Chong? Leng Siyu was somewhat taken aback, wondering what the punishment entailed. It was hardly difficult, merely removing one's shirt and being whipped with a belt. Goodness, they actually expect me to remove my shirt and endure that. Who on earth did they learn this from? Leng Siyu felt a twinge of anxiety. Rest assured, I am quite resilient. My mother isn't particularly strong, so she likely won't be able to inflict serious harm. Xiao Pingfei reassured Leng Siyu. Even little Chong Chong is fair game for her. My mother. At the very least, wouldn't he lay a finger on Yuan? Leng Siyu expressed her concerns. No worries, although little Chong Chong is frail. A few whippings might just motivate him to exercise more. Xiao Pingfei nonchalantly provoked Leng Siyu's nerves. In her mind, Leng Siyu envisioned a scene where Tan Rume furiously whipped Xiao Pingfei, shaking her head in disbelief. Yet the thought of carrying Yuan to the Xia family villa while bearing the weight of Lin Wanru was even less acceptable. After finishing his sentence, Xiao Pingfei stood up from the sofa and hurriedly walked outside, adding as he reached the door, You don't need to worry about us. Wait, an hour later, a luxurious sedan stopped outside the community, and a well-dressed middle-aged gentleman stepped out. He was Tan Rume's dedicated chauffeur, an experienced, handsome man. But he possessed an even more striking name, He Chi. Chapter 48. Gathering Evidence. Siyu, this is Uncle He. Uncle He, these are Siyu and Yuan. President Tan has already informed me. Please, step inside the car. The little bug tugged the small round one onto the vehicle. Cold Silk Rain stood outside the car door, suddenly overwhelmed by a sensation of being schemed against. Uncle He, does your family's General Tan ever discipline the bug? Cold Silk Rain inquired unexpectedly of the driver. He Chishua. Summer Pengfei felt a throbbing in his temples, sensing that matters were taking a turn for the worse. Discipline the bug? How could that be? He wouldn't even utter harsh words, He Chishua replied, oblivious to the underlying intricacies that troubled Summer Pengfei. Cold Silk Rain immediately bristled, exclaiming, "Ah, you, Summer Pengfei, dare to deceive me with a ploy of self-inflicted harm. From this moment forth, I shall be your adversary. Get out, Xiao Yuan. Summer Pengfei, caught off guard by Cold Silk Rain's reaction, tried to smooth things over with a smile, saying, Silk Rain, my mother genuinely invited you for a meal. I was concerned you might decline, so you deceiver. Cold Silk Rain brushed past Summer Pengfei, scooping up the bewildered Xiao Yuanyu and striding away. Did I say something wrong? He Chishua was left bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Summer Pengfei remained rooted to the spot, gazing at Cold Silk Rain's retreating figure. His heart unsettled for a long time. Despite the brilliance of the sun above, it could not dispel the gloom within him. Uncle, is this store no longer in the clothing business? Cold Silk Rain asked a worker. You're not aware? He Guizhong and the staff here are suspected of involvement in the trade of prohibited items and have been taken in by the police. Oh, the staff here? Is that so? Cold Silk Rain finally comprehended that Summer Pengfei's previous advice and Wang Lao's warnings were, in fact, meant to protect her. Is Brother Fei particularly kind to you? Yuan, inherently astute, seemed to grasp the fortuitous nature of Leng Siyu's circumstances. Sister, everyone lies, don't they? The clarity in Yuan's large eyes bore an understanding that belied her tender years. Leng Siyu embraced little Yuan, resting the child's head against her shoulder in a prolonged silence. Yuan, if one day you discover that mother and sister have deceived you, would you forgive them? Deceive me? I suppose I would. Mother and sister wouldn't lie to me without reason. It must be out of love that they do so. Leng Siyu couldn't help but plant a gentle kiss on Yuan's cheek. Sister, are you unhappy? Sister, let us go. I'll help you earn money. Let us carry cement. Yuan cupped Siyu's delicate face in her hands, gazing intently. When sister is earning money, there is no sadness in her eyes. Go on. I am not sad at all. Which of your eyes perceives my sorrow? Leng Siyu ran her fingers through her hair, looking ahead at the road. Her starry eyes sparkling with vitality as she proclaimed, let us set off. Sister, the wages at cement factory number 3 are quite substantial. Shall we go carry cement? Never mind. The dust is too thick, and I fear it might make you ill. Let us go to Feilong Electronics and deliver appliances in an open-top truck. All right. The words remained the same, the historical facts unchanged, yet everything transformed through the presence of a girl named Leng Siyu. Whether it was because of Siyu that these words gradually became intertwined with her essence, or because Summer Pengfei yearned to draw closer to Siyu through these words, he chose not to delve deeper into the matter. After completing her notes, Xiao Pengfei closed the book and gazed out the window. The sunlight remained as bright as ever. Yet Pengfei's heart was shrouded in darkness. In a corridor of a residential complex, a slender figure swiftly ascended the stairs, clutching a large cardboard box, while a little girl with her hair tied in an exuberant ponytail bounced along behind her. Sister, you're running so fast. That's because I've been training with the sandbag. If you train with one, you'll run fast too. I won't train. I refuse to. The little girl, Yuan, dashed ahead to knock on a door. All right. It's the left side on the 7th floor, right? Yes. Yuan quickened her pace up the stairs, but in her eagerness, she lost her balance and fell forward, extending her hands to catch herself just before hitting the ground. Ouch. Are you all right? Siyu, placing the box down, hurried over to help Yuan up, only to discover that the little girl's hands were scraped. We need to tend to that quickly. Siyu promptly knocked on the door of the apartment on that floor, which was opened by a beautiful woman. Siyu, what brings you here? May I ask who you are? I am He Tingting, a senior student from class 29 at Tianxiang High School. How can I assist you? My sister has sustained a minor injury, and we need to treat it. No problem, please come in. He Tingting welcomed Siyu and her sister inside, where Siyu used iodine to disinfect Yuan's wounds and applied 2 adhesive bandages. After expressing their gratitude, the sisters exited the apartment. Siyu sprinted out of the complex with the speed of a champion sprinter, yet surprisingly, She did not notice any suspicious figures. Only then did Siyu calm her thoughts and realize that they must have been residents of the same building. The delicate rain tapped gently upon the doors, and those who opened them with a gracious demeanor remained composed, thus dispelling any notion of wrongdoing. Yet, one household steadfastly refused to yield. Outside, cold Siyu called out, "If you do not open the door, I shall notify the authorities." A middle-aged man, whose appearance was rather disheveled and who exhibited signs of inebriation, eventually opened the door, his demeanor unmistakably uneasy. However, upon catching sight of Siyu, his eyes sparkled with a newfound intensity. "You have taken the washing machine," cold Siyu asserted with unwavering certainty. The man, feigning ignorance, replied, "Little sister, I do not comprehend what you are saying. I have no interest in idle chatter." Siyu retorted, producing her phone to record the encounter as she boldly stepped inside, immediately locating the washing machine in the living room. After completing the recording, she settled onto the sofa and stated, "Do you understand why I am documenting this?" "Not at all," he replied. "What are you intending to do?" The man attempted to snatch Siyu's phone, but she swiftly recalled the techniques used against Wu Zhongda, pinning the man's hands against the wall. In a low voice, she warned, "Should you act unruly, I shall call the police." The man, now fully alert, pleaded for mercy. "Little sister, please spare me. I've lost a great deal at gambling recently and have no money left, coupled with the effects of alcohol. I was tempted by the sight of a new washing machine in the corridor. I swear I shall never do so again." Siyu released him, extending her slender hand calmly, saying, "Your identification card." The man retreated into another room to retrieve his ID, which he handed to Siyu. As she glanced at it, and then at him, she remarked, "A cultured individual. Is this your name?" The disheveled man bowed his head in self-reflection, acknowledging his disgrace in bearing that name. Silky Rain captured the cultural figure's identification card in a photograph before returning it. Cold Silky Rain steadfastly adhered to a singular principle: those who perpetrate wrongdoing must face retribution, compensation for lost work, damages for psychological distress, and a fee for the protection of reputation. Consider your options. Observing the murderous intent gleaming in Cold Silky Rain's gaze, the cultural figure hastily interjected, "Little sister, I can offer you 3,000. Cold Silky Rain, employing a tactic of feigned acquiescence, rebuffed, "Did you not claim to be out of funds? Surely you possess 3 to 5,000. Then let it be 6,000. You must provide a written guarantee for the 3,000 deposit, exhibit good behavior, and I shall return the sum." "Very well. I shall write it. I will first deliver the goods. I shall return shortly to review your guarantee." The cultural figure dared not create any further disturbances, diligently crafting a guarantee that was profound in thought, rich in content, structurally sound, and logically coherent. As Cold Silky Rain read the guarantee, she marveled. Indeed, a cultural figure is distinguished. The cultural figure modestly revealed, "It is nothing of consequence. During my academic years, my teacher once required me to compose a 10,000-word guarantee, which I had to memorize upon completion. The guarantee passed inspection without issue." And as Cold Silky Rain departed with the document, she remarked sagely, "Mastering culture is indeed of paramount importance. By the way, what is your name?" "It matters not, but I shall tell you. I am Cold Silky Rain." Silky Rain thought to herself, "After all, you cannot possibly overpower me." Cold Silky Rain. The cultured individual trembled with cold. "Who was responsible? I do not recognize that person. They abandoned their goods and fled. Thank you for today." As Leng Siyu cradled her little sister Leng Yuanyu and on the sofa, Yuanyu and suddenly called out for daddy. Siyu was momentarily taken aback, nodded subtly at Heatington, and then turned to leave the He household. Carrying her 5-year-old sister, Siyu descended the stairs step by step, burdened by her past and a multitude of unspoken thoughts, and tears began to cascade silently down her cheeks. Just as Siyu was engulfed in her sorrow, she felt her sister stir in her arms, prompting her to hastily wipe her tears with her sleeve. Yuan opened her eyes and asked, "Did you catch the culprit, sister?" "I did." "Did you punish the bad person?" "Sister is happy, very happy." Yuan scrutinized Siyu closely, and Siyu responded with a gentle smile. Sister's smile is rather unappealing. Smile less now, but practice more in the future. "I apologize. It was wrong of me to lie today, yet I assure you that I harbor no ill intentions towards you and Yuan. I trust you can sense this." Upon seeing Siyu, Xia Pengfei spoke earnestly. Leng Siyu merely confirmed Xia Pengfei's gaze before quietly opening the door. "Brother Fei, I understand," Yuan said, offering Xia Pengfei a sweet smile. her rosy cheeks blooming like a flower in early spring, rendering the beauty of the world momentarily dull and colorless. Xia Pengfei felt a warmth bloom within him. However, the cold, unyielding security door closed with finality, separating Xia Pengfei from the Leng sisters. Yet the gloom in Xia Pengfei's heart had diminished significantly. Xia Pengfei opened the unit door and strolled slowly towards the entrance of the community. Sister, everyone from the Xia family is so handsome. How can you tell they are handsome just from their silhouettes? Uncle Xia, Brother Fei. The image of Chong Chong has long been etched in my mind. Beauty is not the essence. It can potentially become a destructive force. Xia Pengfei was utterly unaware that behind him, separated by a floor-to-ceiling window, two stunning women were engaged in an academic discussion centered around themselves. Upon exiting the community, Xia Pengfei purchased several pounds of sunlight roses from a fruit shop and hailed a taxi, taking a seat in the front passenger side. The driver was none other than Wu Zhongda, the taxi driver who had attempted to commit a robbery for lust, but ended up being robbed of his money instead. Ever since that incident, Wu Zhongda had developed a fear of beautiful women. He refused to pick up any lady who signaled for a ride. Xia Pengfei placed the sunlight roses down, fastened his seatbelt, and calmly stated, Elite Road, Feihu District. Wu Zhongda drove swiftly, and in no time, he delivered Xia Pengfei to Feihu District. After scanning the payment, Xia Pengfei stepped out of the vehicle, sunlight roses in hand. Instead of entering his own home, he pressed the doorbell of the Lu family's villa. Accompanied by the barking of the Siberian husky, Bebe, Lu Sudong's figure appeared in the yard. Lu Sudong opened the gate, chuckling. Is it the northwest wind or the southeast wind that has brought such a celestial being to us today? The husky wagged its tail excitedly at Xia Pengfei, barking in a friendly manner. Xia Pengfei handed the sunlight roses to Lu Sudong, saying, Since your family is not short on money, I thought I'd bring some fruit for Annie to enjoy. You are quite frugal with your money, but such thoughtfulness is indeed rare. So, where shall we revel today? Who said we were going to indulge together? I heard that Principal Shun is visiting your home. How foolish of me to assume otherwise. Let us dispense with idle chatter. I am here for serious matters. On the expansive asphalt road, bus number 2 makes its way to the terminal station, filled to capacity with passengers. And the aisle is crowded with more standing riders. Oh, come now, you always claim to be busy. Are you perhaps enamored with another temptress? A strikingly beautiful woman, clad in vibrant attire, is engaging in a delicate phone conversation. Behind her, a well-dressed middle-aged man extends his hand, not towards her purse. What a pervert. The woman steps forward a few paces, exclaiming, Darling, I am not scolding you. The middle-aged man follows closely, shamelessly engaging in a disgraceful act. Sir, please be mindful of your behavior in public. A middle-aged woman in an ivory suit admonishes the man. Hey, are you tired of living? What business is it of yours if I seek a little pleasure? She retorts, Look at how you present yourself, yet you engage in unspeakable actions. I will do as I please, and you can hit me if you wish. Very well, since you insist, I shall oblige. The composed woman retrieves a sturdy piece of genuine leather from her handbag and delivers a swift strike to the man. This woman is none other than Lin Wanru, the mother of Leng Siyu and Leng Yuanyuan. Her portable equipment, an upgraded version of what was confiscated by Xia Pengfei, had finally proven its worth after lying in her bag for so long. The bus came to a sudden halt, causing a middle-aged man to lose his composure. Seeing Lin Wanru as a woman, he presumed her to be an easy target and approached her for a physical confrontation. At that moment, an intellectual-looking gentleman who had just boarded the bus interjected, Good sir, you should not provoke her. Do you know who she is? Who is she? The man queried. She is the mother of Leng Siyu. The lecherous man immediately became paralyzed with fear, exclaiming, Master, I wish to disembark. Thank you, Teacher Yin. Lin Wanru expressed her gratitude politely to the scholarly gentleman. Cold mother, it has been days. You still appear as vibrant as ever. Yin Wentian teased. It is worth noting that there exists an individual who, on the same day, fell victim to 2 different women from the same family. And that individual's name is Cultural Man Chapter 50. Sister, remain calm. Practicing with a sandbag is an intriguing endeavor, as one trains. It alters the dynamics of strength between oneself and others. That may be interesting for you, Leng Siyu remarked while clutching a cabbage. But I have no desire to change any power dynamics. I can intimidate my opponents with my wits and courage alone. Xiao Yuanyuan dabbed at the corner of her mouth with a tissue, piercingly criticizing Siyu. You think I would fall for your ploy to practice with a sandbag? I am not so easily deceived. Siyu scooped a ladle of soup into her bowl and added, Because your opponents are not formidable enough. when you encounter a powerful adversary, your intimidation and courage will be utterly futile. Xiao Yuanyuan bit into a piece of rib, chewing thoughtfully as she declared, if it's pale, so be it. I simply refuse to practice on the sandbag. You've exhausted all your energy in this futile struggle with me, haven't you? Just wait. There will come a day when you'll regret it. My tears merely signify my refusal to engage with the sandbag. Meanwhile, in room 0301, the bored little Choo-Choo, who had been playing with the electric car for 2 hours, exclaimed, Sister Lan, I'm hungry. Let us eat. Lan promptly dialed Xiang Pingfei's number, inquiring, Pingfei, are you dining over there or here? Choo-Choo is hungry. I've arrived at the entrance of Phoenix Community. We can start the meal now. All right. Lan hung up and informed Hao Xiaoli, dinner is ready. Pingfei will be here shortly. A moment later, Xiang Pingfei entered the room, exuding confidence, only to be met with the disdain of the golden retriever that rushed to greet him. Lan, with a warm smile, stood in the living room and said, I thought you were dining in the Feihu district. As Pingfei glanced at Lan, he noticed that she, usually barefaced, had adorned herself with a touch of makeup, and her gaze towards him was no longer as innocent as before. Without offering an explanation, he strode directly into the dining area. The invitation for the Siyu sisters to dine at the Xia family villa had not been fulfilled, and it was clear that Pingfei was reluctant to seek amusement under his mother's watchful eye. Pingfei, I borrowed your book to read today, Lan said, casting a quick glance at him before lowering her gaze and speaking softly. Oh, aside from the history book and the sophomore year book, feel free to read anything. Is there truly a chance for me to retake the college entrance examination? You not only have the opportunity to retake the examination, but you also have the chance to return to campus and pursue your studies. Do I need to register at the school? I have already enrolled you in the supplementary class for liberal arts in class 29 of your senior year. Classes will commence after the National Day holiday. Really? Lan was almost moved to tears. The notion of receiving a stipend while studying had been beyond her wildest dreams just a month ago. Aspiring to gain admission to an esteemed university had always been her ambition, a dream that felt utterly out of reach the moment she failed her entrance exams. Now, however, that dream seemed to be within her grasp once more. Xiang Pingfei had become her benefactor in life. Lanlin's bright eyes sparkled with gratitude towards him. Pingfei, you have been so kind to me. It was merely a small effort, he replied nonchalantly, picking up a slice of abalone. What may seem effortless to you is a monumental task for me. I, Lan, shall forever cherish your kindness. Lan expressed earnestly, her tears glistening in her eyes for a fleeting moment before they ultimately succumbed to her tender heart, cascading gently down her cheeks. She reached for a tissue to dab at her eyes and face. Sister Lan, it truly is no trouble at all. My brother has ample funds. The amount spent on you is hardly worth mentioning. He simply enjoys performing good deeds. He has even sponsored several university students, a fact my mother remains unaware of. Xiao Chongchong began to boast about their wealth. Xiang Pingfei set aside his admirers, laid down his chopsticks, and retreated to the living room to retrieve his phone and call Siyu. What is it? Siyu inquired on the other end, her energy undiminished. Do you happen to have a middle school mathematics textbook? I do. Why do you ask all of a sudden? During my previous visit to your home to study history, I perused several of your mathematics papers and discerned that your foundational knowledge in middle school mathematics is rather tenuous. Therefore, I propose to commence with reinforcing your understanding of mathematics from that level. When shall we begin? Immediately. That is not feasible. I have just received a call from the furniture factory, and I must earn some money. You cannot refuse. I will elucidate the specific reasons later. Hello, are you out of your mind? Summer Pingfei abruptly hung up the phone and descended the stairs. Upon hearing the doorbell, Leng Siyu, seething with anger, flung open the door and shouted, Summer Pingfei, what do you mean by this? Do you wish for the entire building to overhear? Shall I fetch a loudspeaker for you? Without awaiting Siyu's permission, Summer Pingfei strode into the house, slipped on a pair of slippers, and headed straight for Siyu's study. He plopped down onto a chair, evidently intending to remain. Summer Pingfei, have you lost your senses or taken leave of your reason? Did you not hear me say I am going to work? Who granted you the authority to assist me with mathematics? Leng Siyu stormed into the bedroom to confront Summer Pingfei. Leng Yuan, startled by the commotion, swiftly dashed into the room and clutched Siyu's legs, pleading, Sister, please calm down. You are a reasonable person. You cannot strike Brother Fei. Summer Pingfei rose, took Leng Yuan's hand gently, and said, Yuan, go find Chong to play. I need to speak with your sister for a moment. Yuan nodded obediently. advising Siyu not to act impulsively before scampering away. Standing before Siyu, Summer Pengfei fixed his gaze upon her icy, deep-set eyes and calmly declared, "If you intend to scold or strike me, at least allow me to finish what I have to say. Leng Siyu, you are losing sight of what truly matters. Utilizing what should be the golden period for studying to earn a little extra money is a short-sighted endeavor. The second and third years of high school are crucial for academic development. You should devote substantial energy and time to enhancing your educational achievements. Once you gain admission to your desired university or complete your studies, you can then consider working for financial gain. By that time, with your increased knowledge and skills, the range of job opportunities available to you will be significantly broader." As the two locked eyes, Siyu found herself momentarily speechless, unable to retort immediately. Seizing the moment before she could gather her thoughts, Xia Pengfei continued, "To my understanding, your family's income is more than sufficient to support both you and your sister's education. Your mother, Lin, is exhausted from juggling 3 jobs, while you are burdened with an overwhelming load of studies, household chores, physical training, and supervision, all while engaging in various forms of strenuous labor. Is it truly necessary for you to push yourselves to such extremes? Is it essential to burden yourselves with such hardship, exhaustion, and weight? Can your meager earnings compensate for the toll on your health and the potential detriment to your education and future?" Silenced by his argument, Siyu felt her simmering anger gradually dissipate under the weight of Xia Pengfei's meticulous reasoning. In this vast world, amidst the countless faces, who would genuinely care about her mother working 3 jobs? Who would recognize the hardships and fatigue stemming from her excessive labor? Who would remain concerned for her studies and future amidst her fierce rejection of help? Siyu despised the pity and charity of others. Yet the complex emotions swirling in Xia Pengfei's eyes transcended mere sympathy. As she observed his steadfast back as he searched for a book on the shelf, she felt a flicker of warmth. "Left side, second shelf," Siyu whispered softly. Xia Pengfei said, "Let us begin." His tone was calm, yet irresistibly compelling. Chapter 51. Creating a hole in the sky. I am intrigued. How did you manage your mathematics studies in middle school to accumulate such a considerable deficit? Xia Pengfei inquired, turning to gaze into Siyu's large eyes. "Well, I primarily devoted my energy to practicing with sandbags and dealing with a group of ruffians on Wulong Road. I also became enamored with writing novels, often spending mathematics classes immersed in my stories." He paused for half a minute before asking, "Novels? What is the title? When can I read it?" Siyu candidly replied, "It flopped terribly. The data was poor. Let's not dwell on that." Astute. Allow me to outline my tutoring plan. The explanation of knowledge will predominantly adopt a combination of points, lines, and surfaces. The surface represents the comprehensive importation of knowledge, leaving no stone unturned to maximize information retention. The line focuses on grasping the principal framework, striving to highlight the core of knowledge, while the point emphasizes key examination topics. Any straightforward knowledge you comprehend will be expedited, while topics you find challenging will be explored in depth. The tutoring format will intertwine knowledge explanation with practical exercises and evaluations. Xia Pengfei articulated his plan methodically, his expression serene, with his dark eyes harboring immeasurable wisdom and depth. A diligent state of learning and working amplifies an individual's allure to its zenith. Siyu diverted her gaze to the unopened mathematics textbook. Yuan remarked to Chong, "My sister enjoys drinking tea while studying. Could you please prepare a cup of jasmine tea for her?" Chong furrowed his brow and replied, Yuan, I am a guest. Have you forgotten? Moreover, I have never brewed tea at home." Yuan raised an eyebrow and said, "My request for you to brew tea signifies my regard for you, indicating that I consider you one of my own. Do you wish for me to regard you as one of my own or as an outsider?" Meanwhile, Chong, while operating the remote control to maneuver the car, chuckled, "This is a trap you've set, and I shan't fall into it. Once I express a desire for you to treat me as one of your own, you will cease to regard me as a guest, ultimately leading me to pour tea." Yuan snatched the remote control from Chong's hands, attempting to adjust the car's direction and speed, yet it merely spun in circles. Chong jested, Yuan, you are not driving a car, you are twirling a top." To which Chong retorted, "How dare you laugh at me when you are merely a novice? I am merely a beginner on the road. Foolishness, let me teach you." Chong stepped forward, guiding Yuan with hands-on instruction. "As for the collection and organization of data, I have not excelled in it. For instance, this question requires the creation of both pie charts and bar charts to compare various modes of transportation. How does one approach it? In the Siyu room, Siyu is still grappling with mathematics. Allow me to outline the general approach. The steps to draw a pie chart are as follows. First, calculate the percentage of each mode of transportation relative to the total number of people. Multiply this percentage by 360 to determine each segment's central angle, and then draw the pie chart based on these angles. Second, label the data. Third, create the bar chart. It is essential to ensure that the quantities represented on the horizontal and vertical axes are consistent, and the width of the bars should remain uniform. Now, please proceed according to the method I have provided. The delicate fingers of Siyu, capable of taking a life with ease, grasped a pen as she diligently calculated the central angle on her workbook, following the guidance of Xia Pengfei. She skillfully rendered a sector diagram using her drawing tools, meticulously labeling it with text and data. Subsequently, she created a bar graph, inscribing it with relevant information, and proceeded to document a comparison of the two graphical representations. Observing the elegant and orderly script, data, illustrations, and comparative conclusions that Siyu had inscribed in her workbook, Xia Pengfei noted the clarity of her problem-solving approach, her speed rivaling that of her long legs in a sprint. Both her calculations and illustrations were remarkably precise. Xia Pengfei couldn't help but exclaim, "It appears your mathematical talent has been hindered by sandbags and various recreational activities." Siyu and Pengfei hurriedly approached to inspect Chong's hand. "Does it hurt? Were you burned?" they inquired. Hearing the commotion, Sha Yuanyuan rushed in, noticing the shattered teacup on the floor, and also came forward to check on Chong's hand. "Does it hurt, Chong?" With teary eyes, Chong replied, "Not at all. I was just startled. I spilled the tea I was preparing for Sister Yu." Siyu quickly reassured him, "As long as you're all right, there is no need to help me with the tea anymore. I can manage it myself." With that, Siyu dashed out of the room to handle the mess left by Chong, her swift and efficient movements leaving Xia Pengfei in awe. "How did you develop such speed?" he asked. "It was forged by life," she replied. Seeing Siyu's emotional response, Xia Pengfei fell silent. "Let us conclude our studies for today. I shall return to work for a while." Cold Siyu began to tidy up the books, placing them onto the shelf. Upon hearing that Siyu intended to seek employment, Xia Pengfei was incensed. "You're going to work? Siyu, does that mean all I just said was in vain?" Siyu approached Pengfei, gazing intently at his charming visage, and calmly replied, "One must balance both the economy and culture. What could be wrong with that? You cannot go." To Siyu, who was usually placid, Xia Pengfei suddenly exuded an air of dominance. "What? I said you cannot go," he reiterated, his tone unyieldingly firm. Xia Pengfei swiftly caught up with Siyu, positioning himself before her, and calmly stated, "Listen closely. I am aware of Aunt Lin's phone number. Do you need me to recite it for you? Are you planning to betray me? Dare you step outside this door today? How dare you threaten me, Xia Pengfei? I abhor being threatened. Even if the heavens themselves were to descend and block my door, I would create a hole in the sky just to escape." Furious, Cold Siyu scooped up the round-faced child, pushed past Xia Pengfei, and flung the door open, exiting with a resounding slam. Did an earthquake just occur? Someone shouted from upstairs. Chapter 52. How could I be hurt? That girl is utterly unreasonable, Xia Pengfei muttered, displaying a look of exasperation. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Cold Siyu re-entered, cradling the child. Xia Pengfei, momentarily believing she had reconsidered, softened his expression and gently said, "Siyu, I truly did not mean to call Annie. Feel free to disregard it. I've endured beatings more than once or twice," Cold Siyu replied nonchalantly, as she changed her shoes. "Cold Siyu, I am profoundly disappointed in you." Xia Pengfei gazed despondently at Siyu, enveloped in a sense of frustration. Siyu, having changed her shoes, fixed her icy gaze upon Xia Pengfei and coldly retorted, "I do not care in the slightest." With a resounding bang, Siyu and her sister vanished into the night. Xia Pengfei flung open the door and rushed outside, bellowing, "Siyu, if I ever meddle in your affairs again, I shall no longer bear the surname Xia." Unexpectedly, Chong looked at Xia Pengfei with sorrowful eyes and inquired, "Brother, do you even realize where you went wrong?" Xia Pengfei, fuming, replied, "How could I be at fault? Is it a crime to extend kindness to her? I heard from Yuan that Sister Yu despises being threatened." "Though the specific reasons elude me," Chong said languidly. Having exited the community, Xia Pengfei stood at the entrance and dialed Lu Sudong's number. Lu Sudong had been his classmate since kindergarten. Though sometimes rather cheeky, Lu Sudong was known for his loyalty. Whenever Xia Pengfei encountered difficulties, Lu Sudong would invariably rise to the occasion without hesitation. They were companions who shared drinks and meals, fought together, and walked their dogs. Whether one calls them drinking buddies or steadfast friends, their bond was undeniable. Half an hour later, Lu Sudong's chauffeur arrived in a luxurious sports car, bringing him to the entrance of the Phoenix community. Lu Sudong rolled down the window and called out to Xiao Pengfei, who was drawing attention from several onlookers with his striking appearance. "Hurry up and get in the car. Don't disrupt the harmony of society." The driver's name was Chan Nan, a man in his 20s. Although he might sound like a rogue, in reality, he was quite earnest. Xiao Pengfei quietly entered the car, closed the door, and fastened his seatbelt. "Sudong, where to?" Chan Nan inquired. "Pengfei, where to?" Lu Sudong asked. The farther, the better," Xiao Pengfei replied. "We can't leave Earth. This vehicle cannot reach the first or second cosmic velocity," Lu Sudong jested. "We can't even leave the country without a visa," Chan Nan added. "Then let's head south, towards the border," Xiao Pengfei suggested. "All right, we'll proceed south along the Zigawei Highway. I'll let you know when we need to stop," Lu Sudong said. Chan Nan turned the key in the ignition, shifted gears, pressed the clutch, released the handbrake, and gently accelerated. "Brother Chan, please drive slowly in the city and suburban areas," Xiao Pengfei requested. "Understood." The car moved forward, the towering buildings on either side receding into the distance. Xiao Pengfei rolled down the window, leaning his head out, hoping the wind generated by their forward motion would sweep away the turmoil and heat within him. Ahead, a truck was slowly making its way towards the southern district. On the truck's cargo area stood a strikingly tall woman dressed in denim, cradling a young girl in her left arm while gripping the edge of the cargo with her right hand, her short hair dancing wildly in the wind. That silhouette was so familiar. Even in ashes, Xiao Pengfei would recognize it as Leng Siyu. This vibrant young woman, brimming with energy and strength, was engaged in the most laborious of tasks, standing atop the dusty truck with an air of dignity, exuding the poise of a commander inspecting their troops. Utterly devoid of the subservience typically associated with manual laborers. As Chan Nan activated the left turn signal and honked the horn, he accelerated, the sports car roaring past the truck on the left. The silhouette of Leng Siyu remained unchanged until it gradually diminished from view, ultimately vanishing altogether. An indescribable pang of sorrow washed over them like a tide. Lu Sudong discerned that Xiao Pengfei was in a foul mood, but refrained from inquiring about the cause. The trio maintained a heavy silence, the only sounds being the engine's roar and the rushing wind. Upon reaching South City Avenue, the urban landscape transformed dramatically. Analyzing the architectural layout and the income levels of residents, one could observe a distinct polarization between the northern and southern parts of Zishu City. The northern district, where the families of Xiao Pengfei and Lu Sudong resided, had developed later and was considered a new area, housing a majority of the city as high-income populace. In contrast, the south, having developed earlier, represented the older part of the city, characterized by narrow streets and dilapidated buildings, primarily inhabited by low-income vendors and local farmers. "Pengfei, I overheard my uncle mentioning that Zishu City will soon collaborate with the provincial government to establish the Zhang Industrial Development Zone. Aunt Tan, have you considered venturing into the physical industry?" As Xiao Pengfei gazed out at the desolate streetscape that bore witness to Zishu City's developmental trajectory, Lu Sudong shattered the oppressive atmosphere within the car. Lu Sudong's uncle, Lu Lei, served as the deputy mayor of Zishu City, granting him unparalleled access to information regarding urban planning, construction, and management. The higher-ups aimed to establish Zishu City as a 500 billion industry base within several years, aspiring to transform it into a significant growth pole for our province's economy. Yes, next month the high-speed rail connecting the provincial capital to Zishu City will commence construction. Once completed, our journey to the provincial capital will only take about 20 minutes. It is said that the high-speed train directly reaches the southern outskirts of Zishu City, in this very area. What? How reliable is this information? My uncle would never speak without reason. Little did they know, upon hearing this news, Xiao Pengfei immediately instructed Lu Sudong, "I will not go out to relax anymore. Take me to the Fingyuan shopping center in the West District at once." Lu Sudong was taken aback by Xiao Pengfei's sudden change of heart. Why the abrupt decision? He had intended to spend a few days peacefully at home, engrossed in his studies. Xiao Pengfei calmly replied, "I am not in the mood for any distractions. I just want to stay home and read for a few days." Lu Sudong, harboring doubts, asked, "Are you certain you don't want to go out for a respite?" Your wound's healing ability seems remarkably swift. To which Xiao Pengfei feigned composure. Wounded? How could I be injured? My spirit is immensely strong. All right. You are strong. Indeed, supremely invincible. Brother Cha, please take Pengfei to the Fingyuan Inn, the West District, Lu Sudong instructed. Understood. Chanin promptly signaled left, eased the car's speed with the brake, engaged the clutch, shifted to second gear, and turned the vehicle around at the upcoming intersection, heading back toward the city center. Chapter 53. The operations of Fengyuan. Although Lu Sudong and Xia Pengfei shared a close relationship, their thoughts often aligned at times while diverging at others. Pengfei, you are somewhat enigmatic, Lu Sudong mused. The complexities of the human heart are inscrutable. Who can truly understand another? Take Leng Siyu, for instance. She seemed uncomplicated, with making money and hitting sandbags appearing to encompass her entire existence. Yet, how well did anyone truly grasp any facet of her being? Coincidentally, Lu Sudong's sports car encountered a delivery truck transporting the Siyu sisters along with a large appliance. Lu Sudong gazed at the sight of the round and proud cold Siyu standing atop the truck, as if he had stumbled upon a new world. This girl possesses an undeniable charisma. Pengfei, look quickly. Cold Siyu and cold Yuan are moving the appliances. Lu Sudong nudged Xia Pengfei. What is there to see? Xia Pengfei retorted, yet he could not help but fixate on the fierce girl on the truck until she vanished from sight. Have you two had a falling out? Just a few days ago, things seemed quite amiable. Lu Sudong scrutinized Xia Pengfei's expression, gauging the truth behind his words. Don't mention her. I am not acquainted with her. All right. I want to bring her up. To be honest, I don't see a future for you two. You are simply not on the same wavelength. This sentiment had echoed days prior, spoken by cold Siyu to Lin Wanru. Fengyuan Shopping Center adopts a business philosophy that emphasizes low costs, minimal expenses, and affordable pricing, passing the benefits on to consumers. Employees who work no less than 900 hours annually at Fengyuan can share in the company's profits, with over 55 of managerial positions filled by internal promotions. The shopping center respects each employee, fostering a sense of belonging and viewing them as partners. The integration of employee interests with those of the company encapsulates the essence of Fengyuan's corporate culture. Fengyuan Shopping Center is characterized by a large scale of circulation, primarily utilizing bulk ordering to reduce costs and achieve competitive pricing. Furthermore, the technological sophistication of Fengyuan's operations is notably high. Fengyuan boasts a comprehensive computer system that encompasses distribution center management, financial management, merchandise management, customer management, and employee management. This system provides instantaneous and comprehensive insights into the status of various goods regarding their procurement, sales, and inventory, showcasing an exceptional ability to adapt to market fluctuations. The Fengyuan Shopping Center employs a stratified operational model, categorizing its retail formats into 4 primary types. The first is the hypermarket, designed primarily for upper-middle-class family consumers. The second is the Fengyuan Membership Store, which operates on a model where individuals pay a membership fee to become members and subsequently enjoy varying discounts based on their single or cumulative purchase amounts. The third and fourth formats, the Fengyuan Discount Store and the Popular Supermarket, cater specifically to consumers from lower-income households. In terms of operational philosophy, model, and specific execution, the remarkably astute 17-year-old Xia Pengfei contributes significantly, resulting in 30% of Fengyuan's operational profits being deposited into his personal bank account. However, Xia Pengfei is not without his challenges. As a person with limited civil capacity, his economic actions are largely subject to legal restrictions. It was Xia Pengfei burst into the conference room, commanding the attention of all attendees. Tan Rumei's assistant, Gao Yajing, raised her hands in exasperation, stating, President Tan, I informed him that you were in a meeting. Attendees speculated that, given President Tan's temperament, she would surely erupt in anger. To their astonishment, upon seeing her son, Tan Rumei abruptly halted the departmental manager's meeting, declaring that today's session would be postponed until tomorrow. Meeting adjourned. Understanding the urgency of the situation, Tan Rumei was well aware that her son would not disturb her work without just cause. After the department manager departed, she dismissed her assistant, Gao. Speak up. What do you require of me? Tan Rumei inquired, sipping from her tea. Xia Pengfei, with a serious demeanor, addressed her forthrightly. Mother, time is of the essence. Please gather all important documents and accompany me. Despite her frequent teasing of Xia Pengfei, She held unwavering trust in him during times of earnest endeavor. Without hesitation, Tan Ruomei followed her son downstairs, and they settled into the back seat of the car. Uncle He, Xia Pengfei instructed, drive us to the South District. He quickly set the car in motion, heading swiftly towards their destination. Mother, are you aware that the high-speed railway to Zishu will commence construction next month? Next month? I hadn't heard. What else? The expressway will extend directly to the South District, a piece of information that had yet to be officially announced. Once public, it would likely precipitate a significant increase in property prices in both the South District and the entire Zishu city. Are you contemplating purchasing property in the South District? What do you think? As a minor, I require a guardian to acquire real estate, hence my need to bring you along. My son, you truly embody the spirit of Tan Ruomei. That afternoon and into the evening, Tan Ruomei and Xia Pengfei busied themselves with real estate transactions in the South District. The more dilapidated and outdated the properties appeared, the more they prioritized their acquisition, recognizing the substantial potential for appreciation and resale value. Later that evening, in the living room of Unit 0101, Building A of the Phoenix community, Leng Siyu sat on the sofa, counting the newly acquired cash from her pocket. Leng Yuanyuan clutched Xiao Bai while watching her sister count money. Leng Siyu counted several times before pulling out a 100 yuan note and handing it to Yuanyuan, saying, "Here you go. For me? I have money now." This delighted the little money enthusiast Yuanyuan. She tossed Xiao Bai aside, climbed onto Siyu's lap, and showered her with a flurry of kisses. The fervent affection from the little girl even left the fierce young lady a bit overwhelmed. "Enough. You're making me all wet with saliva." Holding the banknote, Yuanyuan gleefully exclaimed, "The sun is the brightest, and my sister is the dearest." Siyu watched her sister bounce on the sofa and said, "Little sister, from now on, I will give you 100 yuan as pocket money every month. You must plan how to use it." Okay. Yuanyuan replied, hopping with joy. "But remember, don't spend it all in just 2 or 3 days." I know. In her exuberance, Yuanyuan rolled over on the sofa, but in a moment of carelessness, she tumbled onto the floor. "Ouch, that hurts," she wailed, opening her mouth to cry, for she remembered that in front of her sister, she could cry freely. Leng Siyu picked her up, hurriedly dabbing at her tears with a tissue, and asked, "Did you hurt your head?" With tear-filled eyes, Yuanyuan replied, "Not yet. I can still recite Spring River Flower Moon Night, the spring river's tide aligns with the sea. The bright moon rises with the tide. Ripples shimmer for thousands of miles. All right. I understand, little Yuanyuan. You're experiencing joy to the point of sorrow." Chapter 54. This money is too hot to handle. As Xiao Yuanyuan's emotions settled, Leng Siyu began to reiterate her point. Today marked a small turning point in Yuanyuan's life as she received her allowance. If she could practice on the sandbag daily, it would signify an even greater transformation. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuanyuan immediately grasped her sister's ulterior motives and promptly returned the still warm 100 yuan note to Siyu, resolutely declaring, "This money is too hot to handle. I cannot accept it. I absolutely refuse to practice on the sandbag." Leng Siyu furrowed her brow, took the money back, and gently placed it into Leng Yuanyuan's hand, observing her sister's aggrieved expression before sighing, all right, let us be clear. Allowance is allowance, and the sandbag is the sandbag. Take it. Without your allowance, how will you buy a gift for Chongchong?" Upon hearing this, Leng Yuanyuan seemed to find it quite reasonable and quickly accepted the money, placing it into the little rabbit backpack on the sofa. "Whose stubbornness did you inherit? You're so obstinate." "From you," Yuanyuan retorted. "Don't you earn money the same way? You're asking for it." Leng Siyu felt her authority as the elder sister severely challenged. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yuanyuan dashed over to Siyu, pressed her little face against her sister's, and provocatively said, "Go ahead, hit me. Oh, you little rascal, how dare you defy me? If it weren't for the fear of Mom using her belt on me, I would have tossed you out the window by now." Feeling disgruntled, Leng Siyu went to the training room and pounded the sandbag for half an hour, while Xiao Yuanyuan secretly peeked at her through the crack in the door for quite some time. Meanwhile, Xiao Pengfei stood in the courtyard, gazing at the glow emanating from Leng Siyu's room, lingering for an extended period before finally opening the unit door. Upon encountering Chongchong, Xiao Pengfei unceremoniously seized her and tossed her onto the bed, exclaiming, "It is far too late for you to still be awake. Are you attempting to cultivate immortality?" Xiao Chongchong pouted, furrowing her brows, clearly displeased. "Did you have a quarrel with Yuanyuan?" Xiao Pengfei inquired, casting a sidelong glance at her as he sat at the foot of the bed. I went to see Yuan tonight, but she mentioned that we had already met in the afternoon and suggested we shouldn't see each other again tonight. If we meet too often, I fear it will become tiresome and lose its charm. Xiao Pengfei, with utmost seriousness, responded, I believe Yuan has a point. No matter how strong the bond between two individuals, prolonged interaction can lead to emotional fatigue. A certain degree of distance can indeed enhance affection. I don't care. My world is dull and lifeless without little Yuan. Just seeing her brings me such vigor. If I think of Yuan, I should hurry to sleep. Upon waking, I shall see her again. Please prepare a cup of tea for me, Lan Jia. Xiao Pingfei instructed the compliant Lan, who stood nearby. Certainly. But why are you still awake at this hour? After drinking tea, you may find it difficult to sleep, Lan gently admonished while fulfilling his request. He had indeed grown weary, both physically and mentally. After preparing the tea, Lan delicately placed it on the table before Xiao Pengfei, stealing glances at him seated on the sofa. This 17-year-old youth, even with his eyes closed and his body fatigued, radiated a unique charm. Lan felt her heart race, its rhythm becoming erratic. Suddenly, Xiao Pengfei opened his eyes, catching her in the act of observing him, and he took delight in her suddenly flushed face and flustered demeanor. Is there something you wish to discuss, Lan Jia? Xiao Pengfei inquired, devoid of warmth. I wish to ask you a few mathematics questions. Lan suddenly became a stutterer. Bring them forth. Xiao Pengfei yawned as he spoke. Lan ventured into Pengfei's room to retrieve a set of high school mathematics test papers. Pointing to several questions, it is these questions. Come sit beside me. Mastering the techniques for these types of problems is not overly difficult. However, before Xiao Pengfei could finish his sentence, his stomach interrupted with a growl. Lan steadied her laughter and gently suggested, how about I prepare something for you to eat? Xiao Pengfei gazed at Lan, his eyes slightly wandering. Can you make soup dumplings? Soup dumplings? Lan was taken aback. I have never made them, but I can give it a try. Never mind, just a bowl of noodles will suffice. All right, wait for me. It will be ready shortly. Lan hurriedly exited the living room. In room 0101, Leng Siyu, clad in panda pajamas, sat upright at her desk, the soft white light illuminating her delicate, fair face. Her back, honed by years of discipline, remained straight even as she fervently penned her thoughts. Siyu was diligently perusing her middle school mathematics textbook, reviewing example problems while completing the exercises that followed. Throughout her personal journey, she had never approached her mathematics studies with such earnestness, nor her learning in general. Compounding her distraction were the echoes of Xiao Pengfei's voice, both calm and furious. Is your meager income sufficient to compensate for the exhaustion of your body and the hindrance of your studies in future? Leng Siyu. If I continue to meddle in your affairs, I shall no longer bear the surname Xia. Silk Rain lifted the half-filled cup of jasmine tea from the table and let the cool liquid glide down her throat, cascading all the way to her stomach. With icy fingers, she grasped the cup and made her way to the living room to dilute the drink. As she passed by Little Round's bedroom, she gently opened the door, only to find Little Round resting against the headboard, cradling a picture frame of her father in her tiny hands, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. Upon witnessing this scene, Silk Rain's own tears and sorrow surged forth like a river. She covered her mouth, fearful that the anguish escaping from the depths of her soul would erupt into uncontrollable weeping. In that fleeting moment, she reined in her tumultuous emotions, carefully removing the picture frame and placing it on the bedside table, then gently tucking her sister under the covers and turning off the light. In room 0301, Xiao Pengfei and Lan sat side by side on the sofa. Xiao Pengfei was still explaining a problem to Lan, who was calculating on a piece of scrap paper on the coffee table. As he watched her, he was reminded of Silk Rain during lectures and calculations. A subtle fragrance wafted from Lan. Suddenly, Xiao Pengfei sprang to his feet and approached the window, drawing back the curtains. Outside, the night was pitch black, and heavy rain fell in torrents. Cold Silk Rain, I am profoundly disappointed in you. I do not care at all. Cold Silk Rain, if I ever meddle in your affairs again, I shall no longer bear the surname Xia. The scenes of the quarrel between Xiao Pengfei and Leng Siyu replayed incessantly in his mind. I do not care at all. I do not care at all. What pierced Xiao Pengfei most deeply was Leng Siyu's nonchalant indifference. Chapter 55. I am defending myself. Lan. After transforming the inequality into standard form on a piece of draft paper, set down her pen and gazed at Xiao Pengfei's silhouette, as if she were looking up at an unattainable peak. Lan was an exceptionally astute young woman. Xiao Pengfei's inner turmoil was laid bare before her. She understood that no matter what troubles plagued Xia Pengfei, they were of no concern to her. The National Day holiday swiftly passed, and on the first morning of resuming normal classes, Leng Siyu held Yuan's hand as they exited the unit door. Suddenly discovering a harmonious family scene ahead, Xia Pengfei and Lan, each holding Chu's hand, appeared as a couple with their child. Chu, wait for me. Yuan called out upon seeing Chu. Yuan, your pigtails look better than yesterday. Oh, really? One must always strive for improvement. Leng Siyu bent down to pick up little Yuan. Swiftly disappearing from the sight of Xia Pengfei and the others, Lan perceived the hints of a situation but showed no reaction. Brother, impulsiveness is a devil. One must leave room for maneuver. The other day, you spoke too definitively. Now let us see how you find a way out. Chu nudged Xia Pengfei. Don't be foolish again. You little brat, what do you know? Xia Pengfei shot a glance at Xia Chu. Rude. With such manners, you still call yourself a top student. Are you looking for a fight? Xia Pengfei raised his hand. To everyone's surprise, Xia Chongchong boldly presented her face, ready to endure a beating or two. Who had she learned this from? If you intend to hit me, go ahead. If you manage to kill me, the family fortune will be yours. Upon arriving at kindergarten, Xia Chongchong eagerly pulled Xiao Yuan aside to whisper, Yuan, I have delightful news. Today, I used your tactic against my brother, and he was left speechless. With a triumphant smile, Yuan replied, Now you see my wisdom, right? My sister and brother Fei may appear menacing to us, but they lack the resolve to act. Remember, all reactionaries are paper tigers. Such a profound statement, and you can articulate it so well. Xia Chongchong exclaimed. But how did my brother and sister you become reactionaries? It's a metaphor, you see? As they exchanged whispers, Chao Batian entered wearing a new blue outfit, striding in with an air of dominance. The proud Molly Shu and a group of children surrounded him, showering him with compliments about his handsomeness. Noticing that Leng Yuan and Xia Chongchong did not approach to praise him, Chao Batian felt a twinge of irritation and began to swagger back and forth in front of them. However, both Leng Yuan and Xia Chongchong remained oblivious. Finally, unable to contain himself, Chao Batian stood directly in front of Leng Yuan and asked, Leng Yuan, do you think I look handsome? With a quick glance at Chao Batian, Leng Yuan replied nonchalantly, Handsome? Ah, you have good taste. He chuckled, beaming with delight. Yet, no matter how handsome he was, he could never surpass our Chongchong's charm. Leng Yuan said with a beaming smile. Chao Batian felt a sense of unease within, yet he refrained from expressing anger at Yuan's apparent preference for Chongchong's looks. Xia Pengfei accompanied Lan to the third year of high school. Outside the classroom of Class 29, Heatingting, along with a group of beautiful girls, observed with great interest. Pengfei, who is she to you? This is my cousin Lan. She will be studying in Class 29 from now on. Senior, I kindly ask you to look after her. That is certainly no problem. However, how shall you express your gratitude? How about treating you to a lavish meal this weekend? Only treating, Tingting? Let us treat everyone. Lan nodded, watching Xia Pengfei depart. Mathematics teacher Zhou Xiaodong entered the classroom with a stack of papers. Noticing Leng Siyu slumped over her desk, he gestured to Xia Pengfei to rouse her. Xia Pengfei replied, I dare not wake her. I fear she might retaliate. The class erupted in laughter. Very well. I shall awaken her myself, Zhou Xiaodong declared. Never mind. Teacher, allow me to handle it, Xia Pengfei interjected, concerned that Zhou Xiaodong might not withstand Leng Siyu's strike. Then do be cautious. If you mar your appearance, the entire school of girls will be heartbroken, Zhou Xiaodong warned. Xia Pengfei gently nudged Siyu's arm, but she remained unresponsive. Thus, he pinched her arm more forcefully, prompting her to instinctively strike back, only to have Xia Pengfei swiftly capture her wrist with one hand. Bravo! The class applauded in admiration. Pengfei exhibits remarkable skill, Lu Sudong complimented. It was then that Leng Siyu finally awoke, noticing Xia Pengfei grasping her left hand. She stood and extended her right hand toward him, prompting Xia Pengfei to securely seize her right wrist as well. Pengfei is truly impressive. Wang Xiaobao joined in the cheer. Cold Silk Rain, Zhou Xiaodong commanded with authority, stop right there. Only then did Cold Silk Rain comprehend the situation and fiercely instructed Xia Pengfei, let go. Xia Pengfei gradually released his grip and calmly remarked, I acted in self-defense. Cold Silk Rain could have offered a defense for herself. Yet considering her habitual dozing during math class, she decided to remain obediently in her place. Holding the test paper, Xia Pengfei wrote with remarkable speed, completing it in no time, before tossing down his pen and glancing at cold silk rain as she answered her questions. The young lady maintained a notably straight posture. Bending her spine appeared to be an arduous task. As cold silk rain accepted Xia Pengfei's test paper, her gaze fell upon the flowing, logically coherent text and data presented therein. Methodically, she compared her answers against his, and upon discovering that Xia Pengfei had made no mistakes, she marked a score of 150 in red at the top of his paper. A sense of awe washed over her. His remarkable economic acumen could be attributed not only to his formidable genetics but also to environmental influences. While cold silk rain admired the perfection of Xia Pengfei's answers, he was equally astonished by her performance. Although she had left 2 difficult questions unanswered, her accuracy on the foundational problems was surprisingly high. Xia Pengfei diligently recalculated her score, and to his astonishment, she had achieved 102 points. Given his understanding of her capabilities, which typically hovered around the 70-point mark, this score was indeed a monumental milestone in her high school mathematics journey. He returned her paper, anticipating her astonishment, yet to his surprise, cold silk rain's icy gaze remained calm as it settled upon the score of 102. Chapter 56. With a fist slammed on the table, one couldn't help but wonder why the typically fiery and irritable Xiao and I was so composed. Had she perhaps devoted ample time to her studies during the National Day holiday? Leng Siyu reviewed her incorrect and unanswered questions, meticulously examining Xia Pengfei's corresponding solutions. The majority of the problems had been deciphered, yet 2 particularly challenging ones remained elusive. At that moment, teacher Zhou Xiaotong descended to inspect Leng Siyu's examination paper. Upon discovering that she had scored 102 points, he furiously declared, "Leng Siyu, given your usual performance, there is absolutely no way you could achieve a score of 102. Have you copied Xia Pengfei's answers?" "I did not copy," Leng Siyu replied calmly from her seat. "You copied and still deny it." "Leng Siyu, stand up." Zhou Xiaotong erupted with anger. "If I didn't copy, then why should I admit to it?" Leng Siyu stood up, responding with a cool demeanor. You, refusing to acknowledge your mistake only compounds your errors." Zhou's face turned pale with rage, his words faltering. Xia Pengfei stood up gently and interjected, "Teacher, she truly did not copy my paper." He then held up both answer sheets, pointing out several applied problems. "Teacher, look at these questions. Both Siyu and I answered them correctly, but our approaches are clearly different. In fact, for this particular question, Siyu's method was even more efficient." Faced with such compelling evidence, Zhou Xiaotong was rendered speechless and reluctantly conceded. "Pengfei, Siyu, you may sit down." Leng Siyu quietly resumed her seat, while Xia Pengfei remained steadfastly standing. "Let us briefly tally the scores," Zhou Xiaotong suggested, attempting to steer the conversation away. "Who would have thought," Xia Pengfei said loudly, "that you owe Siyu an apology, Teacher Zhou?" Zhou Xiaotong, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "Pengfei, isn't it enough to clarify the facts?" "Not enough." Xia Pengfei's gaze was piercing, fixating on Zhou Xiaotong. "Is it appropriate for a teacher, who should embody rigor and a commitment to truth, to draw hasty conclusions based solely on a single score, without any investigation? If I choose not to apologize?" Zhou Xiaotong found himself at a loss for words, unable to back down, and certainly unwilling to apologize in front of a class for a student who frequently submitted self-reflections. In an instant, the tension escalated. "I have the means to ensure you leave Tianxiang Middle School," Xia Pengfei stated calmly. The classroom erupted in astonishment. "I am serious," he reiterated. Zhou Xiaotong, a graduate of a prestigious university, once revered during his studies, had found his teaching performance mediocre due to ineffective methods, leading to years of dissatisfaction. Now, faced with a threat from a student, his frustration reached a boiling point. "Even if I were to leave, I will not apologize," Zhou Xiaotong declared with sudden firmness. He then approached the podium and began grading papers, making no concessions until the bell rang. As he collected his teaching materials, he departed with an air of pride. "Are you truly intent on making him leave Tianxiang Middle School?" Leng Siyu turned to meet Xia Pengfei's gaze. "What do you think?" Xia Pengfei responded, holding her gaze. "I implore you to spare Teacher Zhou. I no longer hold a grudge against him." Leng Siyu's voice softened, her eyes reflecting a sorrow that Xia Pengfei found difficult to comprehend. Xia Pengfei never anticipated that someone as aloof as she would extend her hand to assist those who had once inflicted pain upon her. "The reason? I refuse to allow a weaker individual to be crushed by the forces of power merely due to a moment of arrogance. Who am I truly aiding? I would rather endure grievances than witness a reality far more tragic than my own. Am I simply being meddlesome? I extend my goodwill." only to be labeled as an agent of oppression? A profound sense of unutterable indignation flickered in Xia Pengfei's eyes, yet I found myself stubbornly engaged with him. He must leave. Leng Siyu discerned the resolve in Xia Pengfei's gaze and retorted fiercely, "Very well, Xia Pengfei. I shall lay down this ultimatum. Should teacher Zhou be compelled to depart from Tianxiang Middle School due to coercion, my mother, Yuan, and I shall forever stand in opposition to the Xia family." "How ungrateful you are!" Xia Pengfei slammed his fist onto the table, causing it to splinter. The entire class, which had been intently observing their verbal duel, fell into stunned silence. "Leng Siyu, have you lost your senses? Pengfei is offering you help, yet you treat him as an adversary." Lu Sudong stepped forward to defend Xia Pengfei. "Leng Siyu, he is genuinely trying to assist you. How can you utter such heartless words and still consider yourself human?" Jiang Meidan from the back row sharply rebuked Leng Siyu. "Siyu, your words are truly hurtful." Yu Zhiqiu's voice was gentle, yet the reproach was unmistakable. "How can you behave this way? Xia Pengfei supports you at every turn, and you respond in such a manner." In an instant, the once composed Siyu became the target of collective ire, with her classmates rising in unison to assail her. It was Huaqido who stepped forth to defend Siyu. "What is all this commotion about? Do you all believe that teacher Zhou should leave Tianxiang High School? Indeed, teacher Zhou has made errors, but his transgressions do not warrant such a severe punishment. Who among us is without fault? If one were to face dire consequences for a minor mistake, how would you feel if it were you?" Just then, Teacher Nian entered the classroom, swiftly restoring order to the tumult. Ultimately, the matter concluded with Zhou Xiaotong being reassigned from their class, yet remaining at Tianxiang High School. Siyu felt a sense of discontent. Although Zhou Xiaotong had not departed from the school, he could not escape the influence of the Xia and Lu families. Similarly, Xia Pengfei felt unsettled. Although Zhou Xiaotong had left class 1 of the second year, he could not fulfill the grand promises he had made before his peers. Following this altercation, the relationship between Xia Pengfei and Siyu became exceedingly strained. As the noon dismissal approached, heavy rain began to fall once more. Hao Xiaoli brought umbrellas for Xia Pengfei, Lan Lan, and Chong Chong. Yuan, unwilling to reach out, stated, "You all go ahead. I will wait for my sister." Who went to fetch the umbrella? Chong Chong also refused to leave with Pengfei, declaring, "I want to stay with Yuan and wait for Rain's sister." Xia Pengfei, incensed, picked up Chong Chong and stormed off, exclaiming, "Look at how spoiled you are, with all these bad habits. I refuse to believe I cannot correct you." Chong Chong kicked her legs, crying out, "Brother is so mean. I dislike my brother. I will tell mommy." Yuan gazed at Hao Xiaoli and remarked, "Brother Fei seems quite fierce today." "And how?" "You can leave. I will wait for my sister." Hao Xiaoli inquired, Yuan, are you really not leaving?" "Indeed, I shall not leave. Aunt will keep you company until your sister arrives." "What a thoughtful child," Hao Xiaoli said tenderly, gently caressing Yuan's small face. "Auntie is leaving now." Yuan watched as Hao Xiaoli disappeared into the rain, unable to suppress her tears, swiftly wiping them away with her sleeve, fearing that Zhao Hongxia, who was engrossed in a video call with her boyfriend, might notice. "You've been getting a bit too bold lately, you know? Next time, I want to hold back." Zhao Hongxia was engaged in her conversation. Chapter 57. The more oppressed, the more resilient Xia Pengfei walked through the rain, cradling the still sobbing little bug. He encountered Leng Siyu, who had changed into a fresh school uniform and was sprinting through the rain with an umbrella. The two brushed past each other, their gazes and bodies not lingering for a moment as the rain continued to pour. In the ensuing days, mathematics classes were conducted as self-study sessions, as the school administration deliberated on new candidates. In the hallway, Leng Siyu ran into Zhou Xiaodong. Despite the combined pressures from the Xia and Lu families, Zhou Xiaodong not only remained unyielded but also appeared more spirited than ever, sporting a new hairstyle. Perhaps this exemplifies the resilience of certain intellectuals, steadfast and unbending, growing stronger in the face of adversity. Zhou Xiaotong's spirited demeanor caught Leng Siyu's attention, and she found herself holding him in even greater esteem than before. She politely nodded to Zhou Xiaodong, intending to depart, unwilling to provoke his sensitivities with an overflow of insincere sympathy. Sometimes, overlooking certain wounds is, in itself, a form of care. A gentle drizzle fell as Zhou Xiaodong called out to Leng Siyu. Nearby, Xia Pengfei initially intended to pass by quickly. Yet he succumbed to an overwhelming curiosity and opted to linger at a distance, observing the scene. "Teacher?" Leng Siyu inquired, somewhat taken aback. "It was my mistake to have misjudged you that day. I no longer hold any grievances." She continued, "In fact, I wish to speak with you privately after class." "You needn't say anything. I comprehend," Zhou Xiaotong replied with a slight smile, his tone gentle. "I later heard that you argued with him on my behalf." "Never mind. Let's not dwell on that." Zhou Xiaotong then inquired. "So, tell me how you managed to elevate your math scores by 20 or 30 points in such a brief period." "During the National Day holiday, I revisited the example problems from both the middle school and first-year high school textbooks, filling in some gaps in my knowledge," she explained. "Indeed, your approach is commendable, a return to fundamentals," he acknowledged. "Yet, even with the right method, achieving such significant results in a short span is nothing short of miraculous. Siyu, your talent is truly remarkable." In the face of praise, Leng Siyu remained unconvinced. "Teacher, what can be rapidly learned is merely foundational knowledge. My prior understanding was too superficial. I still find myself at a loss when confronted with complex problems." As the class bell rang, Leng Siyu bid farewell to Zhou Xiaodong and hurried towards classroom 201, with Xia Pengfei briskly following her, while Zhou Xiaotong trailed behind at a leisurely pace. The diligent efforts of Siyu to complete her assignments were now evident. Previously, Xia Pengfei had only guided her through 2 textbooks, leaving the review of the remaining materials for her to accomplish over several evenings. Upon learning that Siyu was able to significantly improve her mathematics scores through her own efforts in a short span of time, Xia Pengfei found himself torn between joy and sorrow. The joy stemmed from the realization that the young girl had indeed settled down to study. She was, after all, the very person he wished to assist. However, the sorrow arose from the unsettling thought that she might not require anyone's help to resolve her challenges, leaving him to ponder the true significance of his support. Troubled and unable to find solace, Xia Pengfei found himself standing outside Yan Wentian's office during the break. At that moment, Yan Wentian was preparing to leave. "Xia, I need to head to the South District," he said. "The South District?" Xia Pengfei inquired. "Is there an urgent matter?" "There is an official who wishes to view a property of mine in the South District today," Yan Wentian replied. Having heard of Xia Pengfei's astute economic acumen, he was curious and asked, "Could you share the reason?" Some sensitive topics were difficult to articulate directly, so Xia Pengfei cryptically responded, "Let me put it this way. If you don't act now, you will surely regret it within a month." "Ah, I understand. I trust you." Yan Wentian, not lacking in intelligence, promptly stepped to the window and made a call, feigning familial objections to halt the viewing appointment. Taking a seat beside Yan Wentian, Xia Pengfei asked, "Teacher Yan, do you believe I acted correctly in this matter?" Yan Wentian, having anticipated the reason for Xia Pengfei's visit upon seeing him, cast a discerning glance at the young man. Typically exuding wisdom and confidence, Xia Pengfei now appeared somewhat lost. "Pengfei," Yan Wentian remarked, "many phenomena in the social realm differ significantly from solving mathematical problems. In the realm of mathematics, correctness is unequivocal. An answer is either right or wrong, and the distinction is clear-cut. However, the evaluation of human affairs is imbued with complexity and subjectivity. The moral clarity of certain matters may shift depending on one's position or perspective, making it challenging to reach a definitive conclusion. There are instances where the law aligns with reason yet contradicts human sentiment, and vice versa. Allow me to share my perspective on this matter. I must clarify that it is solely my own and does not serve as a standard of judgment. Based on my observations of you, my assessments, and my investigations into this issue, I believe your initial fervor in staunchly defending justice was secondary. Your primary motivation was to protect the vulnerable Siyu at that moment. Was it not?" Xia Pengfei's expression darkened, and he involuntarily nodded in agreement. Yan Wentian continued, "However, when Teacher Zhou categorically refused to apologize and Siyu remained ungrateful for your intentions, it ignited your fury. At that point, your aim transcended mere protection of Siyu. It became a quest to uphold justice by punishing the instigator, Teacher Zhou." Xia Pengfei nodded once more. "Yet, have you considered that when you threatened Teacher Zhou, he transformed into the weaker party, while you and the forces behind you assumed the role of oppressors? You went from safeguarding the vulnerable to bullying them. Given your advantage of wealth, status, and connections, you were able to force Teacher Zhou into a corner, which implies that the class you represent could potentially inflict harm upon other vulnerable individuals, including Siyu, her mother, and her sister. Thus, you inadvertently caused emotional distress to Siyu, possibly inflicting greater harm than that of Teacher Zhou wrongfully accusing her of copying your work. I implore you to spare Teacher Zhou. I no longer hold him accountable." "What is the reason?" I refuse to allow a weak individual to be crushed by power merely due to a moment of arrogance. Whom am I truly assisting? I would rather endure grievances than witness a more sorrowful reality than my own. Am I indeed being overly meddlesome? I extend my goodwill. Yet I am branded with the label of authority? Very well, Xiao Pengfei. I shall state this clearly. Should teacher Zhou be compelled to leave Tianxiang Middle School due to coercion, my mother, Yuan, and I shall forever stand opposed to the Xiao family. Emerging from the office of Nian Wentian, Xiao Pengfei stood in the long corridor, leaning against the railing and gazing out at the world beyond. The relentless rain had ceased, yet the sky remained gloomy. The autumn breeze blew with an invigorating chill. As students traversed the square, mingling with the fallen leaves that had been dislodged from their branches. Chapter 58, Call the Boss. What? You're at work? If you send over a video while you're working, I might believe you. Not sending one? Then there must be something amiss. In the middle class of the kindergarten affiliated with Tianxiang Middle School, during recess, Zhao Hongxiao was once again engrossed in a lengthy phone conversation with her boyfriend. Chao Batian produced a large assortment of candies to share with Xing Aojiao, Ma Lishu, and other followers. Following the boss ensures that one will not be neglected. Chao Batian placed several candies into Zheng Aojiao's outstretched hands, and then into Ma Lishu's. I know, when the boss distributes treats, he is the most impressive. Ma Lishu remarked playfully. Come, everyone, enjoy the candies. There is enough for all. Chao Batian raised his voice, attempting to reach Yuan and Chong, who were quietly engrossed in their picture books in the corner. Yet, Yuan and Chong remained oblivious to his call. Chao Batian approached Yuan and Chong, swinging a piece of candy in front of them. Yuan, do you desire some sweets? Yuan, licking her lips and her eyes sparkling with excitement, replied earnestly, yes. Call me boss, and I shall grant you this treat. What do you mean, boss? You are but a month younger than Chong. Wealth makes one the boss. Chao Batian boasted. Chong's family possesses far more riches than yours. Has he aspired to become the boss? Has he become arrogant? Chao Batian, with an air of superiority, was indeed from a wealthy family, yet it was his mother and brother who managed their fortune. He himself carried no money. If he could produce 10 yuan, I would concede to his claim of being the boss. That is your assertion. Chong retorted, I can easily produce 100 yuan. Yuan turned to Chong and urged. Go fetch it. You left it in my pocket that day for safekeeping, have you forgotten? Chong was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped Yuan's intent. He retrieved a small backpack adorned with a bunny design and began to rummage through its compartments, eventually extracting a 100 yuan note. He presented it to Chao Batian, saying, Do you see this? Yuan chimed in, now hastened to call him boss. Chao Batian attempted to wriggle out of the situation, asserting, If you spend that 100 yuan treating everyone to a meal, I shall call you boss. Yuan encouraged Chong, spend it if you wish. After all, your family is affluent. Thus, before the week had passed, Yuan's allowance was entirely depleted. Indeed, maintaining friendships often incurs expenses. Sister, should one assist friends in times of need? Certainly, otherwise. What kind of friendship is it? Chong is my friend. Should I lend him my support when he is in distress? Certainly, I shall assist. Today, Worm urgently needed funds. So I lent him my money, leaving me without any. I understand now. I will attend to my homework. Leng Siyu, with an impassive demeanor, was about to exit the living room when Xiao Yuan grasped her sister's robe and refused to let go. This was the situation at hand. How could the sister remain unaffected upon hearing this? I said I understood. Leng Siyu feigned ignorance intentionally. Are you not planning to give me a little pocket money? Xiao Yuan, desperate, finally revealed her trump card. Sister, you lack empathy. She retorted, her cheeks puffed in indignation. I empathize with Worm's predicament and commend your altruistic actions. How you utilize your allowance is your concern, but dispensing pocket money is mine. When I provided you with funds, I cautioned you to budget wisely. If you failed to make it through the month, the responsibility lies with you. Upon concluding her statement, Leng Siyu decisively brushed aside Xiao Yuan's small hands, disregarding her sister's bright yet sorrowful gaze, and strode out of the living room. In room 0301, Little Worm, eschewing any pretense, directly addressed Xiao Pengfei, who was engrossed in news on the sofa. Brother, lend me 500 yuan. Xiao Pengfei, without lifting his gaze, replied curtly, retrieve it from my bedside table. Worm dashed to Xiao Pengfei's bedroom and, upon spotting the black leather bag on the bedside table, extracted a genuine leather wallet. Counting out 5 100 yuan notes, he paused, then added another 5, stowing them in his pocket. Having completed his task, Worm returned to the living room sofa. Gently tapping Xiao Pingfei's knee, he whispered, "Brother, I took 1,000. Upon hearing this, Xiao Pingfei set down his phone, fixating on the dark eyes of Chong Chong, and inquired, "How do you intend to allocate it?" For pocket money, after all, our family has plenty, don't we? Why is that? No matter how much money one possesses, it must be spent judiciously. With such a mindset, no amount of family wealth will suffice to prevent your downfall. Reluctantly, Xiao Chongchong withdrew some cash, retaining 200 while surrendering the rest into Xiao Pengfei's hands, sulking off to whisper to the golden retriever, "Baby, brother is so stingy." Xiao Pengfei raised a fist towards the golden retriever, which barked back in discontent, "Woof, woof." After perusing information on his phone for a while longer, he proceeded to take a shower. As the warm water cascaded over his well-defined physique, his nerves became as sensitive as his slick skin, and visions began to dance before his eyes. A girl sprinting down the street, cradling two treasures. A girl skillfully maneuvering and fiercely striking a sandbag in the training room. A girl enduring merciless lashes from a belt in the office without flinching or uttering a cry of pain. A girl standing tall against the evening breeze, like a mountain. Atop a freight truck. A girl willing to sever ties with herself for the sake of defending Wei Xiaodong. All these images featured his deskmate and neighbor, Leng Siyu. The more he wished to forget, the harder it became to let go. If it isn't the Xia surname, then it isn't the Xia surname. Xiao Pingfei wrapped himself in a towel and exited his room, hesitatingly dialing a number he had long memorized. "What is it?" Leng Siyu's voice was like a celestial melody. Unexpectedly gentle. Countless grievances and estrangements effortlessly dissolved within the simplicity of those melodic tones. As light rain falls, Xiao Pingfei is overwhelmed with emotions. As if he has a multitude of words yet is unsure where to begin. "Do you wish to study history? Then come down quickly." The voice on the other end remains melodious and calm. Xiao Pingfei is momentarily taken aback, realizing that his desire to meet Siyu should not solely stem from an interest in history. While contemplating his wording, he hears Siyu inquire, "I'm asking you." Even through the phone, he can sense her discontent. All right, I'm coming down." He hastily responds, fearing that Siyu might change her mind. Girls are inherently capricious. And this particular girl is especially so. In room 0101, the doorbell rings. Sha Yuan, who is seated on the sofa perusing a magazine, exclaims, "Sister, I'll go answer the door." Is it Brother Fei? Upon opening the door and seeing the dashing and charming Xiao Pengfei, she hesitates, contemplating whether to let him in. Just then, she hears Siyu command, "Let him in." Upon closing the door, Sha Yuan notices the chocolate in Xiao Pengfei's hand, her eyes sparkling with wonder. Fixated on the treat, she tilts her little face up and asks, "Chocolate? Is it for me, Brother Fei?" Yes, it's for you. You should also let your sister have a piece." "All right. Thank you, Brother Fei." Being quite efficient, Yuan promptly opens the box, retrieves 2 pieces, and hands them to Xiao Pengfei. "Take one for yourself and one for my sister." Holding the chocolate, Xiao Pingfei stealthily walks into the open study of the aloof Siyu. In the minimalist study, a soft milky light envelopes a figure diligently writing. And that glow brightens Xiao Pingfei's previously dim heart. On the bedside, a charming plush panda mischievously blinked at Xiao Pingfei. Chapter 59. Are you trying to harm me? Have you seen enough? If you have, come in and attend to serious matters. It seemed as though Leng Siyu had eyes on the back of her head. Xiao Pingfei took a moment to compose himself and slowly stepped into the room. Approaching the desk, he placed 2 pieces of chocolate before Siyu. Leng Siyu turned slightly, casting a thorough gaze over Xiao Pengfei from head to toe, bestowing upon him a lavish compliment. "Handsome." Xiao Pengfei shifted the empty chair closer to her and, upon sitting down, was enveloped by a fragrant aroma emanating from her, reminiscent of body wash or shampoo, yet distinctly different. Siyu opened her history textbook and glanced at Xiao Pengfei, softly inquiring, "Do you still remember what we covered in the last 2 sessions?" "I remember everything." "Then enlighten me." To his surprise, Leng Siyu intended to assess Xiao Pingfei's review progress. The structure of the compulsory curriculum, the distinction between general history and specialized history, the unique position of introductions and thematic summaries within history courses, the primary political systems discussed in the first compulsory topic, the evolving trend of authoritarian centralization. "Your summarization skills are commendable," she noted, casting another glance at him. "No wonder you can charm 2 million in 10 minutes. Charm? Are you complimenting me or criticizing me?" Xiao Pengfei's deep gaze met hers directly. Siyu evaded the question, steering the conversation back to the subject at hand. I have selected some real exam questions and simulated tests on ancient Chinese political systems for you to solve. Siyu opened the history folder on the computer, locating a subfolder dedicated to specialized training. Within it, she discovered the target file and invited Xia Pengfei to view the questions, requesting that he mark the answers to the multiple-choice questions before each question number using the keyboard and mouse. While Xia Pengfei focused on his task, Leng Siyu ventured into the living room, intending to encourage Yuan Yuan to take a rest. To her surprise, she found little Yuan Yuan peacefully asleep on the sofa, cradling the chocolate Pengfei had given her, a rare smile gracing her lips. Siyu gently took the chocolate away and carried Yuan Yuan to the bedroom. After settling her to sleep, she disposed of the discarded clothes in the washing machine. After adding the laundry detergent and starting the machine, she returned to the living room and prepared 2 cups of tea to bring into the study. "We only have jasmine tea at home, so you'll have to make do," she remarked, placing 1 cup in front of Xia Pengfei. "I'm not picky. I can drink plain water," he replied, setting down the mouse and taking a small sip. Satisfied with it, as Leng Siyu leaned closer to the computer, the distance between her and Xia Pengfei diminished, the fragrance emanating from her hair and body becoming more pronounced. Suddenly, Siyu scrutinized Pengfei's face. "Why is your face so red? Are you coming down with something?" she inquired, naturally placing her hand on his forehead, pondering. "You don't have a fever." A tingling sensation seemed to course through Xia Pengfei's forehead. He gazed into Siyu's bright, expressive eyes, gently removing her hand, and sighed. "I'm fine. Let us continue with the questions." When tackling history multiple-choice questions, one must first pay attention to temporal and spatial terms. The pronounced temporality and spatiality are distinguishing features of the historical discipline, and the conceptualization of time and space is one of its core competencies. Take, for instance, the question regarding the selection system of officials. The mere mention of the Song dynasty in the stem allows one to eliminate all incorrect options. A. Western Zhou, B. Wei Jin, and D. Western Han. The Western Zhou employed a hereditary system of official selection confined to the nobility. The Wei Jin period utilized the 9-rank system based on aristocratic lineage, while the Western Han implemented the system of recommendation based on merit and virtue. Xia Pengfei felt a twinge of embarrassment. Why was he so oblivious to these historical facts? Weren't you supposed to have a photographic memory? I have never truly memorized them before. The sheer volume of information to learn now feels overwhelming and chaotic. That is easily remedied. I have a solution. Leng Siyu stood up, retrieving a blue notebook with a soft cover from the bookshelf and handing it to Xia Pengfei. Just as Xia was becoming enthusiastic, he found it difficult to part ways with Siyu, especially since she was so calm and composed. He realized that even listening to Siyu recount the most tedious historical facts was far more engaging for him than hearing Yi Zhiqiu's melodious songs. "Siyu, look. I managed to answer some questions, yet I got several wrong. You've only corrected one mistake. Why not analyze the others while we're at it?" Xia Pengfei earnestly sought to extend his time with Siyu. His voice, imbued with a gentle insistence, conveyed his desire. "Aren't you quite averse to history?" That was due to the lack of a good teacher's guidance. Xia Pengfei was startled by his near slip of the tongue, thinking, "Because I never had you before." After a moment of contemplation, Siyu acquiesced to Xia Pengfei's suggestion. She meticulously analyzed the remaining incorrect answers and supplemented her explanations with various strategies for tackling multiple-choice questions. Each word she spoke not only enhanced Xia Pengfei's understanding of history, but also resonated like melodious notes, stirring the dormant spirit of the young boy. It ignited a fervor akin to blazing flames, invigorating the very blood coursing through his veins. Xia Pengfei was utterly unaware that history could be so captivating. "Siyu, have a piece of chocolate to replenish your energy. I'll wash my hands. Your constitution is so robust, you must be immune to all toxins." Are you praising me or mocking me? Of course, it's a compliment. Here, try this chocolate with a milk flavor. Xia Pengfei carefully unwrapped a piece of chocolate and offered it to Siyu. She accepted it with her hand and, in turn, tossed another piece to him. A little gift in return. You should have one too. Xia Pengfei caught it effortlessly with one hand, showing no reluctance. He set aside his notebook, unwrapped the chocolate, and savored it. "It's quite delicious. Where did you buy this chocolate?" After finishing the chocolate, a serious expression crossed Siyu's face. "If you like it, I can bring some for you each time I come." Xia Pengfei spoke softly, but Siyu's eyes widened in surprise, a hint of annoyance in her tone. "How could you do that? Are you trying to harm me?" "Harm you?" Xia Pengfei's mind nearly short-circuited. When one becomes accustomed to seeking The chasm of desire expands day by day. Once that abyss grows, it becomes impossible to fill, Siyu remarked. Xia Pengfei regarded it with indifference, remarking on her excessive sensitivity, as it was merely chocolate. Leng Siyu replied earnestly, stating that aside from our studies, we should refrain from any entanglements of interest, otherwise our relationship would be irrevocably damaged. You may leave now. Xia Pengfei's deep gaze discerned the seriousness in Leng Siyu's expression, affirming his suspicions regarding her sentiments. A wave of melancholy washed over him, reflecting on a recent event that left him somewhat apprehensive. He had intended to assist Siyu with geography or politics, yet her reiterated dismissal made it difficult for him to voice his intentions. Then I shall take my leave. Do rest early. I will take the notes with me. This brand of chocolate is available at the Fangyuan shopping center. With a gentle tone, Xia Pengfei finished his words, draining the jasmine tea she had brewed for him. Before picking up her history notebook and departing with heavy steps from the realm of light he cherished most, and the person he adored dearly. Chapter 60. Pressing Siyu onto the bed, Xia Pengfei entered Chong Chong's room. Utilizing the dim glow of a nightlight to observe Chong Chong curled up, the blanket kicked aside. He changed into his pajamas and flung himself onto the soft bed, turning on the wall lamp above. Grasping Leng Siyu's history notebook, he opened it under the light. Although it was not his first encounter with her handwriting, he still found himself admiring the elegance of her flowing yet composed script, which was neither frivolous nor rigid. Is this the handwriting produced by that hand which has struck the sandbag, battled against ruffians, and bruised itself with a single slap? Images of dynamic scenes flashed through Xia Pengfei's mind, and it seemed utterly implausible. On the pages of Leng Siyu's notebook, her meticulous construction of a knowledge framework and the organization of core concepts rendered high school history coherent and systematic, with a clear emphasis on key points. Xia Pengfei plunged into the river of knowledge that Siyu had meticulously crafted, reveling in the comfort of the flow, reluctant to return to shore. The following morning, Lanlan entered Pengfei's bedroom to rouse her for breakfast. Xia Pengfei replied that she wished to continue sleeping. Lanlan, Cho Chong, and Hao Xiaoli had their breakfast, while Xia Pengfei remained in deep slumber. Lanlan, in her good-natured way, urged, Pengfei, it's time to get up, you'll be late. If you want to sleep, do it during the breaks in class. Xia Pengfei retorted, irritated. Lanlan was taken aback, but persisted, for Pengfei was her benefactor. A leisurely weekend lion was permissible, but Lanlan feared that if this indulgence hindered Pengfei's studies, she might bear the blame upon her awakening. Leaning closer to Pengfei, she whispered, How about I ask for leave on your behalf? What leave? Xia Pengfei mumbled sleepily, I'll be up in a moment. Yet, Lanlan remained uneasy and cautiously added, What if you sleep too soundly? Terrified, she hurried out of Pengfei's room to seek help from Chong Chong. Even if I had 10 times the courage, I wouldn't dare to wake her. Chong Chong replied, The elder brother is a slumbering demon. Should anyone disturb his sweet dreams, he would fiercely retaliate. Lanlan suggested, Let him sleep. I shall request a leave for him. However, Chong Chong disagreed, asserting, How can that be? My mother instructed me to ensure my brother's studies. Given his current grades, his admission to C University is rather precarious. If he continues to squander time, his prospects will only diminish further. For the sake of our family's future and my brother's career, he must attend school today. Lanlan, upon hearing this, felt a bit perplexed. What shall we do? She pondered. Chong Chong's eyes darted about, and an idea suddenly struck her. What if we enlist Sister Yu's assistance? After all, my brother wouldn't dare to confront her. Brilliant, Lanlan exclaimed, giving Chong Chong a thumbs up. Should you make the call, or shall I? I believe I am more suited to handle it. I excel at charming and being adorable. Moreover, I am a close friend of you, and my rapport with her surpasses yours. There's no need for further discussion. Just make the call. If we delay, Sister Siyu will be heading out soon. Lanlan observed Chong Chong's incessant chatter with growing urgency. Consequently, Chong Chong picked up her phone and dialed Siyu's number. Siyu and Xiao Yuan had just finished breakfast and were preparing to leave. Hello, who is this? Sister Yu, it's Chong Chong. Please come and help me. My brother refuses to get out of bed, and neither I, Lan Jie, nor Aunt Hao dare to wake him. If someone disturbs my brother's slumber, he might lash out. It hurts terribly when he does that, and I am so frightened. Please, Sister Yu, I implore you. Before Chong Chong could finish her plea, the doorbell rang. Lanlan hurried to open the door, and cold Siyu stood outside, brimming with energy. No time to change shoes, Lanlan exclaimed. Sister Yu, please, please, little bug urged. Cold Siyu kicked off her flat shoes, her bare feet gliding over the carpet as she boldly entered Xiang Pengfei's bedroom. Without warning, Siyu yanked away the covers from Xiang Pingfei, who lay in a relaxed pose, his eyes still tightly shut and utterly unmoving. Siyu placed one hand beneath Xiang Pingfei's neck, intending to rouse him, but to her astonishment, he reacted as if jolted back to life, effortlessly pulling her toward him. In a flawless display of grappling technique, he pinned Siyu to the bed, his hand and foot securing her wrist and leg. The abruptness of the encounter caught Siyu off guard, and despite her extensive 12 years of martial arts training, she found herself utterly subdued by a sleeping beauty. The humiliation was unbearable. If word of this spread, how would she maintain her reputation in the community? Overwhelmed by a mix of shame and fury, she resorted to a move deemed disgraceful among martial artists. Ouch! Who bit me with such malice? At long last, Xiang Pingfei opened his eyes, and upon seeing Siyu pinned beneath him, he initially thought he was dreaming. Quickly, he pinched his arm to confirm his reality. Alarmed, he hastily withdrew his limbs and instantly broke into a charming smile. Siyu, what brings you here? Siyu leapt out of bed in disarray, furiously pointing at Xiang Pingfei. How clever of you to hide so well. Remember to keep your distance from me in the future. I utterly detest you. With that, the enraged Siyu stormed out of the room. Xiang Pingfei, shaken from his slumber, swiftly changed his attire and began to interrogate Lan Lan about the incident. Lan Lan, feeling as if she had caused a calamity, lowered her head, her voice trembling. I'm sorry. I had no idea it would turn out this way. Chong Chong, however, remained remarkably composed, reassuring Pingfei. Isn't it just that sister you knows you possess martial skills? It's nothing of great consequence. Xiang Pingfei sighed. You wouldn't understand. Now off to school. Upon arriving at school and standing at the classroom door, he realized he was already late, and to his surprise, Siyu's seat was also vacant. Reporting, Xiang Pingfei called out. Why are you late today? Asked Nian Wenian. The integration of literature and martial arts is the true path. Nian Wenian remarked with a gentle gaze. Understood, Xiang Pingfei responded. As soon as he settled into his seat, he noticed cold Siyu entering the classroom with a hammer in hand, a peculiar sight that left teacher Nian astounded. Siyu, you must not act recklessly. Siyu replied nonchalantly. Rest assured, teacher, I have no intention of striking anyone. Nian Wentian chuckled. Then what do you intend to strike? With calmness, Siyu answered. A hammer, of course, is meant for driving in nails.